very venue where England just about got over the line against South Africa in that semi-final. Lovely to see you both. What are we expecting today, first of all, Alex?
Well, am I on? I
You are.
like I'm not on.
You are.
Okay, lovely. Well, we're expecting some debutants. We're expecting some legends back for South Africa, and I think always here it's a good deck. You know, it's a good batting deck. The boundaries aren't massive here, so they do get cleared quite a lot, especially the straight boundaries there. And only about 60 metres straight, and that's back towards us. So hopefully we see a high-scoring game today.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I think they'll be full of confidence, George.
Yeah, they will. They played really nicely the other day in that first ODI, and especially Emma Lamb to score 100 in that innings and the way she did. She'll be full of confidence going out there opening the batting. We saw Nat Sciver blast a quick 50 as well, didn't we? And a changed England batting order, which I really like. I like Sophia Dunkley batting at 3. I think it gives them that positivity at the top of the order. And yeah, they should be full of confidence. They're playing good cricket. I thought they bowled really nicely as well, especially with Catherine Brunt. But I'm really excited to see how Issy Wong and Lauren Bell do today.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that is the big team news from England. Issy Wong, Lauren Bell getting their one-day international debuts. There was a Kapp presentation around about 45 minutes or so ago, and lots of celebrations for those two players, and I think for the England team, who are excited to see the new generation coming through. Kate Cross and Catherine Brunt are rested. Is that the story,
Yes.
Alex?
Yes, they've been rested. I spoke to Kate Cross this morning. Went for a lovely breakfast on the waterfront. I said, "How are you feeling?" She said, "Well, it's quite a bit of a privilege when you get rested, but equally I want my England cap. I want to play for England." So it's mixed feelings when you do get rested, and I'm sure it's the same for Catherine Brunt, who retired from Test match cricket to prolong her white ball career, and one game in, where she's bowled unbelievably well in the previous game, she's been rested for the second.
Well, maybe you should get a sort of half cap if you're rested rather than left out. Maybe there's different types of avoiding selection. Right then, England's team: Tammy, Beaumont, Emma Lamb, who scored that fabulous 100 across at Northampton a few days ago. Sophia Dunkley at 3, Heather Knight is the captain, Nat Sciver, Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones keeps wicket, Sophie Ecclestone, Charlie Dean, and so everything is as was up until the final two in the batting lineup. The Wong and Bell partnership with the ball that are going to open the bowling. You'd have thought we just about got there, Alex. That felt like a bit of a struggle going through that.
We just about got there in the end.
There.
I actually think that Lauren Bell will open with Nat Sciver and Issy Wong will bowl first change, because when Kate Cross plays, Nat Sciver still opens the bowling, and if we're looking forward to the World Cup in 3 years, Nat Sciver is almost practicing opening the bowling, because that's the role she's going to play. So I think that Issy Wong might play that first change bowler tactic.
Yeah, and that enforcer perhaps with the little bit of express pace. Speaking of which, much excitement because we see Shabnim Ismail for the first time this summer, which is great news. South Africa include the world's fastest bowler. I think it's pretty widely accepted that she holds that title. They line up like this: Laura Wolvaardt, Andrie, Steyn, Lara Goodall, Sune, Marizanne, Kapp, Chloe Tryon, Nadine de Klerk, Trisha, Chetty, Shabnim Ismail into the side, Ayabonga, Khaka, and Nonkululeko, Mlaba. So the change that they make sees Ismail coming in, and that feels like a big change as well for this side. And out goes Sekakuni, who did a great job with the bat in the test, but didn't look that threatening with the ball.
Yeah, no, any side that Ismail is playing in is a stronger side, and she has that firepower, doesn't she, in the express pace. And looking forward to seeing her bowl today. We've wanted to see her all summer, and today we finally get it. I think she's been carrying a few niggles, so hopefully she's over those now. And for her, if there's any pace in this wicket, she'll be the one that'll extract it. I'd like to see her bowling some short, fiery stuff and test out these England batters. And yeah, I think South Africa will be much improved with her in the side.
Yeah, a sad news that Dane van Niekerk will not return from injury in time for the Commonwealth Games, so Sune will continue as captain, which will be a big blow for Dane van Niekerk, who's missed a lot of significant cricket. It's a bad 6 months to have missed, really, one way or another.
Yeah, she has. She's missed a lot of cricket. The World Cup, the Commonwealth Games. I was just talking to G about it outside. Like, to get a Commonwealth medal is pretty special, and there's not many times I say to Kate Cross that I'm jealous, but I think I'm jealous. I think, you're playing for England in the Commonwealth Games, and potentially, it feels like a trial to get it into the Olympics. It's a big deal, so it's a huge blow for Dane van Niekerk to obviously miss the Commonwealth, because it might be the only time she gets that opportunity.
Well, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, and a blow for the Commonwealth Games that they won't have somebody of her calibre in, and South Africa are a far weaker side, in my opinion, without her. I think she epitomises what the South African sporting culture is, isn't it? It's that fiery, heart on your sleeve. And, you know, we've seen what she's done for a number of years in international cricket, but hopefully she can still come over for the 100 and play over here in that competition.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be here for the 100.
England bat first. Is that any surprise, having won the toss?
No, not at all. I think having bowled South Africa out the other day and chasing it down with ease, what they'll actually want to do is, I think it was on this ground actually that we had that high scoring thriller in the World Cup where Sarah Taylor and Tammy Beaumont both got hundreds in the same game, and England got up around 400 and South Africa got 300. So it's been a high scoring ground for both England and South Africa here. So England bat first, they'll try and score 300 plus. They actually said post game, a couple of the girls, that they thought 350 was par in Northampton, so they'll be looking for that again today.
And it's an area where England have struggled in the past, isn't it, to bat first and put on a big total. We've seen them sometimes limp to 220, 250. So I think it'll be something that they're really looking to capitalise on. I think Heather Knight going into that middle order, batting at number 5 today, as she did in that first ODI, I think strengthens that and will strengthen the way that they finish innings, which is something that they've been looking at doing.
Emma Lamb's innings the other day was absolutely supreme, wasn't it? And it was a real statement of what we know that she's done in the domestic game, but on the international level, that was a really special innings. You've played with her a lot and you know exactly what she can do, but now the world knows. Yeah,
absolutely, and she's had a fantastic domestic record over the last 2 years, and I think for her, I think that was a really important innings because it probably proved to her more than anybody that she could do it at this stage. And she had a couple of innings before and had a little bit of a start in the Test match, so probably was getting to finding her feet. But the way she came out and played, and South Africa bowled quite wide at her, but she still had to put the ball away, and she did that very convincingly, and to score 100 in the manner that she did, and she's playing with a smile on her face, wasn't she? And she was just looking like she was loving it out there.
I texted her at the end of the game, well played, mate. I played with her for years and years and years. She said, thanks, I was just very hot. I said, but it was the hottest day of the year, Lammy. You know, but it was so good. She made it look so easy as well. I think that's what I was really impressed with, because there's one thing scoring heaps of runs in domestic cricket, but making it look as easy when you come to the international stage. Yes, South Africa didn't necessarily bowl all that well to her, but you still have to capitalise on those bad balls, and she did that. Yeah,
and it was sort of innings that gave a lot of confidence to the way the whole system works in some ways, because somebody coming in having played domestic cricket, and I know she played one innings in the winter in the Women's Ashes and only faced 2 balls, but coming in the way that she did, looked completely at home.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing I think about picking people who are in good form. She's obviously scoring stacks of runs at domestic level and knows her game really well, so then it's just about transferring that into the international game. I think we'll see South Africa bowl better today. I think they need to bowl straighter. They bowled a lot of width the other day, but I don't want to take absolutely anything away from her, because I thought it was a fantastically mature innings as well. I thought she anchored the innings. It allowed Nat Sciver to play as aggressively as she did around her, and you know, she never really looked like getting out.
No.
What I'd like today from South Africa is, I was really disappointed when England needed about 60 or 70 to win. You had your senior bowler at fine leg and your captain at third man, and I thought, that's not helping anybody. So what I'd like to see today is both of them get involved a little bit, especially Marizanne Kapp. Yes, she's not captain, but she's played a lot of cricket over the years. Can you support your young bowlers? Can you go out there and enjoy it? And Sune leads the captain. Lead for example. Don't hide yourself down at deep fine.
It did seem odd that. Well, the South African team are down to my right, and I've just shared a big joke and a laugh inside their team huddle, and we're going to have the players heading to the middle in just a moment. The flag wavers are there, many of them wearing ace baseball caps as well, and the sun is just peeking out from behind the clouds too. We've got a reasonable smattering of supporters in. Of course, it is a weekday, but hopefully Friday night we will see people rolling in for the day-night cricket, which will be nice. And you know, it's just one of those things, fitting it into a busy international summer, not always possible to get the games on weekends.
No, it's not. And if you had to play every game on the weekend, the girls would be waiting a long time between internationals. So it is frustrating, but hopefully we see more and more people come down. To be completely honest, I've got no idea what day it is. It's either a work day or a day off, and that's just the way my life is.
Well, that's okay. You know, that is how you roll, Alex. And that absolutely. You haven't had your car broken into again, I hope.
I hope not. I could well have done and probably not noticed.
Right then, the two sides are pretty much ready to head out, or England's openers are. What are we expecting as an approach from England's opening pair, Georgia? Is it going to be aggression from the off?
I think they'll look to be positive and show that intent. I think they need to be wary. Ismail, I think, will take the new ball for South Africa with Kapp and two of the best bowlers in the world. So I think they'll be watchful. I think they'll be respectful of the good balls, but also look to capitalise as soon as there's anything in their areas.
Yeah, what do you reckon, Alex? What are we going to see?
Yeah, I think exactly the same. What I really liked the other day was Emma Lamb had that strike rate of 100 plus throughout her innings. Tammy Beaumont, I'd love to see her just play herself in. She's capable of catching up. She doesn't necessarily go out there and score loads of boundaries from the off, but once she's in and she's comfortable, she's unstoppable. You know, she's a brilliant player. Sophia Dunkley at number 3, I really like that. She comes out and she's got this wide grip and snaps her hands on the cricket bat, snaps her wrists and hits in peculiar areas, and it's really hard to set a field to. So, like I always said earlier, with the captain coming in at 5, it prolongs that batting order and it allows England to capitalise on that first 10 overs. So, really excited to see England go out there and, as we say, try and get a massive score on the board.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I think that's something that England have really struggled to do consistently over the last few years, and leading into this World Cup, it's a new cycle, isn't it? And they'll be really looking at different areas that they can gain advantages over different teams, and strengthening that middle order is something that they've needed to do to finish games off. We've seen the firepower that they have in that middle order. You know, Danny Wyatt coming in at 6 and Amy Jones at 7. They are fantastic players. They are boundary hitters. And I think that's only going to be good for England moving forward.
Yeah, we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years when we've been up here in the commentary box, we've always said there's a batting collapse around the corner. So with the captain coming in at 5, it does prolong that and hopefully prevents those batting collapses, because teams will have known playing against England. Once you get Nat Sciver and the captain Heather Knight, you're sort of into England and you're into, you know, they're not the weaker players, but you know, you're into that middle order, and there's a lot of work to do for the newbies that play.
Indeed. Right, I'm going to get out of the way because Danielle is lurking with intent and is ready to take us through the opening stages of the game. We're going to have Lauren Winfield-Hill with us as well, a trio of World Cup winners from the 2017 side. Alex, you played in the semi-final. Georgia, did you play in this semi-final? You didn't. Lauren did. Well, my abiding memories of that day,
You're just rubbing that in on purpose.
No,
I played, you didn't we?
No, I'm just making sure we know and we get our memories right. You played in that game more than I played in that game, Georgia. Let's put it that way. Right then, here come the South African team in their pea green shirts, and the umpires leading them out as well. I'm going to make my way and apologise to Georgia by going to make her a cup of tea. Daniel's standing by to take up commentary alongside you, Georgia. We're going to do some mixing around with the headphones and we'll make it all work. Here is Daniel.
Well, we've got Shabnim Ismail back, and she's gone out there with some casual sunglasses on, which I think is absolutely brilliant.
I remember that game, that semi-final, extremely well, because I ended up beating my fists on the floor in terrified frustration.
Oh yes.
Yes, when England lost a wicket just before Anya Shrubsole came out to bat.
Yeah.
And I was absolutely petrified. Normally I don't get sort of fan-like about it, but the thing was, this was to get into the final at Lord's. The importance was so enormous, and had they not got through, it might have set back the whole cause of women's cricket in England for so long. The stakes were enormous. The stakes are not as enormous today. The crowd is a bit smaller. England are not 1-0 up, they're 4-2 up in a points-based system. But the player's already out there. Shabnim Ismail is going to bowl the first ball. And before she does, Phil Long, set the scene for us. What can we hope for today?
Well, let's hope for a high-scoring thriller. We've just mentioned the World Cup semi-final here. The group game, of course, was here. And we saw England amass 373 for 5. It was their 4th highest ODI total. The match aggregate on the day is still a record for a women's ODI. 678 runs scored in the day. Let's hope for some of that.
Oh, can we hope? Yes, we can. And hope is what we shall do. Right. Players are taking the knee, as they do before the start of each Women's One Day International. The applause of the crowd. Both England batters, both umpires and all the South African fielders. And we are now almost ready to commence. And there's excitement here, isn't there, Georgia? With Shabnim Ismail back in the side, a bit of pace. The South African bowling attack looked a bit samey, didn't it, the other day at Northampton?
Yeah, it is all. You're completely right there, and she is so cool, isn't she? She's got a collar up, she's got her fashion sunglasses on, and she's taking that first over, that new ball, and I'm super excited to see her today. She'll bowl quick, she'll bowl fast, and I think she'll bowl short.
Well, let's see. First ball of the match into Tammy Beaumont with bat raised, and Beaumont comes forward, pushes into the offside off the front foot, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Let me talk you through the field. We've got 2 slips, a deep third, point, extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. A pretty standard field. What South Africa have got to do, it seems to me, is get on the front foot and try to take wickets. They just let England play in the last game, and they've got to try to apply pressure from somewhere. Those 2 slips might help. Ismail back in the attack might help. Shame for Sekakuni after heroics in the test match. Right, here comes Ismail in once more. So Beaumont chops down on this and guides the ball down to deep third for the first run of the match. He's underway, England are underway, 1 without loss. So who have we got today? We have Phil Long, our scorer, as ever. He and I, and Melissa Story, who is with us, have to do, well, it depends how you do it. We've got to do the late evening flit to Birmingham. Or in the case of Phil Long, amazingly, he's contemplating eschewing a hotel breakfast in favour of a 6:15 train. This has never been known to happen before in the history of Phil Long.
It is a massive call.
It's huge. I can't believe you'll go through with it. And if you do, I'll be sending pictures of my breakfast to you. Ismail in, tucked into the onside by Emma Lamb. Fresh from that 100, a maiden 100 in women's one-day internationals, the 4th fastest maiden ton. I asked Phil Long that very question, and Hypercourse came back with the answer, quick as a flash. If you're not familiar with Hypercourse, check him out on Twitter. An invaluable statistical resource, no more or less invaluable than the mighty Phil, it must be said. They complement each other perfectly. Right, here's Ismail once again. Emma Lamb waits, knees slightly bent. That's gone right through her. Between inside edge and down to the boundaries. It going to plops just onto the sponge for 4 pies. Anna Harris signals. That came back a long way off the seam, Georgia, and it's evaded Trisha Chetty and made it all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. First signs of Ismail back at her best. I think saw Emma Lamb just mouth to Tammy Beaumont the ball before it was just going straight. Well, that one certainly didn't. That's almost cut her in half, and she's done well actually to miss that completely, hasn't she? Because that was that's
jacked back a long way. It went way to the left of the keeper. It started outside off stump. Keeper got a bit of glove on it, but no more. Here's Ismail once more, full, a thick outside edge that squirts down to deep third for a single. Emma Lamb is now underway. England 6 without loss.
Yeah, but how good is it to see her back in the last 2 balls? She's making something happen, isn't she? She's got the outside edge of Lamb there, but never really, I suppose, in trouble. But she is making things happen, and that'll buoy those South African fielders and bring that energy that I think the South Africans have lacked at times in the Test match, and certainly in the first ODI.
Yeah, they need a bit of leadership, it seems to me. They've missed a little bit of that with Dane van Niekerk out. Here's Ismail to complete the first over, and Beaumont lets this go by outside the off-stump. Let's see, quite low. It is often quite a slow, lowish pitch here at Bristol. End of the over, England 6 without loss. Beaumont 1, Lamb 1. Now Izzy Wong is in the side, as well as Lauren Bell making their one-day international debuts. In for Kate Cross and Catherine Brunt. Brunt was the pick of England's bowlers. There's no hint of an injury, and there's been 4 days since the last game. So is this just England flexing their muscles?
I think so. I think resting has been the official line. But, it's funny because, both of them will be desperate to play, and both of them will be desperate to get out there and keep playing for their country as long as they can. But I suppose with the wider picture, then start of a new World Cup cycle, England will definitely have eyes on that and blooding their new young players. And both of them, to be fair, Wong and Bell both deserve to play after how well they played in the Test match. So I'm really excited to see how they go today. They're both raw, they're both fearless, and they charge in and they bowl quick, and I think that's really exciting.
I was intrigued that Brunt was rested because, of course, she didn't play in the Test match. Kate Cross I sort of understood a bit more of, as she will reveal in the No Balls podcast. Had a bit of a bout of COVID as well, as Marizanne Kapp starts a new over. 2 slips in, and that's cut away. It wasn't quite short enough for a shot, but Lamb will get a single anyway as it goes down towards deep third. 7 without loss. So I sort of thought that they might have kept her in. To understand Cross being rested, perhaps.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that they're trusting both of them to lead the bowling attack. I think I would have expected them to do the same, play one of Brunt or Cross along with one of Bell or Wong. But I like it. I like what they're doing. I think it's exciting that there's the depth now in the English game with the fast bowlers, and for a long time that's what we've wanted, isn't it?
Marizanne Kapp from the Ashley Down road end into Beaumont. She gets up on her toes and defends a shortish ball. It's down to the offside and there's no run. I mean, Tammy Beaumont is almost always up on her toes because she starts at a slight vertical disadvantage. Or advantage. I mean, Sunil Gavaskar, Brian Lara, Sachin Tendulkar.
Yeah, I always think the shorter people.
Alyssa Healy's not the tallest, is she?
No, true.
Marizanne Kapp in, that's short, that's cut in the gap. Square of the wicket, it's running away towards the boundary. Let's see how quick this outfield is. It's rapid. Well, and that is actually, if anything, going up the slight incline here at Bristol. Up to the boundary for 4. Nice shot, nice and crisply timed by Beaumont. England 11 without loss.
Yeah, rare loose delivery from Kapp, short and wide. Tammy Beaumont, she had time to play almost 2 shots to that, didn't she? I think the pitch is very slow, but she could just wait, pick the gap, and yet did race away. It's quite a long boundary out on the offside. It
really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really long, that sort of deep mid-wicket. Inside the off stump, left alone, tight to the off stump. Very tight. Marizanne Kapp is a strange bowler to me. She sometimes bowls spells of exceptional brilliance, and then the other day at Northampton, she was really off her game. This time, she's bowled a ball that presented as an away swing, it's hit the pitch and then come back. That's quite the trick if you can pull it off. Didn't quite feather the off stump. Beaumont survives 11 without loss. Kapp into her with 2 slips in place. And Beaumont drives firmly through extra cover for 4. A long half volley, she got right out to the pitch of it and hit it right along the ground. 2 boundaries in this over. England have started brightly. They're 15 without loss.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Tammy Beaumont there. It's a little bit too full from Marizanne Kapp, right in the slot. There's no extra cover. All Tammy Beaumont had to do was find the gap, and she did that, and again it's raced away. It's now brought about a change in the field, so we've seen that second slip has now gone into an extra cover, because Kapp obviously sensing that the pitch is slow.
Well, Kapp got her at Northampton with a slightly slower ball as Beaumont lets this go by outside the off stump. Just a little gentle movement away into Trisha Chetty's gloves. End of the second over. England 15 without loss, having won the toss, elected to bat. They made those 2 changes. They feel to me like a really confident team coming into this game. You know, they could easily, it's a points-based system, so you know they don't win the series until they win 3 more games, and yet they've decided to tear up the template of bowling first, which worked so well in Northampton, and rest 2 bowlers. So they're a side that means business, aren't they? Yeah,
absolutely. And I think new look batting lineup, got some debutants on offer today as well with the new ball, and I think it just shows the depth that English women's cricket has got at the moment, obviously in the middle of a season. So players that they're bringing in are in form and bowling well, and just doing what they do at international level.
Ismail starts her second over, the short ball, which is cut off an under edge, really, down towards deep third. It's going to be well stopped down there on the boundary, but they're going to come back for a couple. That's really good running from Beaumont and Lamb. Just a tiny fumble down at deep third, just allowed them to get back for a second run. Lamb to 4, England 17 without loss.
Yeah, what Beaumont does really well when she's running between the wickets is she's telling Emma Lamb what's going on down. So you can almost hear her on the effects mic saying, she's not got it, run. She's telling Emma Lamb that she wants 2 runs straight away.
Ismail in again, right arm over the wicket. Second slip's gone a little bit wider. That ball's cut back again off the seam, right into the midriff of Emma Lamb, and it just rolls out to the offside. Phil.
Oh, we mentioned the high-scoring thriller here in the World Cup. Here's some figures that the opening bowlers for South Africa won't want to hear. Shabnim Ismail, 10 overs, 1 for 89 that day.
Woof.
Marizanne Kapp slightly better, but her 3 wickets cost 77 from her 10 overs.
Crikey. From memory, it's a bit of a quicker pitch, perhaps. Melissa Story's with us, and she's commentated a fair bit here. She'll be able to give a view on whether this is a typical Bristol pitch or not. As Ismail is in, and Lamb just plays this away from her body, from the crease to backward point along the ground, and there's no run. 17 without loss, the score remains. Sometimes, you know, you can get quite high-scoring, quite turgid 4-day games here. In a 1-day game, the batters have got the chance to pick the movement of the ball off the pitch. You can often get quite high-scoring, quick-moving games. Let's hope it's one of those for today. A nice competitive close one would be fun. First slip and a kind of fourth slip in place as Ismail is in full on the pads, worked up to Sune mid-on. They'll get a single though, as it was just to Lisa's right hand and she had to make a bit of ground. It wasn't perfectly timed, so Lamb will pick up a single. 18 without loss, Lamb to 5.
Yeah, it's good from Ismail, isn't it? We've seen her being able to bring the ball back into the right-hander, but also just offer a little bit of shape away, which is something that we haven't seen a huge amount from the South African bowlers other than Kapp. So to have that at both ends, I think it's going to present a struggle for England if she can get her lines and lengths right when she gets into a spell.
We've got a really, really clear stump mic today, which I'm very pleased about. Ismail into Beaumont, down the leg side. This will be a wide as Trisha Chetty sprawls to her left to take behind the stumps. The shame is that we don't have Catherine Brunt playing. Because Catherine Brunt and a really clear stump microphone are absolute box office. I mean, they're a producer's nightmare, of course, but...
Yeah, she does say some funny things as our Cathy, so...
Well, I will never forget interviewing her at Wormsley in 2014. I will not remind everybody of all the details, but she was injured and couldn't play in the test at Wormsley, as Ismail is in. And Beaumont thinks about driving a full-length ball outside the off-stump, leaves it alone, goes through to the keeper, there's no run. And so we got her on at various points in the game. And I asked her, how's the injury going? She then revealed exactly how the injury happened in extremely close detail. Oh, no ball has been signalled by Anna Harris. A bit late on that call. It must have come through from the third umpire. So we've got a free hit here and an extra run to the total. 20 without loss. And Beaumont can go anywhere she wants here. The field hasn't changed, can't change. I'll come back to Catherine Brunt in a moment. Here we go, free hit. Ismail into Beaumont. And Beaumont has heaved this up to mid-on the bounce. She would have been out caught had Sune Luus bothered to dive forward and take the catch, but because she couldn't be out, all that happened was the ball plopped into the ground about 3 or 4 yards in front of mid-on, and no run at all. So,
that was always going to be a short ball, wasn't it? Surely.
Yes. And Beaumont was always going to swing. So, a dot ball after the no ball. The last ball scheduled in this over. Full power on the pads. An appeal drifting down the leg side. Is it the end of the over? It is the end of the over. Anna Harris sometimes takes a little while at the end of an over to call it, which can confuse you. 20 without loss after 3. Beaumont 9. Lamb 5. So, as Catherine started going into the minutiae of how this injury had occurred, quite late at night, we were talking during the day, but she talked about how the injury occurred late at night. I suddenly saw Beth Barrett-Wild, who was then the
media
of the England women's team, the media manager, literally on the other side of the ground with her earpiece in, listening to this, and suddenly tearing out the ground to try and stop Catherine from saying anything else. Oh, no! It was marvellous. So obviously you prize more out, thinking, right, I think Beth's going to take about 45 seconds here, let's get what we can. Kapp in. Let's play with an angled bat by Lamb, just guiding the ball down to deep third for a single. And no more. 21 without loss. Lamb to 6 from 9. Yeah, she's a candid woman, is Catherine Brunt.
She's a great storyteller. Fantastic storyteller.
She really is. We had her on during the Kia Women's Super League Finals day, I think. Because were they called the Northern Diamonds in those days? Mm-hmm. They weren't in the final.
I think they were the Yorkshire Diamonds actually then,
I think they were the Yorkshire Diamonds, yeah. Kapp into Beaumont, who just defends a slightly back of a length delivery, back up the wicket, and Kapp defends off her own bowling, and there is no run. 21 without loss, England, a good start after winning the toss and electing to bat. It's not the Scorchio blue sky day that I'd been rather hoping for. I think that's coming Sunday,
next
Monday,
week.
Tuesday. Yeah. It's perfectly fine. There's no hint of rain. There are clouds, but they're all very high and wispy. Kapp is in, and that's pushed driven to square cover the offside field has changed in the last ball or two. Just the one slip in and a backward point, sort of point, cover stroke extra cover, a mid off, mid on, mid wicket and a long leg. Oh, and a deep third. So a nice defensive ring field on the offside. Kapp looking to swing that ball away about the touch. As Beaumont waits. That's short.
Pulled round the corner. That's going out towards deep backward square leg. This will run away to the boundary for 4. No chance of cutting that off. Didn't sound like she perfectly timed that, but she gave more than enough, and there was nobody fielding square of the wicket on the leg side. So she's picked up another boundary. Has moved to 13. England 25 without loss.
Yeah, very good from Tammy Beaumont. Very good on the short ball. So don't think she got all of it, but she got in good enough chunk. There's such a huge gap on that leg side that the ball was raced away down the hill this time.
Kapp into Beaumont. Beaumont defends on the crease, back at the wicket, no run. In Kapp's delivery stride, she's got a... Where Jimmy Anderson, for example, throws his head downwards, and they tried to get that out of him, and they tried to knock that out of him, change his action. Kapp stares upwards, almost as if, if you're in a hotel balcony and you could hear stuff going on above your room. What's going on up there? It's an intriguing quirk. She'll stare up at the sky about now, and that's short.
Cut away into the offside. That's going to run away towards the boundary as well. Beaumont's looking in superb touch here. Again, too short from Kapp. Beaumont latches onto it. She goes to 17. England finished the 4th over, 29 without loss. Phil Long.
Yeah, after Bristol we go to Leicester, heart of the Midlands on Monday. A quick look at the BBC weather website shows it's meant to be an unbelievable, barely believable 38 degrees.
Oh, and the record for Britain, isn't it 38.4 or something? You could break it. You could break a world record. Well, a world record. You could break a UK record in Leicester. I love the way. By the way, you'd never know that Phil was from Leicester.
No, you wouldn't, would you? No.
In the heart of the Midlands. What did Nottingham and Derby and Birmingham think of that? You're from Birmingham. What do you make of that?
Well, Wolverhampton.
Sorry.
But yeah, I would say that as a strong shout for the heart of the Midlands too.
Ismail in short and ducked underneath by Emma Lamb. It's like to the offside, so it's never really threatening her head. Yeah, that's an intriguing one. Where is it? Well, actually, Coventry's kind of the middle of everywhere, isn't it? Isn't Coventry almost the place furthest from the sea in Britain? I think if you're like 71 miles from the sea is about as far as you'll ever get.
Yeah, it's a place called Meridian nearby Coventry, which is supposedly the furthest point. But of course, if you're from the Midlands, you've got the West Midlands, you've got the East Midlands.
But where are the Middle Midlands? And where's Northampton? Ismail in. That's cut away. It's a backward point. Doesn't beat the fielder. There's no run.
Where is Northampton? That's the question.
That to me is a fundamental question, because no one thinks of Northampton as the Midlands. No one thinks of Northampton as East Anglia. No one thinks of Northampton as the home counties. Where is it? Let us know. Is Oxfordshire, for example? Where's that? It's on a kind of par, isn't it? They're just in the donut outside the home counties. Very confusing. Ismail in. That's defended from the crease. A good, rapid delivery. Shortish. Just played from her crease by Emma Lamb. Down in front of her, and there's no run. Lamb has 6 from 12. You can feel with Ismail and Kapp in tandem, there's just a sort of greater intensity. England are going well at 29 without loss, but you just feel something might happen.
Yeah, you feel like Ismail's the one that's going to make it happen, don't you? She's bowling quick. She's already hit Emma Lamb in the stomach. She's cut her in half with the delivery as well.
Not literally, mercifully, but this is short again. Pushed the backward point. Again, just a little bit back of a length and just dabbed into the offside square of the wicket. Lamb just getting a little leg side of the ball at the moment, which is no bad thing. We had 4 dot balls this over, Phil.
Yeah, England have been made to work harder today, aren't they? Certainly than they were in that first ODI. They bowled very wide to Emma Lamb in that game. So today, they've straightened it up. They're going in at her hip, aren't they? And stopping her getting on that front foot.
Here's Ismail once more. Right arm over the wicket. Again short, back of her length. Again dabbed out to point. And again there's no run. Just has to weather the storm though here, because the bowling will get less hostile after Ismail.
Yeah, and Ismail's just getting into a spell now, isn't it? It's the few overs that she's bowled competitively while she's been over in England. It feels like they've been over for a long time as well, so she'll be raring to go. Taking her a couple of overs just to get loose and get into it, but yeah, she looks like she's really on this over.
Was it her shoulder? Was
I
the
think
issue?
there was a couple of different niggles. I heard her calf, but
Oh, calf. Ishmael in to complete the over, full driven into the ground. Ishmael takes off her own bowling. That is the end of the 5th over. England has started brightly, but that 5th over was a maiden from Ishmael. 29 without loss. Beaumont 17, Lamb 6. More thoughts from Georgia Elvis on England's start, and for the first time today it will be Melissa Story.
yeah, very good over from Ismail there. She looks like she's fired up. She's walking down to her fielding position, chatting with the keeper and the captain, just making some plans, but she really looks like she's into a spell, enjoying being back in the South African colours, back on the pitch and really putting in for her team here. You see a change from the other end. Ayabonga Khaka taking the ball off. Unusually expensive Marizanne Kapp. Hello, Mel.
Hello. Yes, it's been an interesting few spots. Maybe the exhaustion of having to bear the weight of leading this South African attack in the absence of Ismail, but as you mentioned, it's fantastic to see her back. Khaka, though, used to taking the new ball. She's coming on as a first change and will be bowling to Tammy Beaumont. Tammy Beaumont, 17 off 16 balls. In comes Khaka, and that's down the leg side, tickled down to fine leg by Beaumont and fielded by Ismail in those fantastic shades. Good catch from the keeper there, and just the single, 30 for none. They're quite a fashionable pair of sunglasses which Shabnim Ismail is donning. I'm not sure the sporting practicality of them, but the priority should always be coolness of fashion. As in comes Khaka, and that's straighter, just dropped down on the onside by Lamb. Coming back from that fantastic 100 in that first game, and it's quite nice in a way almost that Beaumont's got off to such a flyer. Did you feel it takes that pressure off Lamb at the other end?
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Emma Lamb played really nicely the other day. She'll be full of confidence. She'll know that what it takes to score a big 100 again. Needs to be circumspect.
Clipped into the onside by Lamb, slightly uppish and going towards the square leg boundary. The ball slowing up in the end. Ismail fielding and 2 runs taken. Lamb moves on to 8. The score 32 for none. And it's a fast bowler's nightmare. You've just bowled your over at the other end. You're blowing a little bit, and the ball's been hit to you twice in the over.
No, she's a real athlete, isn't she, Ismail? She's quick across the ground. A real character in those great sunglasses.
Khaka bowls again, and that's slashed away down to third. It's a lot of work for the fielder. And the ball evades her. 4 runs to Emma Lamb. She's just finding her feet there. Moves on to 12. The score 36 for none. This has been a bit of a loose over from Khaka. She's bowled some balls down the leg side, and that one just playing into Emma Lamb's arc.
Yeah, Emma Lamb, she's had to be patient this morning. She's faced a lot of the bowling off Ismail, who's been the better of the 2 openers. She gets a loose delivery there for her favoured offside, and she doesn't miss out on those.
Khaka coming in past the umpire. Bowls a slower ball pushed into the covers by Lamb. Fielded for no run. Yeah, I mean, we saw in that previous Ismail over that she was just trying to almost step into the leg side to find a gap in that covers, giving her room, but the competitor that Ismail is was really bowling into her body and not allowing her to free her hands through the shot. Here comes Khaka outside the off stump, cut away in the air, but it's a thick edge down to third. Another single taken to finish that first over from Ayabonga Khaka. 8 runs from it. England 37 for none. And it feels like this is very much a batting wicket. I was put on the spot rather marvellously by Danielle Norcross, saying that I knew how the wicket would play. The eggs have been here a lot. I think even in my years of captaining, you go have a look at the pitch at the start and you prod it a bit and then always say the same thing at the toss. So I'm going to pretend I know what it's doing. George Ellis, you'll know this pitch more than me. How many times have you played it?
Yeah, it'd be a handful of times. They all generally play pretty well here at Bristol. It looks a little bit green, but I do think from what we've seen this morning it is a bit slow as well. And Ismail and Kapp probably 2 of the quickest bowlers in women's cricket, and there's not a huge amount of times that the England batters have been troubled for pace, so it looks a pretty good wicket. I mean, the outfield's absolutely rapid, isn't it? And England obviously won the toss, chose to bat, and they'll be looking to post a big total.
Have a change of bowling as Marizanne Kapp now coming in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Ram, who's tucking that off her hip and to the onside. And another single take, and these England batters looking comfortable out there. 38 for none.
Yeah, mentioned the pace of the South African opening bowlers. A little stat from the last World Cup. During that World Cup, there were 31 deliveries above 120 kilometres an hour. 3 bowlers. Marizanne Kapp bowled one of them, Darcy Brown 3, Ismail the other 27 of those balls.
Packing a lot of pace in this team as Kapp in, that's pulled away into the onside. There's no one at deep square leg, and this ball is racing along the outfield. Another 4 runs to Tammy Beaumont. She moves on to 22 off 18 deliveries, and she's looking in fine touch here for England. 42 for none.
Yeah, it's really unlike Marizanne Kapp, isn't it? We're so used to seeing her be the threat from South Africa, the wicket taker. She's been really expensive here. She's struggled with her lengths more than anything, and she's bowled very short, and these 2 England batters, they don't miss out on those short balls.
Tammy Beaumont, bat raised high as Kapp charges in. Another short ball pulled away down to fine leg this time, and it's another boundary for Tammy Beaumont. It's a misdirected shorter ball and got up high on Tammy Beaumont, but she was quick to swivel round on that one and smash the ball to the boundary. England racing along in their total. 46 for none now.
Yeah, and Tammy Beaumont looks on, doesn't she? I don't want to jinx her, but she'll feel like she missed out in that first ODI. It was an absolute cracker of a wicket at Northampton. She'll be hungry to score. She looks like she's in the mood to bat for a long time today.
Kapp after 2 consecutive boundaries in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Beaumont, who's wearing a short sleeve t-shirt today. Now that's when you know the weather in the UK is hot, because it's not often you see Tammy Beaumont getting the guns out.
Yeah, she wants a tan, doesn't she? To show off those biceps and get herself a little nice naughty t-shirt tan.
Or more of the squashy tan. If it gets a bit too hot, as Kapp in, and that's slashed away on the offside, but nice bounce to the fielder in the covers. No run taken. Yeah, we have lots of girls at our club when they play on Sundays rolling the t-shirts up into a vest top, and I actually had for the first time ever one of our youngsters rolling her trousers up into shorts in the field, and I did tell her, you must be quite confident the ball's not going to come to you, because I don't think you're going to be diving with shorts on. Final ball of the over from Kapp. Dan Strater dropped into the offside by Tammy Beaumont. She's 26 off 22 balls. And Lamb 14 off 21. Georgia Elwis will be leaving us, and into the commentary box will be coming Lauren Winfield-Hill. And then, hello, is this working? Hello. No, it's not. Now you're working. I think Georgia Elwis there may have pressed a slightly wrong button, and we've had a bit of silence coming through, so hopefully everyone can take us through. Apologies for that brief silence. Welcome. Khaka to continue from the tail end. That's pushed back to her defence by Emma Lamb. I mean, you must be very happy with this opening partnership.
Yeah, they've set their stall out really well here, England. Another great partnership formed, and a really healthy strike rates from the 2 of them here.
Khaka in again, fuller down the leg side, well taken by Chetty behind the stumps and signalled wide by Nigel Long. Just another loose bit of bowling.
Yeah, they just haven't seemed to be able to settle into any plan here, South Africa. You know, they sort of bowl a really good delivery, and then it's followed up by loose deliveries, and you think, what's the plan that they're bowling to? It's not obvious.
Both sides of the wicket. That's Khaka in again. Strater tickled to mid-wicket by Lamb, and no run. 47 for none. This is a bit tighter from Khaka.
Yeah, it is, and you can see what she's trying to do here. She's got square leg in, and she's got the the 4 on the leg side there. So the obvious plan is to not give Emma Lamb any width and to go in really gun barrel to the stumps there.
Arms swinging past the stump, she bowls, and this is tickled to square leg, who does a good bit of fielding. It's a quick single in the end for the England batters. Not sure they expected that to be fielded quite so spectacularly by fielder there at square leg. Another single, 48 for none. And I mean, Georgia Elwes said how obviously Tammy Beaumont missed out last game, and almost one of those players where you've got to hit and strike her early whilst those feet aren't quite moving, because if you don't, and she finds a start like this, 26 at the moment on strike, and strikes her on the 5 pad, looking to work that into the onside.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with Tammy. She will have hated the fact that she missed out last game, and I think the thing that she'll be most impressed with and give her really good confidence in this innings is the intent that she's shown. She's 26 off 23 balls, and I think sometimes that strike rate.
As Khaka in, bowling again, striking Beaumont on the 5 pad. She lifts her bat in the air and prods the ball to the South African fielders. Good bowling.
Yeah, that's really nice from Khaka there. But yeah, as I was saying with Tammy Beaumont, I think sometimes that's plays on her mind a little bit, the strike rate, and especially in the fashion in which, you know, the white ball game is moving. But for her to have this really positive start and really strong strike rate, I think will give her a lot of confidence. She looks like she's on today.
Khaka bowls, and Fuller dropped into the onside by Beaumont. Finds square leg, and that completes Khaka's second over. A lot of a better one there, only 2 runs off it. England 48 for none. And it's interesting you say that the way the white ball's moving, because we saw in the England men's first ODI against India, they went out a bit too hard, a bit too T20 fashion, and suddenly found obviously themselves bowled out. And there is that pressure, I guess, from T20 to go out and play these funky shots early on, but I think you sometimes forget how long these one-day games are.
Yeah, you do, and I think, you know, especially like you look at the England men's team, that real mantra under Owen Morgan was, you know, start hard and keep going sort of thing. And it's only when it doesn't work a couple of times that you reflect and analyse that.
Kapp continues from the pavilion end, and that's driven into the covers. A misfield at point by Wolvaardt, and the ball racing away to the boundary cushions to Klerk, brings the ball in. England get through for 2 runs. Fielding there and brings up the 50 for England. 50 for none off just the 8.1 overs. They're racing along at a strike rate of 6.12, and this is exactly what you're looking for in the power play, with just the 2 fielders outside the ring to be able to capitalise and find those boundaries. Kapp in again and dropped down in defence by Lamb into the covers for no run.
Yeah, no, it looks a good wicket, doesn't it? The outfield's lightning fast here. The square sort of goes nearly all the way across the pitch, so you know there's plenty of value both across the ground, and obviously there's always value in the air, but it's been a really positive start from the 2 opening batters here.
Kapp at the top of her mark, storms in past the umpire. That's dead straight and defended at the crease by Lamb. No run. It's interesting you mention how big this outfield is, because sometimes there's a danger when the boundaries are brought in. Yes, there's the excitement that, you know, there could be more 4s or 6s, but actually in the one-day game, having a boundary like this, there's the ability to find those gaps for 2s and really rotate the strike nicely. And actually the players who can hit 6s can probably hit the 6s regardless of where the boundary is, into the crowds, as that's full driven to extra cover by Lamb.
Yeah, I think what you want is you want a really good contest between both bat and ball, and high value across the ground. And I think we're seeing that more and more now with particularly with the grounds in England, but all around the world. Is, you know, the bowlers always say, oh, it's a batter's game, but the outfields are electric at the minute.
Oh, especially with the lack of rain we've been having. Bright sunshine here at Bristol, driven by Lamb through the covers. Fantastic shot, that ball right in her arc, over pitch delivery from Marizanne Kapp, and she just gets her hands through that shot. 54 for none, England.
Yeah, Marizanne Kapp just feeding Emma Lamb's strength again there. A little bit of width on offer, and she does not miss out on those square drives.
You just wonder whether we're going to be seeing a bowling change after this over. Of course, South Africa have the other seam option of Nadine de Klerk, who's performed well for them so far this summer. Kapp in, bowls, Fuller. Not timed this time by Lamb, and finds the fielder. Good recovery from Kapp. She's bowled 4 overs now, 33 runs. England 54 for none.
Yeah, it's a strange one because Marizanne Kapp's been so consistent. You know, she's sort of been, her and Ismail have been those standout bowlers who South Africa have turned to in sort of all scenarios really, but today been really expensive and just seems a little bit unsettled. You know, there's been width, there's been over length, there's been short stuff, so just seems like she just can't quite find her rhythm and settle into anything today.
Just wondering whether you think she's almost trying to do too much to force that early wicket, whilst actually we mentioned there's a bit of green on the pitch, and just bowling a nice length here may reap the rewards for South Africa. Khaka continues, and that short pulled away past the fielder. That square leg, a lot of work to do for Ismail. And England get through for 2 in the end. Tammy Beaumont there having to run as hard as she can to get home safely. She does, 56 for none.
Yeah, no, as you were saying there is a little bit of green on the pitch, and I think the deliveries that have, you know, haven't gone for runs or have been, you know, lower scoring are all the ones that are hitting the stumps. I know it sounds really simple, and I'm not a bowler, so I can't really talk about hitting the stumps that frequently.
Khaka bowls, slower ball past the outside edge of Beaumont's bat. She took a few steps down the pitch there in advancing and attempting a quite expansive drive there. Khaka unfazed by that. She knows what to do in these situations. I mean, if this was you out there in the middle, of course, you've opened with Tammy Beaumont so many times before, what would you two be saying to each other? Just keep being positive. And Khaka bowls down the leg side, that'll be wide. Nigel Long extends his arms, and more looseness from South Africa.
Yeah, I think I would just be talking about not missing out on those loose deliveries and make sure that, you know, you're putting away your strengths really. And, you know, if they build a phase of play where they can attack the stumps and sort of execute a plan.
As Khaka in again, pulled into the 5-pad by Beaumont, and they get through for a single. There's a direct hit at the stumps, an opportunity for buzzers there, England. Emma Lamb not quite paying attention there. They get through for a single, and some fantastic zing bails there for us. They lit up like fireworks in the pitch. So, as you say, keep being positive.
Yeah, I would.
Bad ball.
Yeah, because at the minute there's enough deliveries that you can score freely on, and just make sure that you keep executing that and putting those deliveries away. And I think if they come back and manage to contain and to execute a plan, then you come up with, okay, now this is my plan to counteract that. But at the minute, you don't really need to come up with a sort of a plan B. It's just you can stand still and put those loose deliveries away.
Khaka to Lamb, bowls, defended into the covers.
I know Lauren's far too modest to stay, but yeah, you mentioned she's open with Tammy Beaumont on numerous occasions, 33 in fact. They had 1,268 runs together as an opening partnership, which is the most by any partnership in England's women's ODIs.
There we go. That's a nice little ego boost for you. Khaka in again to Lamb, who's on the back foot, pushing into the offside. No run again, 58 for none. I mean, I think I'm right in thinking, Phil, that obviously with the recent retirement of Lizelle Lee, some very interesting stats came out between her opening partnership with Laura Wolvaardt and how they've been probably one of the most successful pairings in the women's game. So I'm not sure whether you've got any stuff on that. And have a little. We've got the thumbs up. It's a good sign. Khaka bowls and tucked into the onside by Lamb. No run, and Khaka just controlling things nicely there with that third over. Again, not too expensive. England 58 for none. The power play finished. Some words from Phil Long, and then it will be Henry Moran.
Yeah, you mentioned sort of surprising figures. They're surprising because Laura Wolvaardt appears to have only been playing the game a couple of years. She's been playing for 6 years now, and with Lizelle Lee, they added as a partnership 2,513 runs. Third most successful partnership of all time, behind Deandra Dottin and Stefani Taylor and Belinda Clark and current England coach Lisa Kitely. If we strip it down to just openers, they're the second most productive opening partnership of all time behind Clark and Kitely.
There we go. Hello, Lauren.
Hello, Henry.
Very nice to see you.
Thank you. Lovely to be here.
Alex insisted on these very high bar chairs, which feel a little precarious to me. So there's suddenly a scream. You know what's happened. Right then, Shabnim Ismail has the ball and is ready to bowl her fourth over. She's only conceded 7 runs so far and bounds away from us in the sunshine. This is chopped down on and not really timed by Tammy Beaumont, who immediately looks down at the bat, which sounded as if it might have splintered, but it hasn't. And England are off to a really good start here.
Yeah, they are. South Africa have just struggled to, hold a plan for long enough. Really, there's been so many loose deliveries, and I think when they have got it right and they've got the field now, a ring field, you can apply a bit more pressure through dots. You don't need that magic ball every ball.
Ismail it is, right arm over. That's a ball on leg stump, turned into the onside. Marizanne Kapp will field, and a deflection off Emma Lamb won't yield anything extra than a little glance towards Nadine de Klerk, who picks up in the covers. 59 without loss.
Yeah, Marizanne Kapp bowled from both ends today so far. She opened from the Ashley Down Road end, 2 overs for 18, changed to the Pavilion end, 2 overs for 15, so 4 overs for 33 so far.
Unusually expensive. Right then, here comes Ismail again. Running away from us past umpire Harris. That's played away beautifully for 4 runs. Behind square on the offside, it's sat up invitingly for Emma Lamb to throw the hands through the ball. And she picks up another England boundary. The score moves to 63 without loss.
Yeah, that's Lammy corner, isn't it? Sort of square of the wicket again, just a bit of width on offer for the South African bowlers. You would have thought, whether they're failing to execute or whether they haven't really reviewed the last game.
Ismail is in. Once again, a little bit of width offered. This time it'll go down towards the fielder at deep third. There won't be a boundary, just 64 without loss.
But you'd think, the last game, the massive learnings was, her wagon wheel, how strong she is sort of through that offside, particularly square of the wicket. The plan has to be to go in at the pads, has to be to bowl really tight lines. And they've just failed to do that, haven't they, South Africa?
Ismail, with a tubey grip on her right arm, is beginning an approach of 15 or so paces. Strides lengthening now. She's in bowls. There's a little bit of a way shape. That's a good ball towards Beaumont. Now, have you spotted there are some people wearing sort of archetypal French dress, berets, stripy shirts, in the crowd over to our right? The kind of cliched.
Oh, I nearly.
You nearly right. I'm going to hold on to the back of the chair.
Is this a stitch up, Henry? Was that if you just look over there and you just tipple off that stool onto the desk?
Well, no, it wasn't, I promise you. Ismail is running in to bowl to Beaumont, who's pulling into the leg side. It goes. Kapp dives, can't get there. The ball's running along the ground towards deep mid wicket. It won't quite make it. Sune Lees picks the ball up in probably a metre or so inside the rope. Throw comes in. I wouldn't say she's got one of the great arms in world cricket, Sune Lees, but she does get the ball in before a boundary is taken. Did they take 3 there, Phil? It was. So 67 without loss after 11 overs. Now, the reason I mention those particular individuals we can see is because they're not just dressed in that traditional French wear, if you know. They are members of the French women's cricket team.
Oh, how good.
Who are here today. Indeed. Which is rather fun.
That's very fun.
I think it is the team from Nantes who've made it over, including their captain, whose name is Releve Emmanuel. She's here. I saw her tweeting earlier. So some of the French women's cricket team are here.
Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah. And I like the way they've all worn the same outfit with stripy shirts and berets.
Is that their uniform?
Oh, well.
Is that their team kit?
Here comes Ayabonga Khaka bowling to Beaumont, who's forward, whipping the ball square on the leg side. There's work to do for Kapp, who loses her wide-brimmed hat running around. And a couple more runs are taken. 69 without loss.
How good would that... I'd love to play cricket in a beret. How good would that be?
I don't think there's any reason why you couldn't.
Yeah. It's not too far from a traditional test.
No.
Test cap.
if Australia get away with a baggy green, there's clearly the allowance of variation.
The baggy beret.
Yeah. Here is Khaka again, right arm over, leaning forward to run the ball off the face of the bat down towards deep third is Beaumont. More work to do in the field for the left arm spinner Mlaba, who runs around to pick up. England moved to 71 without loss, because I don't know what the rule is. Presumably everyone well, no, not everyone doesn't have to be matching, because you can have a wide brimmed hat. What's to say you couldn't wear a sombrero or a Stetson? You could head out there looking like John Wayne. Here comes Khaka running in again, and forward Beaumont thinks about the big shot down the ground with mid on and mid off up, but decides against it.
You see it with the pre-season, don't you? Often with the county champ stuff and the men, they're in the slip cordon with their beanies on.
Yes.
Keeping their ears warm. Bandana. There's another option there. There's a bandana.
There is. There's someone in the crowd on one of those balconies with a bandana on. I think there's a lot of it. Oh, I'd love to see someone in a sort of bowler or tombola. Here is a drive from Beaumont, and this is pushed out towards wiping off tombola. I mean a top hat and a bowler is what I mean. Phil.
No, a tombola would be amazing.
Wheel that out.
A bandana you can wear under the helmet. Beret, not so easy.
No.
Don't think.
Beret would be your fielding hat,
It would have to be, wouldn't it? It would get very sticky under there with a beret under the helmet.
Yeah, I think you're right. Here comes Ayabonga Khaka bowling to Beaumont, who drops the ball into the onside, but mid-wicket in the form of Kapp is very close in and will pick up. And there is no run. We've got a ball left of the 12th over that scores 71 without loss. Beaumont's 37 from 37. Am I right in thinking she scored 100 in the group game against South Africa here in 2017?
That's right, her and Sarah Taylor. Big hundreds.
Beaumont waiting. Khaka to conclude the over, runs in now. Beaumont once again thinks about a big shot, but instead just drops that ball gently back towards the bowler. And the over comes to an end. 71 without loss. We've had 12 overs. If you want to get in touch, tms@bbc.co.uk. On the email, you can use the hashtag BBC Cricket on social media, @BBCTMS. Lots of ways to join the chat. And our team today, as well, you can hear Alex, she's outside making a racket, inevitably. We've got Georgia alongside her out there. Melissa's here, Lauren's here, Phil, me and Danielle. And we're going to have a good day, and hopefully a bit of a longer game than the other night. That's frustrating because it just all felt a bit easy. It felt very one-sided.
Yeah, they just look a bit of a broken team at the minute, South Africa.
Ismail to continue. Full ball driven away beautifully. Lamb crunches it through the covers, and it's purely a retrieval job for Nadine de Klerk, trotting out there to get the ball. That flew off the face of the bat. 75 without loss.
Yeah, brilliant there from Emma Lamb. Again, just opening the face, punishing it, piercing the gap there through the offside. But yeah, just the body language of the South Africans, it just looks a little bit mundane. No one's really rallying around each other.
Yeah, it doesn't look quite as up as it could. Here comes Ismail again. This time Lamb rather cramped for room, pushes the ball towards backward point. There's a point that Alex and Georgia made at the game on Monday, that having your captain fielding at deep third, it just all feels a little rudderless when the captain's so far from the action. And it's little things, I suppose.
Yeah, it is, and I think, like body language and presence and that togetherness that you can really present as a fielding unit is massive. You think of the amount of fielders versus two batters, you should be able to almost swarm and show a real unity in the field.
Here's Ismail running, and there's one slip wide waiting. Lamb leans on it, pushes the ball towards Wolvaardt at point. And you talk about that as a side, that swarm mentality, trying to get in the faces a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's actually we've had a similar conversation with the Northern Diamonds and how you sort of create that energy and that togetherness in the field, especially outside of the power play. It's easy to be really buzzing around at the start and fizzing the ball in, but can you maintain that in 50 over cricket?
Ismail running in once more. Past umpire Anna Harris. This is pushed away to the left of Tryon, who dives sort of over the ball, gets something on it in the covers and takes the heat off the ball. But there is an easy couple taken, or it's just the one. 76 without loss. You just want to have that sense of being in control, and you can, even if you're not, you can give that impression just by being up and about and chatting. Ismail waiting to begin her approach once more. Fielder on the deep cover, protecting that boundary as Beaumont is whipping the ball in towards the leg side. Wants a single. Sune picks up, throws, misses. I think she would have been home. And England moved to 77 without loss.
Yeah, it's one of those. I'm going to steal a line from Jenny Gunn, actually, where she says, you know, as a fielding unit, or, you know, even if you're out in the middle, you don't want people to be able to tell what the scoreboard is. If they were looking in, don't give them anything away. So your body language shows a lot, you know. And if you're in a position where England are here, don't let that show. If someone was just pulling into the crowd now.
Ismail runs away from us. It's a bowl to Lamb. It's a ball on off stump, which is driven confidently towards short extra cover, and there's no run. 77 without loss is the score. 13 have been bowled.
Yeah, England's run rate today just a tad under 6, very slightly under 6. Their run rate the other day 6.8. Are we maybe looking at a large England score today?
So what would, if you went to sixes, if you went to run a ball 50 overs times 6 is 300, you'd expect them to accelerate. So
when you look at Nat Sciver to come, we know what kind of form she's in. Danny Wyatt in the middle, Amy Jones is due some runs, Heather Knight, you know, the list goes on. So yeah, it's looking like a long day for South Africa, isn't it?
It feels that way. There is a South African flag flying in the stands over there to our right, but it's don't risk looking, Lauren, because we can't have you flying off that jet. But it does feel a little like almost not going through the motions, that would be too strong, but just a bit directionless and lacking a bit of energy. Nadine de Klerk's going to have a bowl, her 20th one-day international. Useful all-rounder, right arm medium, and with the red hair at the far end of the ground, the short sleeves, she's going to be bowling to Tammy Beaumont, who herself is unusually short-sleeved today.
I know that was the biggest surprise when I watched that first ball.
Yeah, here comes de Klerk, bowling to Beaumont, driving away into the offside. Work for the fielder to do at deep cover. The ball goes quickly out there and is well collected by Khaka. 78 without loss.
Yeah, the short sleeve Tammy Beaumont playing a 73rd consecutive ODI for England today. That's an England record. There's only 3 women played more actually in a row. Harmanpreet Kaur, Mignon Dupree, and the record holder in so many things, Mitali Raj. She made 109 consecutive ODI appearances for India between 2004 and 2013.
De Klerk bowling to Lamb, who's chipped that in the air. Down the ground it goes. Has she got enough for a boundary? Yeah, easily. A couple of bounces and over the ropes it goes. That's an aggressive shot from Emma Lamb, who I think fancies a piece of Nadine Klerk's bowling. 82 without loss.
Yeah, really good there by Emma Lamb. Just over pitch from Nadine de Klerk. Just got enough. Only you have to get it over the ring, and it runs away here at Bristol.
De Klerk again, mid-on and mid-off remain up inside the circle. With Lamb again seeing a ball slightly fuller. There's a little bit of yes and no, but they do eventually pick up that single. Run towards Wolvaardt at backward point. And the score moves to 83 without loss. Umpire Nigel Long at the far end of the ground just does some directing of traffic, and we're almost ready to go once again. The balconies are well occupied today. A few England flags I can see. De Klerk. A tubey grip on each arm is running in towards us. And Beaumont plays that ball firmly towards Wolvaardt. Backward point, and she takes the ball tumbling backwards. Beaumont on 39, Lamb on 36.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont short. There's got to be a lot. It's either a laundry error or she fancies a bit of a change because she missed out last game, maybe.
And cricketers are nothing if not superstitious. De Klerk bowling to Beaumont, who leans on the ball, drops it into the offside, and there is no run because hot weather wouldn't be there. That'd be too logical a reason.
Oh yeah, that wouldn't even come into the equation,
right.
Henry. Absolutely not. But you think Tammy's always worn longs to India, Sri Lanka, Australia.
Yeah.
She's also, I mean, it is warm here at Bristol today, but I don't think it's quite competing with those temperatures.
It's not, you know, Mumbai, say, is it?
It's not quite, no.
Here is de Klerk running in again towards us with Beaumont on strike. Plays the ball again towards point, which means more work for Laura Wolvaardt. It's collected, and 6 from de Klerk's first over sees England onto 83 without loss after 14. Now, you say a laundry error. Do you have to do your own laundry as players?
No, you don't have to do your own laundry, but the hotel, you sort of drop it in with the hotel laundry, or
Even your match kit?
Yeah, match kit too, yeah. And sometimes if it's a tight turnaround, say if you're travelling between and you've got to put the laundry in at the new hotel, you might not necessarily have it back for the following game day. So it might be that, but I'm sensing that she just might fancy a change. But like you say, cricketers, superstitious and obsessive by nature, aren't we?
Well, you hear all sorts of stories. Were you a sort of left pad on first, always, that sort of thing?
Oh, I go through phases with superstitions and stuff, but it becomes like it's such a big deal and such an obsessive thing that I try to like nip it in the bud before, you know, if I'm like, oh God, I have to have this for breakfast again. Or
before it becomes a thing.
My lucky undies or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So I try to stop it before it comes like an obsessive thing that you worry if you don't do it.
Mlaba then, left arm spin, is bowling to Emma Lamb, driving out towards the fielder at deep cover. Andre Steyn it is out there. 84 without loss. Lamb to 37.
But I would, you know, if I wore short sleeves or I used a certain bat and went well, I'd be like, oh, I might wear short sleeves again and use that bat again. And then if you don't get this, go, oh, it had nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
Short
Weird
sleeves,
that,
what am I doing? I'll go back to long sleeves.
It's a worry of it. Right, I'm going to go 3/4 this day. Right, Mlaba bowling. This is defended into the onside, and there's no run.
The old Duncan Fernley. I remember one of my first sets of whites was like the 3/4 sleeves.
Yeah.
With the keeping gloves. God.
Yes, now that was a look. Mlaba bowling to Beaumont, deep in the crease, chopping the ball towards Wolvaardt again at backward point. There's no run.
Could you imagine the abuse I'd get now if I donned the 3/4 sleeves with the keeping gloves?
Yeah. But use
and
that
the beret.
And now we're talking, Lauren.
That's a look.
That is a look. Mlaba bowling. Good ball, which is driven away out to deep cover for 1. It's been a reasonably tight over so far, just the 2 runs from it.
I think if you turned up at a cricket club dressed like that, you'd either be ridiculed, you'd never play again, or people would think, well, I'm not messing with them.
Yeah.
The beret. He's strong.
Here comes Mlaba bowling to Lamb, driving up the ground for 1 towards Ismail at long on. But the thing is, if you go for something bold like that, you got to play well.
You do. You put a lot of pressure on yourself. It's like with the flare boots and if you wear the coloured boots and stuff, you've got to back it up, haven't you?
You do. I'm going to a wedding tomorrow, and Danielle Norcross has given me a pair of his shoes to wear for it. Here comes Mlaba bowling to Beaumont, leaning forward in defence. And that is the end of the over. So 86 without loss is a score. Is it time for drinks, or are we having another over? I think we'll probably have one more. So I'm going to get out the way. Danielle is standing by, ready for action. Beaumont's on 40, Lamb 38. 86 without loss is the score. The only way to describe these shoes is sort of like they've been put together with the offcuts from all colours that were available.
Oh, they're a bit out there, aren't they?
I love them to bits, and they are massively out there. Daniel's following some more words from Lauren.
The sheer lack of gratitude is amazing, isn't it? These are classy Italian number, right? That I got from a hilltop town called Cortona, near Lago Trasimeno. Start of a new over. De Klerk is in. It's just put off the back foot, straight to backward point, and there's no run. Yes, they're colourful. There's a bit of blue, there's a bit of green, there's a bit of red. Lovely blues. In a sort of semi-trainer style. Beautifully comfortable. Snug, they fit like a glove.
They sound like a rainbow type 10-pin bowling shoe or something with a bit more comfort.
You got it. That's exactly what they are. Staying in. That's wide of the off stump, but hit neatly in the air, out through extra cover for 4. A great connection that by Emma Lamb. There's a lot of width. And she went slightly risky by going aerial, but she got it to the right of the sweeper on the offside boundary. You got it over the infield. Taking even to 90 without loss. She's moved to 42 now. She's overtaken Tammy Beaumont, who was outscoring her earlier in the innings. Yeah, they're absolutely fantastic. The problem is, my eyes lit up when I saw them, and I bought them. and I compromised on size. Never do that. Steyn in, that's defended off the front foot back to the bowler, no run. I'm very wary of meaningless glib generalisations, but I tend to find that the female friends I have will put up with discomfort in their feet more readily than men. I will put up with no discomfort, and so they're just like, they're 10.5s, my feet are 11, and that was enough for me. Staying in, that's trying to clip that away fine. She's got something on it, might be a bit of pad to Klerk. Bowling, why am I saying Steyn? And it's gone through for a wide, so there was nothing on that. There was just a bit of wicket keeper on that, in fact. And they've run through. Did they run through one there? So they've got 2 more to the total for that. 92 without loss.
So is Henry, is this a permanent donation then?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he stayed the night last night, so I'm doing the house up, and they were getting in the way. I love them so much, but I couldn't bear to give them away to just any old person. They defended on the front foot. Beaumont pushes back to the bowler, there's no run. And I thought about charity shop, I thought about eBay, but I don't know how to make any technology work because I'm no good at it. And I saw Henry was going to a wedding, and I thought,
wow,
try these on. He tried them on in my kitchen. It was an emotional moment.
Yeah. Really sad departure for you.
It was sad, but they've gone to a nice home.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
And you might be able to see them again.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. De Klerk is in. It's defended again off the front foot by Beaumont into the offside, fielded off our own bowling, and there is no run. 91 without loss.
Tammy, Beaumont started well, but just 3 from her last 15 deliveries.
Yeah, she started like a train, didn't she?
Yeah, De Klerk's, she's a hearty bowler, isn't she? She steams in, and she's the sort of bowler, if she can just be quite relentless on a good line and length, set a ring field.
She's in now. Beaumont cuts at this. There's just a little bit of width. It's just that little bit shorter. She'll only get a single for it as it goes out to Ayabonga Khaka on the sweeper boundary on the offside. That is the end of the over. England on 93 without loss. Lamb 42, Beaumont 41. Yeah, she's a sort of a bustler, isn't she?
Yeah,
she's a heavy ball.
Yeah, she's just quite hearty. I think she's a good team player. She's high energy. And she's the sort of bowler that, you usually turn to Marizanne Kapp for that consistency, but she's not quick. She bowls with the keeper up in a ring field with a bit of protection. She should be a bowler who can contain and stem that, stop that run flow a little bit. And I think that's what she'll be looking to do. And like you said, Tammy Beaumont slowed down a little bit there, faced quite a few deliveries from De Klerk. So I certainly think that she's somebody who could just slow that run rate down a little bit.
Well, they've got to find something because England are 93 without loss. Lauren's making a brief departure. She's going to be replaced by Alex Hartley in a minute, and Phil Long. This feels like one of the quicker starts for England over the last few years. 15 overs gone, 93 without loss. Plenty of batting to come.
We mentioned plenty of batting to come. The run rate at the minute, 5.81. We also mentioned earlier that score here of 373 in the World Cup semi-final. England's highest 378. Both possibly in danger today.
Alex. He's calling it. Look at him. He's calling it.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, 16 overs gone, 93 for none. They are going very well, these two, aren't they?
They are. What have South Africa done wrong here? I mean, Ismail, I thought, bowled pretty well, but Marizanne Kapp, she's a bit too lengthed at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah, and I think they've got this weird plan to bowl wide outside the off stump to 2 batters that are extremely strong with the cut shot. So they've got for most of this the power play, they had 2 slips, or a first slip and a third slip. Just bowl wide outside the off stump, just kept getting cut through the offside.
I suppose that's a length issue as much as anything else, isn't it? Because we've seen the ball did swing a little bit to start with. Marizanne Kapp got a couple to sort of swing away and then cut back.
Yeah.
Ismail was more about banging it in, hitting the pitch, wasn't she, back over length?
Yeah, and we saw Kapp in the Test match bowl that wide channel as well. So I think they've just got their plans all wrong to these two, to be completely honest. And they've bowled short deliveries, which are then easy for Emma Lamb to get behind and defend and then capitalise on that full ball. So it's been a strange old bowling performance from.
Well, South Africa generally have felt like a strange old team. One of the things that characterised South African women's cricket, I suppose, was Dane van Niekerk, and she was such a larger-than-life character. We saw what she did at Oval Invincibles last year in the 100, managing to sort of get a team to coalesce. Sune Lisa's captaincy, she was at deep third. Marizanne Kapp was at long leg. Two most experienced players, miles away from the action.
I don't actually think Sune Lees necessarily wants to be captain either. Danae van Niekerk has been captain for a while, and in her absence she's the only one really that can step into those shoes, so she has done. But I don't think it would be a choice of hers if there was somebody else.
She doesn't feel like a natural captain. Her instinct isn't always to be on the front foot, and absenting yourself in the field by going quite some distance away is not.
You can't be doing that as captain either, can you? You can't be at, fine leg, deep third when you're trying to, rally the troops. And yes, England only need 40, 50 to win or whatever it was at Northampton, but you still got to be the one leading by example, not the one that goes, oh, girls, you do it, I'll go and stand on the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost like it was just a matter of time, isn't it? That was the way it felt. Anyway, the first hour has passed, and the pattern of this series is rather continuing. In the Test match, England were most definitely on top for most of that game, you'd have to say. In the first ODI, they were on top throughout, and they've been on top again today, 93 without loss. Beaumont 41, Lamb 42. We're about to recommence. Some Mlaba's into the attack, to the upright Beaumont, who gets struck on the pad in front of the leg stump, probably drifting down. Mlaba momentarily interested, but no more than that, as the ball plops out onto the offside. Now, Sune Luus has come to talk to her.
Oh, it's not out, is it?
Trisha, Chetty.
Oh,
No, they're going for it.
Oh, it was a very limp review.
This is sort of what I mean. Everything about South African cricket is strange. This could well be out, but if it is, there was no enthusiasm.
There was no
on the part of the
appeal.
bowler. No.
It was very
she turned
strange.
her heels and left.
Tammy Beaumont bats on leg stump for a left arm spinner, and on first glance, it did look like it was angling down the leg side. It depends
Well,
if Tammy.
Hartley, you've been right most of the time. What are you going with?
I'm going not out, got missing leg stump.
Well, it's hit her on the toe in front of leg stump,
What is
so
it?
it's got to keep going, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's not.
Unless that ball is turning extremely sharply, then it's not going to be out. And I don't quite know how DRS be able to tell. Right, we're just checking Ultra Edge. There's nothing on Ultra Edge. Phil, what have you seen?
Well, it's a team which looks as if they don't believe this is out, don't they?
No, well, they're all over the place. There's four of them in a conclave together, and another five are spread about. De Klerk's got her arm round Steyn's shoulders. Here we go, ball tracking when ready. Right, not out.
It nearly pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, yep. It has nearly pitched outside leg, so the impact was umpire's call on where it struck, on leg stump. And it was drifting down ever further, so Anna Harris proved right. South Africa lose a referral that I don't think the bowler particularly wanted. I don't think either of us thought was incoming, and Sune Lisa's
Wasted.
tried to be proactive there.
Well, with a review where you go, oh, we'll review it. That's exactly how her hands were.
Yeah.
Oh, go on then.
They were rather limp.
But rather limp. But they didn't think that was out, and I think that was a complete waste, to be honest.
Mlaba in again, and down the wicket comes Beaumont, just pushes the ball along the ground up to Shabnim, call me Ismail at long on, and there is a single.
I like the casual sunglasses that Ismail is donning at long on today.
She's a dude, isn't she?
Yeah, she has
a
cool
sort of
person.
She has that kind of languid hip movement. As forward comes Lamb, defends a full-length ball into the covers, and there's no run.
Speaking of casual sunglasses, I've just sent Melissa Story and Charlotte Swift, our producer, on a wild goose chase looking for mine. To only find that I was wearing them.
Down the wicket comes Lamb, and she rather yorks herself, gets a thick inside edge. The ball rolls back with a square on the onside. They do get a run, 95 without loss. Lamb to 43. Did they not spot that they were on your head as well?
No,
I mean,
so they weren't. They were on my.
Oh, they were inside your.
They were inside my T-shirt, so I had them on. It's like when at school where you lose your pencil and you find you're holding it.
Yes, a push drive by Beaumont up to long on for a single.
Somebody saying to me once, the first place you should always look for your watch is on your wrist.
Yes, I don't have a watch.
I've got one, but it's not functioning.
No, this is the new vogue, and I've got to get something off my chest because it irks me. Forward comes Lamb, pushing square of the wicket on the offside, no run. Have you seen Henry Moran's watch?
Yes.
It's wrong all the time. 96 without loss after 17 overs. Yours is wrong as well.
It doesn't even work.
At least yours has stopped.
Yeah.
His is just wrong all day, but differently wrong.
Oh.
So it moves around.
But it's slow, so it's constantly wrong.
Or fast. It's hard to tell.
Well, who knows?
Who knows?
Henry doesn't even know.
No, but why wear it?
It's a fashion accessory, isn't it? It's like wearing a bracelet.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could get bracelets.
Yeah.
Bracelets I get, but confusing watches that tell the wrong time.
Well, mine actually says my name on it as well. The brand is
does.
Hartley.
Oh, that's magnificent.
That's the reason I got
I
this.
get that. Well, that's all right.
Yeah, that's...
And it'll always be 5 to 5 in your world.
Yes.
Whatever.
It's 5 p.m. somewhere.
Is that your favourite time of day? De Klerk starts it over from the Ashley Down Road end. That's tickled into the onside, but goes straight to short square leg, and there's no run.
I know Phil touched on this just before drinks, but Tammy Beaumont was going at a strike rate of above 100 for a while and just seemed to have got a little bogged down in the last 3 or 4 overs.
She's come at the ball a bit as well. She's not stayed where she is.
She does that when she's under the pump. So, especially to a seamer.
De Klerk runs in outside the off stump, and she'll get a run here, will Beaumont. She finds that gap between cover point and extra cover along the ground towards the sweeper on the offside. 97 without loss.
Yes, 6 fours in the first 19 balls she faced, none since.
Ooh, she's faced 55, so that's 36 balls without a boundary. She can start to look a little fidgety when that happens. Lamb back on strike on 43. De Klerk into her. She's got for a pull. She's not really timed it. Oh, a little finger to it from the fielder. Outstretched hand. It's running away towards the boundary. It won't get there. And not great running either. They've only come back for 2. 99 without loss. Not great cricket all round. That short ball, not really timed by Lamb. Nearly taken at square leg or mid-wicket, really.
I actually think that was quite a poor effort in front of square leg, as the fielder just sticks her arms up and runs after it. I think you got to dive for those. You've got to pull out the full-length dive.
Well, yes. It's been a bit like that today from South Africa. Outside of the off-stump, cuts to backward point by Lamb, but can't beat the fielder. There's no run. Or a Wolvaardt there, backward point.
When you're looking at the South African fielders, there's only 2 really that point out in the ring. So Lara Wolvaardt at backward point and Marizanne Kapp at mid-wicket. And then you've got Ismail that's normally patrolling a boundary somewhere, and she's incredibly quick in the outfield.
Here comes De Klerk. Lamb digs out a Yorker length delivery, pushes it out to the offside. Wolvaardt's quick onto the ball, but they'll get through for the single that brings up England's 100. Lamb to 46, England 100 without loss. A century partnership for the first wicket. Beaumont 44 of them, Lamb 46 of them. Phil, you're poised.
Yeah, England's 27th opening partnership of 100 in women's ODIs. They've made 2 before against South Africa, and the largest is their largest opening partnership that's Caroline Atkins and Sarah Taylor, 268 at Lords in 2008.
That's somewhere away. De Klerk in, forward comes Beaumont, defending on the front foot, back to the bowler, who does a bit of a fumble, but gets away with it. End of the 18th over. England just slowing down a touch here. They're 100 without loss. Beaumont 44, Lamb 46.
Partnership of 268.
Not bad.
How many did they get in the game, Phil? Because you would expect a lot, but I've got a feeling it was probably about 300.
Yeah, probably. You'd be a bit miffed if you're batting at 4 or 5 that day, wouldn't you?
310 for 3. Sarah Taylor 129, Caroline Atkins 145, Claire Taylor 17, Lydia Greenway 1 not out at the end.
Was Charlotte Edwards playing in that game?
She was down to bat at 5.
In 2008.
Gave everyone else a little chance at Lords.
Yes.
Got a chance to enjoy the lunch.
Should be regretting that. Mlaba pulls out of delivering the first ball. I know not quite why. I think perhaps because Trisha Chetty wasn't quite ready behind the stumps. Everyone's ready now. Lamb is on strike. Mlaba's bowling to a short. That's cut away through backward point. That'll run away to the boundary. It's being pursued in vain down the slope. And Lamb, with that, brings up a half century. She got a maiden 100 in her previous innings, and she's got a 50 in 54 balls. Terrific effort from Lamb, who's really arrived on the international scene. She played a couple of games before, but didn't get a chance to bat in one of them, and made a 7-ball duck in the other. And then exploded into life with 100 at Northampton. A half century here. Mlaba in, tucked into the onside for a single. She moves to 51, 105 without loss. Alex Hartley, great knock.
Really impressed with Emma Lamb in the last 2 games. She's just made international cricket look so easy. And you can't take anything away from Lammy. Yes, South Africa haven't bowled well, but you've still got to go out there and you've still got to score them.
Mlaba into Beaumont, who sweeps but can't really get hold of that or catch up with it properly, and it rolls to short fine leg. There's no run.
And just the way she's out there and enjoying her cricket, she's always got a huge smile on her face. I thought her celebration at Northampton.
Mlaba in. Down the wicket comes Beaumont, yorks herself thick inside edge, rolls to deep backward square leg. She gets a single. 45 to Beaumont, 106 without loss.
Was what me and Kate Cross described on No Balls, a cricket podcast, as very Emma Lamb. Because it was just a, I've done it, I've got 100. And she came off the field and said, I didn't feel very good out there.
Mlaba in. Lamb comes down the wicket, thick inside edge onto pad, rolls into the onside, no run.
Who scores a maiden 100 and doesn't feel very good at the crease?
She also played some absolutely stonking shots. I mean, there were some wonderful square drives and cuts in that innings.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's brilliant.
Seemed to time it well enough to me. Sweep is around the corner, down to deep backward square. There might be two here, but they haven't actually run desperately well, these two. It's had been a decent partnership with a smattering of boundaries, but I haven't always picked up the 2s and 3s. 107 without loss after 19. Lamb keeps strike on 52. Beaumont 45. Didn't you also say that she was a bit miffed to get out? So
yes.
She sort of forgot to celebrate the 100 on the way off when she was out.
Yeah, because she was so annoyed that she got out. She was caught at deep square leg trying to pull the ball, just played it aerially and got caught probably 5 or 6 yards off the boundary. And when you've scored your maiden 100 for England, you know, you want the helmet off, you wave the bat at the crowd. There's a decent crowd at Northampton, but she just trudged off and was like, oh.
It's on the telly.
Well, yeah.
You know, you're going to get to replay it, aren't you? Milk it.
I would.
Yeah, well,
I really
I
would.
milk it every time I'm out, whether I've got 0 or 24.
I've always wanted to raise the bat in the middle. My only time I've ever got 50. My team didn't know, so they didn't clap, so I never raised my bat.
I've done it very infrequently, but it is fun. Right, start of a new over. It's been hoiked high in the air out towards deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4. Not a particularly attractive shot from Lamb, but a muscular, powerful one. She's just flung the bat at that. Has decided, we've got wickets in hand, let's get on with it. She goes to 56. England for 111 without loss.
Emma Lamb's taken a liking to Klerk's bowling as well. Played a lovely shot up and over mid-off earlier on, and then this one just on the pads, flicks it over mid-wicket, and with that we see that deep square leg fielder come ever so slightly straight up, which I think is quite defensive from South Africa. They're just following the cricket ball.
Yep. To Klerk in again, and she's giving us a bit of room there is Lamb, and she's chopped this away beautifully through backward point for 4. That is a really lovely shot. She premeditated to give herself a little bit of room outside the leg stump, and the timing on that was impeccable. She got it to the right of deep third and a brace of boundaries.
It's a brilliant shot from Emma Lamb. After the flick over the mid-wicket boundary, she's then stepped right outside leg stump. That ball wasn't a bad ball at all. It was just ever so slightly outside off. Slaps it through backward point for 4.
What's the Klerk's response? Well, it's wide outside the off stump, and she got a bit of an under edge on that. Perhaps I'll get a single. Shy at the stumps, had it hit, might have seen Emma Lamb run out. A lot's happened there. I'll try to describe it. Shortish, wide outside the off stump. Lamb went for it. It's come off the keeper, rolled away into the onside. She's then flicked the ball back at the stumps. Lamb's taken the opportunity for an overthrow, but the ball did go straight into the covers. Shy at the stumps came in, and yes, had that hit, Lamb would have been out by 2 metres.
She was barely on the TV replay.
That was like a Sekakune dive from Northampton. Beaumont drives a full length ball, and it bounces off Shabnim Ismail at mid-off and will run away towards the boundary. Won't quite get there. So come back for a couple, and she's in a bit of pain here because I think that's whacked her right on the knee.
Tell you what, I shouldn't laugh because I know how much that hurts when the ball takes an awful bobble and it smacks you in the shin or on the knee. You just go down, you've got a limp on.
Ow.
Oh,
just see the replay. It was hit really firmly. It was hit into the ground, then it bounced again, and that's whacked right into Shabnim Ismail's left knee. She's up, but she's
I'm going to say,
off, I think.
I'm allowed to laugh because I've been there and done that.
Horrible.
But that hurts. She stopped 4.
She did. Well, she
did
stopped 2 of them.
4.
Yeah. 118 without a loss. Beaumont to 47 now. Lamb on 61. De Klerk into Beaumont. And Beaumont drives outside the off stump, misses, no run. Phil, I'm going to set you a task.
Can you give me the relative strike rates of Beaumont and Lamb against de Klerk? Because I've got a theory developing that Lamb's extra reach is allowing her to get at balls that Beaumont can't quite get at.
Poor Phil.
You can do it. She's only bowled 23 balls.
Yeah, that's true.
Just separate them out into different columns and then hand us the information. De Klerk to Beaumont, who punches off the back foot straight to point. Another dot ball from de Klerk to Beaumont. End of the over. 20 gone. England going exceptionally well. 118 without loss. Beaumont 47. Lamb 61. And there'll be some more thoughts from Alex Hartley before Melissa Story remembers to come on.
Yes, Phil.
Well, as ever, Dan sets a task and then leaves.
Yes.
Doesn't he?
But he'll be here to listen, I reckon.
I reckon. Right, I shall keep looking then.
It has been a brilliant start this from England. 118 for none after 20 overs. Beaumont 47 not out off 61 deliveries. Emma Lamb 61 off 60. She's just carrying on her fine form from Northampton into Bristol today, and we can see a few more people in the crowd coming in now. School's probably finished and people are coming down.
Mlaba continues then. That's a floated delivery driven firmly by Lamb to the deep cover fielder. They take a single. 118 for none. Yeah, I've spotted a few times the green berets in the crowd.
Yes, me too.
It's an interesting fashion choice, but there all must be some sort of group or society. So if we can get any information or intel on that, as Mlaba bowls, and this is hoiked to long on. Just a single taken.
We've had the intel.
Here we go.
Here we go. Big suspense.
It is dressed in almost French outfits. It's the French women's cricket team.
Wow.
Mlaba bowling, and this is swept square of the wicket by Lamb. Just another single and keeping the scoreboard ticking. 121 for none now, England. And I've actually played in France against the French cricket team.
And you didn't recognise the beret?
I didn't recognise the beret. They didn't play with them on, as that's flatter from Mlaba, and just giving herself some room as Beaumont pushing it to that deep cover fielder again. She moves on to 49 now. Lamb at the other end, 63. Yeah, it was an interesting... So we did a tour to Nantes, which is where they were based. As Mlaba in and advancing down the wicket as Lamb defending into the covers. And we played on their national ground, which was a park.
Yes.
Which I'm pretty sure has dogs walking over it every other day of the week, but it was fantastic. Shorter, dragged down, hooked in the air, into the deep by Lamb. She finds the boundary again, moves on to 67, and she's looking totally in control here for England, riding the confidence of her last innings at Northamptonshire. And 126 for none at the end of that over.
It's the bigger boundary that as well, the one Emma Lamb's just hit to, over to our right hand side, to the opposite end of where the flats are here. She's gone deep in her crease and just played that ball up over mid wicket for another 4. I mean, she is batting beautifully out there, and it's not often you say this in cricket, but you'd rather be bowling at Tammy Beaumont than Emma Lamb right now.
I mean, what have you thought of the South African bowling overall? A bit flat, maybe a bit... I mean, I think most people recently in the weather, when they've lost the toss and have been put into bowl, they've been a bit depressed. But, I mean, how do you feel it's going?
I think they're just bowling too many bad balls. So they've got one bad ball and over that England are able to capitalise on. And then, as I was saying earlier, I just don't think their plans have necessarily been right. I mean, Chloe Tryon's coming into the attack now as a left-arm spinner. Last time I played against Chloe Tryon here, 2017, the World Cup semi-final, she was a left-arm seamer.
Yes, see, I was a bit confused when I googled and saw her slow left arm, but had a career change as she's in to Beaumont, who tickles that calmly round the corner, and that will bring up her half century. She raises her back to this Bristol crowd, hugged by her partner at the other end, and this has been a fantastic partnership between these two. And as Alex Hartley mentioned, it's not often when Tammy Beaumont's at the crease you feel as if she's not the one stealing the spotlight, but these two have complemented each other perfectly. And now she sits comfortably at the non-striker's end and watches her partner face the spin of Tryon, and she's chipped this full toss in the air straight to 45, and the catch is taken. Emma Lamb goes in the softest of dismissals She's visibly disappointed with that shot. It was a full toss going down the leg side. If she'd left it, it would have been a wide, and it was the easiest of catches for the fielder at short, fine leg. Finally a breakthrough for South Africa, but what a disappointing end to that innings by Emma Lamb.
It couldn't have gone any worse, that for Emma Lamb. That's gifted to South Africa. As you say, a full toss going down the leg side, and she's gone to sweep the ball, but it's actually come off the top edge of the bat. It's hit the edge, flush on, and unfortunately looped up to short, fine leg. But another fine performance for Emma Lamb, who's looking very comfortable in an England shirt. Just such a shame to get out that way. You could see the disappointment as soon as that ball went up in the air, but then as soon as she started walking off, big smile on her face again. She's got a very good average for England now, Emma Lamb.
Yeah, almost an early retirement now. Finished on the highest rankings of any player, but it does bring in Sophia Dunkley into the middle, that new position of number 3. It's a pretty nice time for her to be coming to the crease, a low pressure time, and you think she should be able to just build herself an innings here.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Perfect position even for Sophia Dunkley to come to the crease. She plays aggressive cricket. South Africa are already under the pump for only have England 1 down after 21 overs. They're on the back foot. You know, Tammy Beaumont's been brilliant to get that 50. I've not even managed to say, you know, how good she's been. You know, she got those boundaries early on in her innings and really set the stage for herself.
Tryon in to Dunkley, who's pushing into the onside. Back to the bowler, and Chloe Tryon's got everything going her way. Fantastic innings in the first game against England at 88. Now she's picked up the first wicket of the game for South Africa. Tryon bowls, and that strikes Sophia Dunkley low down in front of the stumps. No run.
Yeah, that wicket, the ball after Tammy Beaumont reached her 50 didn't give me a chance to tell you. She's only batted 9 times against South Africa, Tammy Beaumont. She's now made 300s and 2 50s.
She'll be hoping to go on to the next milestone today as Tryon in, and this is dinked around the corner by Dunkley, looking to get off the mark. Again, no run, 127 for 1, and of course you can follow the live in-text commentary of this game on the BBC website and app. As Tryon past the umpire, flatter, pushed into the covers by Dunkley. She gets off the mark. Score moves on to 128 for 1, and highlights will be available on BBC iPlayer from 7 a.m. tomorrow if you wish to re-watch this game. That's the end of the over from Tryon, the wicket from it, 127 for 1, and it doesn't stop there because tomorrow is a big event.
Yes,
and BBC will be on air from 10:45 for ball-by-ball coverage of T20 Finals Day. And we've had a chat outside. It's not just the cricket tomorrow. It's the biggest day of the year because it's the mascot race.
It is.
Alex Hartley.
I am gutted that I can't be there. I mean, whoever's done the scheduling for the domestic game, we're playing a game tomorrow on Finals Day, and then next weekend we're playing a game when England women are playing a game. So I'm missing 2 brilliant days of cricket in the next 2 weeks.
Have a word.
Gutted, I am.
I mean, now, you're saying you're gutted you'd be there. Would you ever want to be part of the mascot race? Would you fancy yourself having a chance?
Funny you should say that, actually, Melissa.
We'll keep on the edge of our seats after this delivery from Kapp, who's into Dunkley. She's working this to square leg. Takes a single, 128 for 1 now. Is this an exclusive?
No, it's really not. It's not. I would love to do the mascot race, but instead, me and Kate Cross for No Balls and Cricket podcast, which you can find on BBC Sounds, we're going to race Lanky the giraffe in a time trial against each other. Because
my goodness,
I think Lanky the giraffe is possibly one of the hardest mascots to run in.
He does have an unfortunately long neck as a giraffe, as bowls to Beaumont, and this is driven to mid-off, no run. But you say that, I'm pretty sure, because I've been doing my history of the mascot race recently, and I think Lanky has won on several occasions, despite being inhibited by his neck size. So
I think that's because he can dip at the finish line and get in front of everybody.
The taller the better, maybe. Maybe you've worked this out, Alex Hartley, as Kapp bowls, a low full toss driven back to her by the bottom of Beaumont's bat. Building up some pressure here, South Africa. 129 for 1. So do you think you're going to beat Lanky, or let alone Kate Cross? What happens if you come last out of those three?
Well, no, so what? Me and Crossy are going to dress up as Lanky and do a time trial.
Okay.
So that's the plan.
As Kapp in again, advancing down the wicket is Dunkley. I'm getting mixed up. It is Beaumont.
Yes,
One's saying Dunkley, one's saying Beaumont, but it is Beaumont. It's the short sleeves again, catching me out. Well, here we go. Here's another question. Seeing as we're interrogating you, out of everyone here today for TMS, if we all got dressed up in a mascot race, who are you backing to win? If there's any secret weapons up here in the commentary box today, as Kapp bowls, driven by Beaumont into the gap on the offside, fielded on the cover boundary, and another single, 130 for one.
Lauren Winfield Hill is an all-round athlete, so I think she would have us all hands down.
And she has mentioned she's backing Vinny the Viking, so...
Vinny's won it a few times. Vinny's just somebody in Lycra running around. It's not fair.
In comes the Kapp again, final ball of the over, driven to extra cover by Dunkley, and no run, 130 for one after 23 overs. England racing along at a run rate of 5.65. I mean, he's
like everyone
the
else
only human
racing
mascot.
Spider-Man. He's just...
Now that's an addition I'd like to see. Why not just throw in Spider-Man into... I mean, we were speaking earlier that some counties have two mascots, which surely feels like cheating anywhere.
Yeah, that's not fair, is it?
But maybe, I mean, it would be a nice addition maybe in the future to have a few of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint and Charlotte Edwards Cups teams getting their own mascots. Because that's another thing we're yet to see in the women's game.
Gotta get fans in first.
In comes Tryon, continuing from the Ashley Grove end, and that's pushed to long on. Another single taken by Beaumont, and continuing to rotate the strike nicely here, England. Tryon just not sure if she's really spinning the ball, but she is pitching it up there as that was flatter, dropped down next to her by Dunkley. She's played that shot a couple times, and is that her get out of jail free kind of shot?
It's what Tryon wants Dunkley to play as well, so she doesn't necessarily spin the ball, she just angles the ball into the stumps and wants the batter to go on the back foot.
Tryon in and advancing down the pitch as Dunkley has a hoik at that one, finds mid-wicket, no run.
It's a bit like when you bowl to Nat Sciver when she comes to the crease. You want to bowl fuller because she loves going back, so can you get Sophia Dunkley to go back to a full-length delivery?
Tryon in again, and even fuller down the leg side though, called wide by the umpire. 132 for one, England. And speaking of going back briefly to our mascot race, this is something we're asking listeners. You say Lauren Winfield Hill would win the race, as Tryon in, advancing down the pitch as Dunkley driving up the ground. Get through for another single. 133 for one. If people want to voice who they think would win the mascot race out of the TMS group, of course there can be people who's not here today as well, whether you fancy Aga's having a go as in comes Tryon driving to mid-wicket. Good bowling here from the South African all-round. And then of course you can get in contact using the hashtag BBC Cricket on Twitter or emailing tms@bbc.co.uk. Using her feet again, Beaumont finds that mid-wicket fielder and completes the 24th over, 133 for one.
And if you do get in touch and it's not me, I'll be mad, and I want your reasons why.
So do tweet us in your reasons why you think Alex Hartley will be coming last in the race, and exactly which reasons why, whether she's not got her sunglasses on because they're on her head, she can't find them, or whether she'll just fall flat on her face. I'm sure we'll find out a preview when she does her time trial as Lanky. It brings Georgia Elwes back into the commentary box. Phil Long.
We're seeing one of the lovely things here. Catherine Brunt taking a rest today. Well, I'll just be 12th man and run things on and on.
We were having a chat about whether we'd see Catherine Brunt with the bib on running out drinks. And she's a team player, isn't she? Of course she'd run on the drinks. She just wants to be out there giving tips.
Yeah, that's exactly what she'll be doing. She'll be telling them 5 hours out here. You got to hit it here. Hit it as hard as you can, girls. She'll be loving watching these two bat.
I mean, after watching the difficulties of the South African bowling, and it's It's not been easy out there. It looks a bit slow. It looks a bit flat. You may think her and Kate Cross are probably quite relieved that they're passing over to the young guns today to have a go on this wicket. Of course, if you've missed it, both Lauren Bell and Izzy Wong making their debuts in ODI cricket today. England going in with a young bowling attack. I wonder if it's the youngest we've ever seen. Well, that'd be a good question. Phil Wong. Kapp at the top of her mark, just readjusting her hair, and waits for Sophia Dunkley at the striker's end. She ambles in to the crease, and that's a full ball driven straight down the ground to mid-on by Dunkley, showing the full face of the bat there. And she's looking good out there in the middle. She's 3 off 10 deliveries, but it's quite common for Dunkley just to give herself a few balls to find her way at the crease. And when you've got Tammy Beaumont, 52 not out at the other end, she's not got too much pressure resting on her at the moment. Kapp continues, bowls, and that's a leg stump line delivery, flick down to fine leg. She runs the first one hard and settles on the single. 134 for 1. I mean, what kind of score do you think is going to be par on this pitch, George Elwes? They're rushing along here at a rapid rate.
Yeah, they are racing along. I think we always say double the score you get at 30 overs. So I think if they can be anywhere up to 150, 170 at 30 overs, we're looking quite ominous.
Kapp in, coming down the wicket, using her feet, and dropped at mid-on. It was a nice catching height there. She charged down the wicket, and that's a bad drop there.
Yeah, that just sums up Kapp's day, doesn't it? She's been expensive for her. She bowls a delivery that should be taking a wicket with that fourth shot from Beaumont, and Mlaba, the fielder, just straight through the hands and down.
Massive opportunity there, missed. As Dunkley on strike, on the back foot, pushing into the offside. No run. And you just feel that's a massive moment on this wicket. Tammy Beaumont looking good out there in the middle. She hit it hard, and as you mentioned, just slips through the fingers. You can see her sigh a deep breath of relief there. Also takes the single on the drop catch. Can stand at the non-striker's end and just have a deep sigh of relief as Kapp in, and that goes past the outside edge of Sophia Dunkley's bat. Squared her up a bit there with that shot, and Kapp looking a bit stronger in this third spell of the day.
Yeah, she was uncharacteristically expensive, wasn't she, this morning? She's going at 6s, which for her is ridiculous, really, but that's the way these two openers played against her.
As she charges in, bowls straighter, defended at the crease by Dunkley. Pushes to Mlaba, and no run taken. Finishes the 25th over, halfway through this game, in England 135 for 1. Some more thoughts from Georgia Elwes on how they're going to progress these two in the middle, and after that it'll be Harry Moran.
I think these two are going really nicely. I think Tammy Beaumont just easing Sophia Dunkley in at the crease, and there's plenty of runs on offer out there, aren't there? Going at 5.4 and over at the moment, so we'll be looking to extend this partnership. Both of these players will be hungry to score runs and big runs, and that's what England will need to get them up to plus 300 score.
Well, indeed. I mean, is there an argument to say Tammy Beaumont 53 from 72? Given the quality of the surface, the speed of the outfield, it's actually going a bit slowly.
Yeah, I think she does play a more watchful role when she opens, but she'd certainly catch up if she stays in for long enough, so I wouldn't be too bothered about that.
Tryon, left arm spin around the wicket. It's drilled into the ground by Beaumont, and there is no run. Philip.
Excuse me, 26 off her first 19 balls for Tammy Beaumont, 27 from her last 53.
Oh. Well, things are really slowed up. Beaumont then waits. Mid-off up inside the circle. It's a little more leg-side as she tries to whip the ball behind square. Mlaba it is to field at short, fine leg, and will pick up but not prevent the leg by being taken. So bad drop from Mlaba as well.
Could have done with that, couldn't they?
Yeah.
They really could.
Dunkley's on 4 from 14. He had to really get going. As in comes Tryon. Down the track comes Dunkley with a straight bat, punching the ball up towards long on for a single. And the score moves forward to 1-3 7 for 1. They've looked poor, South Africa, to me.
Yeah, they have. Body language as well.
Yeah. Tryon bowling to Beaumont, who smacks the ball back towards the bowl. He gets a hand on it. Work for the fielder to do in the deep, and that's really good from Shabnim Ismail. Out there in the distance, you can't argue with that level of commitment and attitude from Ismail. She ran across to stop that ball.
She's been their best fielder, bowler, everything really.
She's meant to be injured.
She's the one that's given the most energy. She's herring about in the field trying to lift her team, but at the moment nobody's really going with her.
2 balls left of the over. That's a little quicker and flatter. Pushed out towards deep cover by Beaumont. Dunkley, I should say, to pick up a single. 138 for 1. It just... I don't want to say disinterested, but there is a bit of a vibe of hands on hips, you know. Oh, well, here we are again. Tryon bowling to Beaumont, who plays firmly up towards wide long on for a single. 140 for 1 is the score as the over comes to an end and the scoreboard catches up. Beaumont will keep the strike on 55. Dunkley has 6. Do you know what I mean by that?
No, completely. You can see hands on hips. Fielders just walking to their positions. There's no real urgency, is there? There's no buzz. And then when a chance does come, the fielder looked like she wasn't expecting it, and then it bursts through the hands and they had to go down again, and it can be one of those rolling things. They just need somebody to step up, and one of their big players. Kapp's bowled a nice little spell there, but she's not got the breakthrough, and then looks like Ismail's the only one really that's buzzing around in the field.
It does feel like that. And it's funny that, you know, it may seem like a small thing, but if you consider the games that you would have been a part of, the West Indies won theirs maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It was quite early in the summer, and England absolutely smashed every single game. Mlaba then into the start of a new over as down the track comes Beaumont, drilling the ball towards Sune Lee's mid-off. She does well enough to stop the ball and limit it to a single. 141 for 1. And the body language in that series for the West Indies was poor. They didn't.
Was it cold?
It was. I can't remember what, but it was. I remember one day at Worcester where they were chasing 260 or something, and ended up on. Here comes Mlaba as Dunkley whacks that ball towards mid-off. There'll be no run. And there was one day at Worcester, chasing, as I say, 260, and they got to about 180 for 9. Right. And you thought, you know, come on, show intent here. Here comes Mlaba. She stops in her approach, and we'll go again. Mlaba, who's actually bowled nicely here, comes in round the wicket to bowl to Dunkley and almost gets through. How's that missed everything? It's almost gone between the pads of Dunkley and just missed leg stump. There's one that slid on and skidded on. We'll see the replay now. Good revs on the ball, and Dunkley's played it into that front pad. It's dropped behind her, through the legs and just away from that leg stump. Here comes Mlaba, and forward comes Beaumont in defence. And the point I suppose I'm making is you then compare that to the energy that was shown at Dunedin when West Indies beat England, and what a difference it could make. Same players against the same players, but it was just a completely different world.
Yeah, it is interesting. You feed off each other, don't you? If you've got a teammate who's buzzing around, who's willing to put in those dives and pull off something in the field, I think that you then feed off that as teammates, and it really lifts you and gives you a big buzz. And South African need somebody here that they can feed off.
There's a bizarre thing that's just happened there. I think Tammy Beaumont's fingers have cramped up, and so wicketkeeper Trisha Chetty has taken off her keeper's gloves. Beaumont's taken off her, and she's just unclenched the fingers and stretched them out. You might have heard umpire Nigel Long say, "Now don't snap them off."
I've never seen anything
bizarre.
like that.
Right, then Mlaba to bowl into Beaumont. And this is clipped away into the leg side towards Ismail at wide long on, and a single is taken. And dare I say, a couple of games I saw New Zealand play recently where again it's just the body language hasn't quite been all there, and you see it across all sport, international sport, where sometimes just things aren't quite there energy wise in the field. It feels a bit like that with this South African team today. Mlaba bowling for Dunkley, who comes forward and clips that ball up towards Ismail at long on. The over will come to an end with the score 1-4-4 for 1. 27 gone.
Yeah, I think sometimes as well when teams have been, England have been a dominant force over the years and have had many good battles with South Africa, but often come out on top, and there's this very much, I think, a sense of, oh, here we go again for South Africa, and they get into some good positions in games but can never really get over the line. And I think against England they've had some tight contests, especially in semi-finals of World Cups, and never can really get over the line. So it's almost looking to somebody else to be the one that makes the difference rather than stepping at themselves. I think their big player Marizanne Kapp, she's tired. She's had a heavy workload so far over the last 2 or 3 weeks while they've been in England. Fantastic innings in the test match and bowling all those overs, and she's usually the one that they look to get them off and running, and she didn't bowl very well at the start of the day today, so they do need that. They don't know, they're missing Van Nieuwkerk. You see Liz Ali recently retired as well, so their big game players aren't there, the big personalities, and it almost feels like they are just lacking that bit of oomph.
Oh, here's our bit of oomph.
Here's my oomph. Yeah, a bit of a lull in this game, isn't there? There's a bit of a lull at the minute as Tammy Beaumont receives more treatment. Tammy Beaumont, 6 fours in the first 7 overs. No boundaries since. The last 6 overs of this England innings, just 18 runs. So I'll say just a bit of a lull. It's gone a bit quiet.
It has gone a bit quiet. They've done well. There is credit to be given to South Africa for drying up those runs. Then now let's talk about pickle juice as a treatment for cramp. I've heard about this. Have you heard about this?
No, I've never heard about this.
Right.
You're going to have to fill me in.
Well, apparently, so I've been hearing, we're going to see Tryon bowling from the far end of the ground. Around the wicket, left arm spin. Forward comes Dunkley. Doesn't really time the ball towards Ismail at mid-off. Throw comes in. She has to just get her skates on a little bit, Dunkley, but does get home. 1-4-5 for 1. Apparently, when you get cramp, if you then sort of gargle very sort of vinegary juice, it causes a sort of reaction in the brain which stops the cramping. Apparently. Beaumont gives herself some room, punches the ball off the back foot, out towards deep cover for 1. 1-4-6 for 1.
Okay, so you haven't actually tried this yourself?
No, because that would require doing enough exercise to get cramp. And I will avoid that if I possibly can. I've heard this is a thing.
Okay.
It's quite a recent... If you know any more, #BBC Cricket. Tryon is in, round the wicket, bowling to Dunkley, who swivels, pulls the ball out towards deep backward square leg, where there is protection in the form of the captain, who is somewhat bizarrely placed at backward square.
Yeah, she did that in the previous game, didn't she? I think Alex was talking about that before play started, that she just is on the boundary and knows she's got a little finger injury, so whether she's trying to protect that finger.
Forward comes Beaumont in the air, should be taken and is. Caught at mid-off by Ismail. Tryon gets the wicket. And Beaumont has to go. It was a pretty loose shot. A tame shot from Tammy Beaumont. And she's chipped it only as far as mid-off. A second wicket for Tryon. Beaumont goes for 58. England 147 for 2.
Yeah, didn't quite get the elevation, did she? Looking to go over mid-off. And luckily it fell to the most alert South African fielder on the field today, Ismail. And she's pouched that, and you feel like that was a build-up, don't you? A build-up of the run rate, the slow play, the lull in play, as we spoke about. Now we're going to have 2 relatively new England batters at the crease, and the spinners are bowling nicely. And since Nat Sciver, she's not going to die wondering, is she, today?
No, you sense it could be quite a profitable day for Nat Sciver. Remind us, Phil, of her recent scores, Sciver, because she's been on an amazing run over the last little while.
Yeah, 55 the other day in the opening ODI. As we remember, she made 148 not out in that World Cup final, and in between a test match, just a small score of 169 not out.
I think that's called 4.
Pretty impressive, isn't it? And then she can open the bowling, she can field at mid-wicket and get your run out. She's quite the player. Vice captain.
Does a bit of everything. Does a bit of everything. Yeah, just to further stress the point of this lull in play, that partnership between Beaumont and Dunkley worth 20 runs, all in single run scores.
Things have slowed up. What do we think? This pitch seems a good one. Seems to be coming onto the bat nicely.
Yeah, I did think it was a little bit slow. early on. I suppose it's
Aggressively pulling that ball behind square on the leg side towards a Lees at deep backward square. And a single will be taken. 1-4-7 for 2.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I think these boundaries square are huge. I know the outfield's very quick, but to me, they do seem very big square. That's where the South African bowlers have made the England batters hit, so they've got their protection out there, and it doesn't surprise me that they're just dealing in singles.
Tryon bowling to Dunkley, who slaps that ball down the ground for probably just a single, as a good piece of work by Nadine de Klerk in the wide-brimmed hat in front of that block of flats at the far end. Where I saw a reasonably senior couple enjoying a glass of wine on the balcony. I thought that is the life, isn't it? 1-4-9 for 2 after 28.
Friday afternoon, watching the cricket.
Something cold.
Something cold, lovely. Beautiful day.
If you, there's a South African flag on one of the balconies over there. If you were to choose a little retirement pad, it'd be pretty good, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it
Overlooking
would.
a cricket ground.
It would. It would definitely would. Do like turning up to the grounds where they've got the flats accompanying them, and you get the support on the balconies, and yeah, they must get a large amount of cricket, mustn't they? Well, maybe a bit annoying if you don't like your cricket, but
Well, yeah, but
you probably wouldn't buy it then, would you?
well, you might make the mistake of just looking at the sort of map and seeing there's a big green space. Look at that lovely park.
Or wonder why the estate agent's keeping the curtains closed. There's nothing out there.
Don't worry at all. What's that occasional noise I can hear? Right, Ismail, who's taken the catch to remove Beaumont, is going to come on and bowl from the pavilion end down in front of us. The music dies, and Ismail ready to bowl once again. Go through the field in a moment. Dunkley is waiting on the pads. She'll get at least one. One of those fielders on the boundary at square leg will run in the form of Khaka to pick up. We've got a fine leg on the boundary, deep square leg, a deep third, deep cover. And Ismail again looking that sort of line where happy to see anything clipped square, because you're not going to see more than one taken. Much anything, because the outfield's so quick that the ball gets to that fielder pretty swiftly. Sciver waits then. 1 from 1 as Ismail is in, and she gets a bit of a tangle, that Sciver, and struck on the body, and there's no run.
Ismail seems to be the only bowler that's troubled the England batters. Not surprisingly, she is the quickest in the women's game, but the pitch does look fairly slow, so for her to still be beating the England batters for pace, she's really putting in a shift for her team.
Ismail again trotting away from us to bowl to the tall figure of Sciver, plays with a straight bat confidently up towards Tryon at mid-on, and there is no run. The game has just entered a little bit of a lull, just all a bit quieter, everyone just watching those middle overs move through, knowing that if England have got wickets in hand towards the back end, then things could get lively.
Might be some people having a little nap in the crowd as well, mightn't there, at this stage?
Here comes Ismail, pushed into the offside, out towards de Klerk, and there is no run.
But having said that, England is still in a fantastic position. I think that opening partnership between Lam and Beaumont has really set them up here, and if we think about doubling the score that you get at 30 overs, well, England 150, and there's still 8 balls to go before they reach that 30 overs. Still got the captain Heather Knight to come, got the firepower of Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones, so England's still in an excellent position in this game, even though over the last couple of overs the rate has slowed down.
Ismail running in away from us, played back towards her by Sciver, and Ismail fields off her own bowling. Jack gets in touch, hashtag BBC Cricket. Henry, I think someone's trying to give you a red face by getting you to drink beetroot juice. It's not beetroot juice, Jack, crucially. And Reese has got the idea. Reese says, cutting edge research as ever, Henry. Although it seems to be a total mystery. Why? And then I have a quote from an article written on the 6th of March earlier this year. Here comes Ismail, running away from us. This is flashed away. Nice piece of timing from the batter Sciver, but there is protection at deep cover in the form of Steyn, and there'll be just the 1 run taken. But with that, the over ends on England 151 for 2. And Sciver on 2, Dunkley on 12. So, this article from earlier this year. While pickle juice may help relieve muscle cramps quickly, it isn't because you're dehydrated or low on sodium. It is more likely because the pickle juice sets off a reaction in your nervous system that stops the cramp, according to recent research.
Well, that's exactly what you said, isn't it?
Tell you what.
You know your stuff.
Tell you what. I mean, I didn't work that out. I was just told it.
No,
so
but you recalled it.
I recalled it correctly, which is not always a certainty. So isn't that weird? So
Yeah.
I think the word is you have to sort of gargle very acidic.
Lovely. I don't think I've ever bought pickles in my life, to be honest. So I don't think I'd have
you're
pickle
missing
juice
out.
on hand.
Oh, you're missing. Have you not?
I don't know. No. I'm not. I don't think I'm a pickle fan.
Oh, I love a pickle. Phil Long's died is basically 1980s anyway. He likes nothing more than the spam fritter.
And a pickled egg.
Can you still get pickled eggs? Here comes Tryon. Stonovan you over to bowl to Sciver. Gives herself space and swats that ball up towards long on for 1. 1-5-2 for 2.
I was in the fine city of Glasgow last month buying some fish and chips, I must admit. And Jen also came in and bought some fish and chips and added to it a pickled egg and a pickled onion.
Oh, really? Here comes Tryon. Bowling to Dunkley, who's forward in defence.
So
And by gentleman, he means him.
A friend of mine.
Tryon at the far end. Coming round the wicket to bowl to Dunkley, who's not timed everything perfectly in this innings, but will pick up at least one out towards deep cover. Sciver turns for the second run. That's a good call from the England all-rounder, as a second run is easily taken. 1-5-4 for 2.
So I assume the pickle juice is just the stuff that's left once you've taken the onions out the pickled onion jar.
Yeah, exactly.
Ugh.
Here comes Tryon, bowling to Dunkley, who rather cramped for room, pushes the ball into the leg side, and there'll be no run. Well, yeah, or you'd want it from a pickled sort of gherkin jar more than you would a pickled egg jar. It's actually made me. Here comes Tryon, bowling to Dunkley. Wallops that ball into the ground out towards deep cover. 1 run is taken. Dunkley moves to 15 from 27 balls, and England 1-5-5 for 2.
Because pickled eggs are the strangest thing. They are just a boiled egg that tastes essentially of vinegar. And you can understand why maybe back in the day we might have needed it.
Sciver down the ground, clips the ball up towards long on, and a single will be taken to see her keep the strike. 4 for her. 15 for Dunkley. 30 overs gone. 1-5-6 for 2. So what you're saying is there's basically no excuse for a pickled egg.
It would be fascinating if people were to get in touch. Tell us the joys of a pickled egg.
TMS at bbc.co.uk. Hashtag BBC Cricket. At Henry Moran BBC. Lots of ways to get in touch with us. Let us know, because I've never had a pickled egg. Oh, here's a man that I imagine lives off them. Daniel Norcross is taking up commentary.
Yeah, certainly not something that I've had. I mean, I wouldn't be averse to it if...
You've not had a pickled egg?
I've never had a pickled egg. I don't think I've ever had a pickled onion either.
What?
I know. It's scandalous, isn't it?
How about gherkin? Do you take the gherkin off?
No, I like a gherkin. I do like it. Yeah,
If you like a gherkin, you're pickled egg adjacent, I tell you. You're going to love this. We're going to take you out for a pickled egg.
Can't wait.
Shabnim Ismail starts a new over. Sweeping is Sciver, but not really contacting the ball. Hits a bit of pad, rolls away to the onside, and umpire Harris signals leg by. 157 for 2. Things are a little bit somnolent, aren't they? Needs something. This game needs something to happen. Chloe Tryon is bowling straight and slow, and that's not playing to the strengths of Dunkley and Sciver particularly. Shabnim Ismail is tying up this end. Pavilion end, short, aggressive, and that's ducked by Dunkley. Easy for me to say.
Dunked by Dunkley. I like it. It's a new term.
Do you know if she's a dunker?
A dunker? No.
She's not a dunker?
She's not a dunker. Donkey.
A donkey.
No, she's a donkey, not dunker.
Right, so you sort of pick her up by the ankles and just drop her into a giant cup of tea.
Ismail is in, right arm over the wicket. Dunkley, who gets a short ball. She thinks about doing all sorts of things with ramping, and then in the end she sways out of the way. England here, I think they see Ismail as a threat. They don't want to lose a wicket to her now. They know this being Ismail's 7th over. She's only got 3 more left. They want South Africa keep a couple of those for the death, you'd think.
Yeah, and at the end of the 30th over, England 156 for 2, as we've mentioned. Double it after 30. Still a potential for being north of 300.
What were they after 15, please, Phil? As Ismail is in once more to Dunkley. That's short. She goes for it this time. She gets something on it. Doesn't get it quite fine enough to beat long leg, but she will get a single. And I think it's going to be a... Well, what... It's off the helmet. So I think it might have come off battered helmet because a leg bye hasn't been signalled. And so now they'll have to go through the correct protocols here and check that Dunkley's okay. It felt like a glancing blow off the helmet. She seems to be absolutely fine, but they'll have to check both her and the helmet. You saw that in the replay. Was there a bit of bat involved? There's no signal. Oh, was there a bit of glove onto glancing side blow of head? Sorry, Phil, you were about to say.
And I was about to answer your question. Yeah, after 15 overs, England were 86 without loss. An over later when they had drinks, so 16 overs, they were 93 without loss.
And so
93
in the next 14 overs, they got 62 or so?
63, yeah.
63. Which is not a shabby run rate, but they haven't really capitalised on that early start. There's been a little bit a more accurate bowling from the South Africans, you'd say that. And the drinks are coming onto the field. This is a sensible manoeuvre. Taking the opportunity for this helmet check to bring out the drinks. But it's been a decent comeback from South Africa. They still feel listless to me and moderately rudderless in the field, but certain players are stepping up here. Some experienced players like Tryon and Ismail.
Yeah, Chloe Tryon the other day, 88 from 73 deliveries. Her bowling figures today, 5 overs, 2 for 19.
Not bad at all. The only 2 wickets to fall.
Yeah, I think she's bowled really nicely, and she's given the South Africans some control, hasn't she, which is what they have really lacked. And I think South Africans have bowled a lot better since the spinners have come on. They've rotated Kapp and Ismail, who've both bowled good spells as well, and it has given them that little bit of control. Picked up the 2 wickets, but you still sense that England's position in the game is a strong one, especially with the batting that they've got to come through this middle order, which has been strengthened by that change in batting lineup.
Just wonder also, Georgia, if the ball's getting a little bit softer on a slow wicket, it's not coming on quite the way that England's proactive hitters would like it to.
Yeah, and it seems like they're just going that little back of a length, doesn't it? And Dunkley's somebody who loves to come forward and attack and hit the ball down the ground, but because the boundaries are shorter straight and longer wide, I wonder whether that's a tactic that South Africans are using on purpose, is to dig it into the pitch. It is a little bit slow as well, so that is helping them, and it's quite smart bowling. I think they've been very smart over the last 10 overs or so.
It's very noticeable when you're here in the ground. You see the long square boundaries, and they really are long. I mean, that's a mighty hit if you're going to get a 6 anywhere from around wide, long on deep mid wicket, really round to long leg. That is a crunching blow straight down the ground. On the other hand, you're in business, but South Africans haven't really allowed full length balls and mostly erred on the side of short with the new ball and just back of a length lately. Drinks are gradually coming off the field. It's great to see Catherine Brunt running on with drinks earlier. I like that. Did you spot what was the problem with Tammy Beaumont?
It was very strange. We thought it was something to do with a cramp in her fingers, but then when the physio came out, it was sort of massaging her forearm. I have no idea. I've never seen it before in my life.
Melissa was speculating on whether it be a bee sting.
I don't think it was a bee sting.
I've been stung on the field of play when I was umpiring. I was playing in the match, but you know when players have to umpire themselves.
Yeah.
And I just put my hand in to drop the pebble. I was stung by a wasp just as the bowler came into bowl. I went, ow! And the bowler went absolutely berserk at me. Do you mind not doing that? Ismail starts again after drink. Short, and that's been skewed up in the air, down through deep backward square leg by Sciver. She'll get a run for it, but no more as it goes down to long leg. 159 for 2. 1 ball left in the 31st over. Sciver 5, Dunkley 16. He's getting some pace up here, is Ismail. We don't seem to have a speed gun. Have you
No, it's annoying that actually, isn't it? I've not been able to. I was looking for it. I think she's got to be bowling 70, hasn't she?
It feels like it.
Above 70, surely.
She certainly had that extra yard and a half of pace over the other South African seamers. Last ball of the 31st over is perhaps a slower ball, fuller, straight, work to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. End of the 31st. Ismail has bowled 7 overs, none for 26. How Sune distributes those last 3 overs will be intriguing. Sciver 5, Dunkley 16, but will Tryon continue? Sciver, you feel, might make a dart at Tryon here, do you think?
Yeah, they're just starting to line her up, aren't they? It doesn't look like it. She looks like she's going off to a...
Yeah,
well, nobody looks like they're about to bowl, do there? There's nobody going to the umpire, no.
There's nobody. That might be Ayabonga Khaka, you never know. She's getting closest. There's
whoever gets there first.
Yeah. So it is.
Yes.
It is going to be Khaka. She finally takes off the sun hat, hands it to the umpire. It's all been much like that today.
Yeah, last 10 overs, just 33 runs, no boundaries, all the runs in singles, bar 1-2.
Wow, thank you.
Slow, very slow.
Has been slow. Suddenly a bit slow. Maybe it's heating up out there. The warmth is going. There's a nice little breeze. The sycamore trees away to our right, blowing gently in the zephyr. Pulled by Sciver. Just takes the ball straight up to wide, long on. And they pick up one more. 159, 160 for 2. I say a sycamore tree. I can make these things up. Are you good with...
Well, I would have no... I was just thinking that's good knowledge. I've got no idea if that's a sycamore tree or not.
It feels sycamore-ish.
Yeah.
I'll go with it. It's like a sort of giant sprig of broccoli. Khaka in full on the pads, worked into the onside with soft hands. They run the first quickly. They should get back for a second, and they will. That's a bit more like it. We actually haven't seen great running today, both in the opening partnership and of late. But these two, they're just giving the impression they want to get a bit of a wriggle on here. A couple more to the total, 162 for 2. There's a massive gap on the onside. I'll give you the field. Short fine leg and a short third. Point extra mid-off. And then field is spread far and wide. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. There's Khaka with no slips, runs in. That's dabbed into the offside. Field set back a little bit. And so Dunkley can get through for a single, just leaning forward and pushing about 10 or 15 yards away into that offside. 163 for 2.
Yeah, it's almost a death field, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's 10 overs too early. It seems like if South Africa could get a couple of wickets here, then I feel like they were more into the middle order of England, but they just spread that field and make it really easy for plenty of singles.
Khaka in, that's worked into the onside by Sciver. Again, she run the first quickly. They have come back for a second. It is a long way out there to the boundary. And this is a bit more like it, a bit more hustle and bustle going on now between the wickets. Sciver moves to 8, 165 for 2. You've sort of got that sense, I find, with the South African bowling attack, that they don't believe, apart from Ismail, that they're going to get you out. Maybe Kapp does, but just hasn't been on top of her game in this series so far. Khaka in, Sciver dabs again into the onside. Khaka hairs after it to make sure there isn't 2, and there won't be as it rolls just up to where mid-wicket on the edge of the circle would have been had she been there, but he's not. So at the moment, it's pretty easy to milk 1s and 2s into that massive vacant gap on the onside.
Yeah, it's what I'd call very defensive bowling. It's, you know, it's almost trying not to concede runs rather than trying to take wickets.
But to concede 5 or so, you know. Khaka in, dabbed into the onside again. There's another easy single. So that over, Phil, 8 off it. A run off every ball and a couple of 2s. Georgia's going to make her way with England 167 for 2 after 32 overs. 7-9. Dunkley has 20. Lauren Winfield-Hill rejoins us. And we're a trifle perplexed here in the box about precisely what it is we're seeing. South Africa seems to be comfortable there just to let England take a run off every ball.
Yeah, it's a strange one. It feels like the game's just meandering a bit, doesn't it? I think England got off to a really powerful start and slowed down. We saw with Tammy's dismissal that she just got a little bit stuck, and same with Sophia Dunkley. But you've got 2 fresh batters at the crease now. This is you've got to seize this opportunity and really jump in here. These 2 players get going, they're going to be hard to stop, so this is the time that you need to really put them under the pump.
Well, I guess, using Shabnim Ismail was a sort of nod to aggression, but then that over, you just had a huge, great gap on the onside, runs for fun. Mlaba starts a new over, Ismail out of the attack, and their first ball's tucked into the onside by Dunkley to the right of mid-wicket, and they'll get an easy single, 168 for 2. Dunkley to 21. She's faced 35 balls for that. She's in now, you would say, and Mlaba in off 3 or 4 paces, left arm round the wicket, and Sciver just takes a single on offer up to Ismail at long on. It just sort of feels like they're going to tuck this around at 6 and over, 3 overs, and then have a dart.
I think the impetus of Ismail was a positive one, and the short bowling was a good move.
Mlaba in, down the wicket comes Dunkley, drives up to extra cover, parries it to Sune Luus, or Lease I should say, at mid-off, and there's no run. That came as a revelation.
What's that?
We've been calling her Luus for the last 10 years. It turns out it's Lease.
I know, to be honest, I have as well,
Yeah. Mlaba in, down the wicket comes Dunkley, gets to the pitch of the ball, and then just rolls an on drive up to Ismail at long on for a single.
Just call her Sune so you can't get it wrong.
I could do, yeah, I might, yeah.
I think that's what I've been doing, to be honest. Different pronunciation as well, isn't it? Sounds.
Seems a bit familiar for me to do that then. Short down the leg side, and a wide has been called as Sciver couldn't catch up to that.
Like your mates and you go way back.
Yeah, I know. I feel that would be an unnecessary aggrandisement on my part. Mlaba in, round the wicket, and Sciver just works this into the onside, deep backward square leg for another easy single, 171 for 2. Sciver has 10, Dunkley 22.
Yeah, no, as I was saying, like the impetus of Ismail was a really positive move, but you've got to have the field to match it. There was a half chance with Sciver skying a pull shot.
Mlaba in, down the wicket comes Dunkley, but she can only get it up to Ismail along the ground at long on for another single. That is the end of the over. How many from that one, please? 6 from that over, 173 for 2. Sciver 11, Dunkley 23. Sorry, I interrupted. Well, the cricket interrupted.
Yeah, it's a good plan. I think it's a really good plan against these two batters, but you have to have the field of, okay, well, if that mistimed pull shot, where's it going to go up? And there was there was a massively vacant leg side field.
Yeah.
So you've created sort of like a bit of a half a sniff, and forcing a sort of out of character mistimed shot, but then you're not in a position to take the opportunity.
Now, Phil, you've spotted the physio's back out there.
Physio's back out. As we know, Sophia Dunkley hit on the helmet, wasn't she? A few overs back.
Yes.
He just went out and just checked and just run his fingers in front of her eyes, kind of in the old school of.
Interesting.
Yeah,
is there a protocol? I feel like with the physios, you've got sort of to assess them and check as soon as the ball struck the helmet, and then I feel like I don't know if it's 2 or 3 overs later, you've got to almost have. It's like you follow up.
Yeah, that's what that felt like, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, because I've seen that a couple of times in recent fixtures.
Ayabonga Khaka starts a new over. Down the wicket comes Dunkley and is going to pick up 4 for a fine diving effort at mid-off, but she was never going to get to that ball. It was a horizontal thwack from Dunkley that went to the right of mid-off, and it was in the air all the way past the 30-yard circle, but it sped away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, her first boundary, and England's first boundary since Emma Lamb scored them back in the 21st over.
Wow. Well, that sort of tells you something about the way the game has sort of meandered. We've still got this giant space on the leg side as Khaka is into Dunkley, who drives this straight down the ground. Fielder runs round to it, puts in the dive, can't get there. 4 more. Dunkley's decided to cut loose here. She's moved to 31 from 40. England 181 for 2. No boundaries for 12 overs, and then 2 in 2 balls.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a statement of intent, doesn't it, here by Sophia Dunkley, using her feet. I just wonder if slower balls as well, the field set for slower balls, whether Trisha Chetty will come up to the stumps and try and eliminate Sophia Dunkley using her feet.
She's not quick, is she, Khaka, really?
No, and especially if she's bowling pace off deliveries, you want to be able to keep the batter in the crease and take out one option.
Now, long off has come considerably straighter in order to take out or hope to stop that straight drive as Khaka is in on the pads. It's just worked into the onside square of the wicket and pick up a single, but no more. 182 for 2, Dunkley to 32.
Because the other thing as well, if you look at where Chetty's stood, she's sort of what you'd call no man's land or no ladies' land.
Well, exactly. No ladies' land
is, you're sort of neither here nor there.
There's a few places I can think of that. Oh, it has to be chipped in the air, and he's going to go just over extra cover and roll out towards the extra cover boundary. It won't make it all the way there. They'll come back for a couple of runs. Sciver there, I think, was trying to work the ball into the onside, got a thick leading edge, and just evaded the fielder. But everything that Sciver does, she does with timing. Even the edge is timed.
Yeah, and it just shows, I think, as well, like this surface at Bristol, it often happens where the power play and you're off to a fly and you think it's the best pitch on earth.
184 for 2, down the wicket comes Sciver,
and again
she picks up a single, up to long on.
Those last 2 slower balls just held in the wicket just a little bit slower, so I think if you bowl those variations, actually it suddenly looks a different surface, and you can see then sort of even that one there from Sciver, she just had to hold her shape to allow the ball to go up to mid-off off that slower ball.
Dunkley back on strike, and she cuts at this, but cuts so early that she can only end up whacking it into the ground right in front of her, and it rolls back to Chetty. No run off the last ball of the over. 185 for 2, a productive over though. 12 off that one. Sciver has 14 from 17, Dunkley 32 from 42, 34 overs gone. It is a slow wicket here, isn't it? Frequently, I suppose. That's where you get that impression with the fast bowlers coming on. You can get a little bit with the harder ball.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the times that I've sort of played here, you think in that first 10 you think, it's on here, it's a really good wicket, and then the first change bowler comes on or somebody bowls a bit more variation, few slower balls, a spinner, and you think, actually it's not quite as flat as we initially thought. Once the sort of lacquer had come off the ball and it's not rock hard anymore, it does just hold and almost a bit tennis bally.
Mlaba starts a new over, the 35th, and Sciver is down the wicket, chipping it in the air, 1 bounce to Ismail at long on. 1 more to the total, 186 for 2. Yeah, it feels, I don't know whether it's sort of, is it tacky at all to the touch? Is it a bit of that, or is it just, it's just stoppy, is it?
Yeah, just a fraction stoppy and a fraction slow.
Mlaba in, again flat, tucked into the onside once more, this time to the right of mid-wicket along the ground, with no real intent, but an easy single on offer. Dunkley to 33, 187 for 2.
You saw even with the ball previous with Nat Sciver coming down the wicket, and she's aiming for the sight screen there for the boundary, but because it's slow, it's just dragged out to mid-on for 1.
Sweet, firmly struck. Now that's going to make it to the boundary. That's a fine shot from Sciver. There was no way deep back the square leg could get round to that. She got a big stride in, made a really good connection and picks up a boundary. Moves to 19, 191 for 2.
Yeah, her first 4 of the innings. And England now, again, a bit of a move on. They've scored from 13 of the last 15 balls. Just 2 dots in those last 15 balls.
Yep. You feel the hunt for runs is on here. Sciver, it's a block hole delivery, which she works up to Ismail at wide long on. And there's another run. 192 for 2. The scoreboard's a little bit out of sync here. You've got to monitor a scoreboard and another scoreboard, and they're not all of them telling the same story. Lara in, cut away, but will not beat back for point. There's no run. The burning question, though, Lauren, which is the one I'm going to ask you to answer at the end of this over, everyone else has been asked this, is where you stand on the subject of pickled eggs. Prepare your answer wisely. As Mlaba comes in to complete the 35th over, Dunkley comes down the wicket, meets it on the full and smashes it for 4 through extra cover. It was in the air for quite a long time. Fielder there almost pulled out of going for it, which was a little bit disappointing to say the least, but for Dunkley she won't mind. She goes to 37 from 45. 35 overs gone. England 196 for 2. They're on the charge. To take you through the next 5 overs, it'll be Melissa's story after the news we've all been waiting for. Pickled eggs or no pickled eggs from Lauren Winfield Hill.
It's no pickled eggs from me, I'm afraid, Dan. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry to break it to you. It's absolutely. I'm not a big pickled fan. I don't mind a pickled onion from time to time. But like gherkins, pickled eggs, I'm not about that.
You and Alex Hartley both on gherkins, but I must say, with the departure of Daniel Norcross, we will be having an end to the pickled egg chat, because I can't think of anything worse. My dad recently made a batch of pickled eggs, to store in the cupboard, and they've been banished into the corner because they made the kitchen smell for days. So I'll be having none of that. I'm firmly on your side.
Yeah, they're a very acquired taste, aren't they?
But back to the cricket, 196 for 2 England, 15 overs remain, and we've already been seeing England just starting to build some momentum with these boundaries. As of late, Tryon continues bowling to Sciver, who's cutting that into her own pads, goes behind the keeper, and they get through for a single. I mean, the slower bowlers has worked well here for South Africa, you could say, and I mean that bodes well for England. They've got Ecclestone and Dean, and not only that, you have the part-time spin of Knight, Lamb and Dunkley. So theoretically, we could bowl 50 overs of spin, which would be a fast innings. As Tryon in again, straighter, dropped into the leg side and fielded by short mid-wicket. But
yeah, I wonder if that's happened before. Even teams like Sri Lanka, who are so spin dominant, there's always usually at least a spell from a seamer. I wonder if that's been done before in international cricket.
Tryon in, cut on the offside by Dunkley to that sweeper. She moves on to 38 off 47 balls. She's doing well here, 198 for 2. I mean, that would be quite impressive. And if you're a seam bowler out in the heat, maybe England could go firing with Wong and Bell. As in comes Tryon, cut to the left, the right of point, racing away towards the boundary, and another 4 to England's total. They go past the 200 mark, 202 for 2, and that Sciver moves on to 25. This is pure dominance here from England, and you feel as if they're just racing along to, that 300 mark.
Yeah, they've really put their foot down since the sort of the 33rd over here, and Nat Sciver just such a good timer of the ball.
Tryon bowls, given more air and clubbed down the ground by Sciver. She doesn't get hold of it, but they get a single, 203 for 2.
Yeah, England's 200 up, and the partnership between these two now up to 56.
I mean, it's been a game of good partnerships between these batters, and they've adjusted to this format wonderfully. I've speaking to a few South African fans before the one-day stuff started. Just after this delivery from Tryon, that's flatter and cut straight to the extra cover fielder, who does a good bit of work there, keeps it down to a dot and completes that Tryon over. She's bowled 6 overs, 2 wickets, 26 runs. England 203 for 2, but they were saying how South Africa struggle adjusting from format to format, and that they thought that original game against the England A team where South Africa lost was just going to be getting it out of their system and they could bounce back after that. But they then again went on to lose that second warm-up game against the England A team as well, and losing that first ODI. This really is a game for them to bounce back and show what they can do. But would you say we've seen the full potential of South Africa so far?
No, and I think, if you've just come off the back of 2 losses, obviously the England A and the first ODI, you've got to come out with a bit of zest and a bit of a spring in your step, and we never really saw that from the get-go from the South Africans. You've really got to get in that fight and compete and set your stall out from the very first ball, and they've just failed to do that.
You think with the return of Ismail into this team should just bring that little bit of extra energy, and we did see the signs of it in the first power play, but I think there's lack of early wickets there, maybe just put them on the back foot for a little while. But we do have a bowling change to Klerk from the pavilion end, bowling to Sciver. 32 on her back, runs away from us, and that's a drag down first ball. Moved past the fine leg fielder in the ring and finds the boundary cushion again. Another boundary to England, 207 for 2. And it's raining 4s here at Bristol. I mean, how do you stem this flow of runs at this point?
Yeah, and I think, you talk about Ismail. I think she has run in with a lot of heart and a lot of fire in her belly, but she hasn't been backed up by the other bowlers. It's hard to build pressure from just one end. And I think what we have seen is the slower bowling has been harder to hit on this surface.
De Klerk runs away, and that's short again, pulled into the leg side, all the way from outside the off stump, deep mid-wicket fields. A single taken, 208 for 2.
Yeah, 12 overs without a 4. That 4 at the start of this over was then the 6 in the last 19 balls.
The nature of this pitch going in ebbs and flows, and I followed a few of the men's games here across the season, and they've had a few county championship games, so there's been some really high scores. It's been difficult work for the bowlers, but it's been a different story in some of the T20s where the pitches have been a bit stickier. To Klerk in, and that's outside the edge of Dunkley's bat. She was looking to cut that away, but a lack of pace on the ball, and goes through to Chetty behind the stumps. No run, 208 for 2.
Yeah, nice work by Trisha Chetty behind the stumps there. Just a little bit more pop off that length for Nadine de Klerk.
De Klerk just readjusts her ponytail, runs in, arms pumping, and again past the outside edge of Dunkley's bat. She's looking to cut a delivery which is probably a bit too close to her and a bit too full on a slow wicket, and we haven't seen too many shots behind square. And it's interesting you mentioned the keeping of Chetty, because you've been wearing the gloves for the Diamonds a fair bit recently. I've seen a fantastic catch put on Twitter as that short and flat outside the off stump, cut away to deep cover by Dunkley, a single taken, 209 for 2. How have you found it? And I mean, would you want to be out there now keeping on this pitch? You can say no.
Well, you know what I do find? I'd definitely have a helmet on. Trisha Chetty hasn't even got a helmet on, but I would stood up. I'd definitely have a helmet on, that's for sure.
De Klerk bowls, slower ball, tucked into the onside. They're running hard here, England, but decide on the one in the end. Good fielding from Tryon in the deep. Completes the over. 37 overs gone, 210 for 2. Sciver and Dunkley going well at the crease.
Yeah, really tidy over there. But when we're talking about the keeping, it's like interesting how we were speaking before about Trisha Chetty stood back to Ayabonga Khaka and how that enabled Sophia Dunkley to use her feet and get those 2 boundaries away. On the flip side to that, she stood up for Nadine de Klerk, and you're holding the batters in the crease. You've had a couple of play and misses from Sophia Dunkley, and then, you know, just sort of a couple of shots clubbed into the leg side. So I think that's certainly something, if I was keeping on this wicket, I'd be pretty eager to do, is to keep those batters in the crease and eliminate them being able to use their feet, that's for sure.
And it worked well for them in that last over. You do always get the nerves, though, as you mentioned, not wearing a helmet so close behind the stumps as Tryon continues, and this is cut away to that deep extra cover by Sciver. She moves on to 33 and the score 212 for 2, especially after the likes of Keyswetter and various injuries behind the stump. She's wearing the cap, but it's more the flying Zingbails. They're quite dangerous. As that's dug out by Dunkley into the offside.
Was it Mark Boucher, the South African keeper? I'm sure he wasn't actually the ball. Was it the ball or the bail? And
I think the bail's been responsible for quite a few keeper-related injuries, which of course can go through the grill in a helmet as well, as Tryon bowls, giving herself room on the offside and finding the fielder as Sciver. No run, 212 for 2. But you see some people opt for the hog masks instead as well, which are definitely a choice. No further comments as down the pitch, hitting this straight over the head of Tryon. The fielder gets round at mid-on. They begin to look for a 2. They only get the 1 in the end with these short, straight boundaries here at Bristol. It feels almost as if the straighter boundaries are that boundary option, and actually the wider square boundaries are more for those 1s and 2s. But there's certainly runs everywhere for the England batters. A few changes to the field here as Tryon sends back long off, brings up her square leg. May just be seeing a few more flighted deliveries for the remaining 2 balls of this over as she's in straighter, and he drops this down into the offside as Dunkley gets off the mark quickly. Tryon frustrated with herself there. She fielded the ball off her own bowling, was looking to throw to one of the ends, but I'm not sure the fielder had got quite round yet to back up. 1 ball remains in the over. 214 for 2 England, and yet again making a few changes to her fielder. Her fielders have gone wandering as Tryon in, swept hard past the fielder who's just been brought up into the ring at square leg. Fantastic shot from Nat Sciver. It's what she does so well, manipulating the field, and finishes that boundary with that over with a boundary. 218 for 2, 38 overs, and the French female cricketers are loving that down on the boundary.
Yeah, it's a very high risk plan to bowl spin to Nat Sciver without a deep square leg. I think it's a massive strength of hers, the sweep shot. And you always want to stay one step ahead of the game and be playing with your field and stuff, but it's a known fact that Nat Sciver is such a good sweeper of the ball that if there was going to be one that you brought up, maybe it has to be one from the offside, bring cover up and try and go straight, not give her a cut shot.
Well, you'll know better than anyone that it's quite hard to play those squarer cut shots when there's a lack of pace on the ball, and I think a player who does it so well is Susie Bates, because you have to generate a lot of power to get the ball there, and it is a difficult shot to play. So, as you mentioned, maybe a better option just to bring up one of those fielders on the offside, whilst a sweep, you get a bit more behind it, a bit more power. But it's Marizanne Kapp. Change of bowling from our pavilion end, bowling to Dunkley. She takes pace off that delivery. It's cut out to deep extra cover, and they're running back for a 2. The ball's coming in at the non-strikers, and it looks as if Nat Sciver's home safe. No appeal from Kapp at the non-strikers end, and in fact she looks quite annoyed at Klerk on the boundary there. And she's not a player you want to upset.
Yeah, I'm not sure she has any other facial expression. She always looks a little bit angry, Marizanne Kapp.
You look at the wedding photos and it's just
she's a very fierce competitor.
In comes Kapp, Fuller driven hard by Dunkley. A good bit of work there in the ring though from Steyn. Saved a boundary, and again a direct hit at the stumps at the non-striker's end. England 221 for 2, and they've still got so much firepower to come. I mean, we spoke slightly how England have quite a regimented batting order. They don't tend to make the changes. But do you think as we're getting into these final 10, we may see a bit of a rise in the order for maybe Izzy Wong? Quite a big hitter of the ball. Bats high for the Central Sparks as Kapp in, and this is guided on the offside past the outstretched right hand of the point fielder. Cover comes round to field, and 2 runs taken. 223 for 2.
Yeah, potentially. I think you want to provide a little bit of impetus when you've got such a good platform. I'm not sure. I think you could certainly use Izzy Wong in that manner. We've seen her do that for Central Sparks in the T20. She did that quite well in the Big Bash. But I wouldn't be surprised if you see Danny Wyatt before Izzy Wong.
In comes Kapp again. Bowls a bit of inwards movement. Pulled away to deep square by Sciver. They gently jog through for a single. And that's 224 the score. Now that's 2 names I'd like to see out in the middle, Wyatt and Wong together at the end of the game. And in fact I actually saw those 2 play against each other in the 100 last year. Wong bowled a low full toss to Wyatt, and she hit it behind the stands at the Ageas Bowl. So it was a big hit from Danny Wyatt. That's defended by Dunkley into the offside. No run taken.
Yeah, you'd use them in a very similar way, wouldn't you? You've set up a great platform. You just want to provide a little bit of firepower, even if you're 20 off 10 or 30 off 15. That's a really good job in this scenario.
Quite different players as well. You'd say with Wyatt with that strong offside shots, and Wong targets that cow corner as Kapp in, and a big slash from Dunkley goes through to Chetty behind the stump. She was looking to hit that ball probably out the ground to Dunkley. Didn't make contact, and that completes the 39th over. 224 for 2 now, England. And we asked the question earlier and on our Twitter account about in the much anticipated mascot race tomorrow at T20 Finals Day. We asked listeners who we thought would win a TMS mascot race, and I must say your name has been mentioned very often today. So you have quite a few people backing you. We have quite a few people backing Georgia Elwes. I mean, it's a good idea to go for the professional cricketers. We've had someone mention Alison Mitchell because she's very athletic as well. She's got the long levers. And I know she's not in the room, thankfully, but I must say we've not got much backing for Alex Hartley. We've had one person say she'd fall flat on her face. One person say she'd be too busy eating ice cream, and in fact we haven't seen her for a while.
I was going to say, is she at the ice cream van right now?
We'll have to spot her bright purple shirt around the ground, probably queuing for an ice cream over there. But yeah, so I thought I'd let you know there's a lot of people backing you.
That's very kind. They've probably never seen me sprint then.
Maybe at the interval today we'll have a little practice race.
That's it. Flick me Birkenstocks off and a barefoot race.
Yeah, I'm not sure some of us have the most appropriate footwear today. Nothing better than a last-minute race. As Khaka in now and bowls to Sciver, tickles it off her hip to square leg, takes a single, and it's been a good period of cricket from England here, because when the ball hasn't been the boundary ball, they've almost always found a way to turn that dot into a single.
Yeah, and I think even now with mid-on moving a little bit straight, there's a massive pocket into the leg side there for
Khaka bowls and down the leg side, gets a bit of bat on it, and just past the short fine leg fielder does Dunkley. It's running down to the boundary cushion. Won't go for 4, but Nat Sciver's running hard back to the striker's end, and they get through for 3 runs. A warm round of applause from the crowd, who recognise that today's not a nice day to be running a 3. I think if I was Nat Sciver, I'd be going, no, you just wait there. But these two are committed at the crease. Moves the score into 228 for 2 now, and those wickets in hand important for England's acceleration. Khaka bowls, uses her feet to Sciver, flicks this wristily to square leg, and another single taken. 229 for 2. And it's a big outfield, as you mentioned, plenty of gaps. Looking at this field to Khaka, we've got long off, deep mid wickets, deep square leg, and these batters are going to be looking to target those gaps. No one deep on the offside. Khaka bowls wide outside the off stump and pushed down the ground firmly by Dunkley. Sciver pulls that one in front of square, down to deep long on. They're searching for 2 again, but a good bit of fielding by Tryon on the boundary. Keeps it down to a 1. One ball remaining in this over.
Scored some runs here in the test match, didn't she, against India?
Have to get Phil to bring up that scorecard. She'll like playing here. I think it suits her shot. She's strong down the ground with those shorter straight boundaries. Khaka, final ball of the over, takes pace off it and driven by Dunkley down the ground to long off. He won 32 for 2, apologies, after 40 overs. England. Dunkley on to 49. One shot away from an all-important half-century at her new batting position at 3. Some thoughts from Lauren Winfield Hill about how England are going to approach this final 10 overs and what score they'll be aiming for. And then it will be Henry Moran.
Yeah, I think they've got a really good platform here. Obviously only 2 down with a lot of firepower yet to... I don't think these two will waste their time trying to put the foot down and accelerate here. You've got Danny Wyatt sort of waiting to... She'll be chomping at the bit to get out there and add a little bit of explosive firepower to this batting lineup. I think the key thing is for Sophia Dunkley, she's such a good timer with the ball. She doesn't need to try too hard. She scores quickly anyway.
Would England be tempted to push Wyatt ahead of Knight?
Potentially. I think if you're looking to get up and down for 2s as well, Danny Wyatt's rapid.
Here comes Kapp then. Start of a new over, the 41st. As Dunkley is pushing quickly into the onside. They run. And a single is taken. And the score moves to 2-3-3 for 2. And with that, a 50. Dunkley gets there from 61 balls. She's played really nicely. Really put the foot on the accelerator. There's quite a clear change in pace midway through this innings. And a 50 for Dunkley.
Yeah, she started quite slowly, didn't she, when she first came out, but she's certainly found her feet in the last 30 runs that she's scored.
Here comes Kapp again. Sciver waiting, this time pushing through the offside, out towards deep cover for 1. They'll turn it into 2 if their quick throw comes in. Good piece of running. Sciver gets home.
Yeah, it'll depend on things like that a little bit, because obviously Sciver's Sciver's such a quick runner between the wickets. You're pretty much trying to score sort of 1 or 2 off every ball of a bare minimum. So, you know, Heather Knight's a very good boundary striker, but she's not as quick as Danny Wyatt between the wickets. So maybe elevate her.
2, 3, 5 for 2 as Kapp runs in. Bowling to Sciver. This is walloped into the leg side. It'll drop short of the field. It looked for a moment like Tryon could be in business as targeting that mid-wicket boundary. Sciver went hard at it. 2, 3, 6 for 2. Phil.
Sophia Dunkley's 4th ODI half century for England, and it goes along with the 74 not out she made in the Test match here last summer.
Oh, like spanning here. I'd forgotten, of course. It's exactly where we were. Here comes Kapp, running away from us once again. Past umpire Harris, and Dunkley, with a flash of the wrist, plays that ball behind square for 4.
Yeah, really nice timing there. Seeing that there's no third man, covers very high up the ground. Just dissects the 2 fielders. She's really smart cricketer, Dunkley. She moves around the crease, and I think from playing a lot of T20 cricket, it's almost that, right, where's the one that's up, where's the fielder who's in the ring, and she's really good at sort of picking her area and manipulating it.
She's on to 54, England 240 for 2. Dunkley sees one tail in toward for a single to bring Nat Sciver on to strike, who's on 47. 241 for 2 is the score. Now, those of you who listened to our coverage during the winter may remember Christy, who was part of our team in New Zealand. She's just run right in front of our commentary box, making a right mess of things. Oh, that was our view, Christy.
Did she bowl the ball?
No, don't. Christy.
It's because I had to stop.
Stop it, Phil. Here comes Kapp running in. Final ball of the over. Sciver drives down the ground for a single to keep the strike. Ismail will pick up. And after 41, the score is 2 for 2. We're making a change in the commentary box. Lauren Winfield-Hill is departing, but will return during the mid-innings break for a little chat and a catch-up with me and Danielle. And alongside me, resplendent in purple, is Alex Hartley.
What does that mean?
Magnificent.
Oh, yes.
Glorious.
I'll
Sensational.
take that. Yes.
Right, we were talking pickled eggs earlier.
Ugh, I don't want to talk pickled eggs.
We're talking pickled eggs. And I've had a couple of surprising...
Nobody eats pickled eggs.
Yes, they do.
Ugh.
I'll tell you who does. Kerry does. Kerry gets in touch and says the best way to eat a pickled egg...
Is put it in the bin.
Put you in the bin. Is dropped into a bag of plain crisps alongside a long drink in a pub garden. Life is seldom better.
It's actually disgusting.
Jonathan Parsons. Hello, Jonathan. Lovely to hear from you. The classic pub meal when I was a student in the late 1980s was a pickled egg shoved inside a bag of crisps.
What?
Khaka with a full toss, which is whipped away behind square. Work for the fielder to do running round. That's a good piece of work from Steyn down below us. But Sciver will get back for the second. And with that, reaches a half century. It's come in good time. 39 deliveries for Nat Sciver's 50. And this fantastic run of form continues. She has been a class above in recent times and reaches a half century for the 18th time in one-day international cricket.
She's an unbelievable cricketer, Nat Sciver. 50 in Northampton, coming off 30 balls. Well, we're just over 30 balls, sorry. This one not far behind.
Sciver down the track, launches down the ground. Fielder running round, will not get there. The ball's over the ropes for 6. Huge hit over long on. Now England are starting to put the foot down, and there's a supporter up there
With a bell.
with a bell.
You can hear him on the effects mic.
He's stood on his balcony shaking his bell. What a noise it is as well. Sensational. Well, it's lovely to see. And the score moves forward to 250 for 2. Sciver waiting, swinging hard into the leg side and out towards deep backward square.
Just to interrupt the talk about bells and pickled eggs, we've got an England record. We've got an England record out there. It's the first time in a women's ODI for England that the top 4 have all scored 50 or more.
Ooh,
That's a great little
Phil.
Like that one?
That's a belter.
No, I'm happy with that.
Your work today is done. Right, here comes Khaka again. Bowling to Dunkley, who thinks about coming forward in the end, drops deep in the crease and works the ball into the leg side to pick up a single. England passing 250. They're 252 for 2. There was I think he's probably still there, was a supporter of Portsmouth FC who changed his name by deed poll to Portsmouth FC. And he always used to be in the crowd with a bell.
Did he?
Ringing the bell, yeah. We've got a similar supporter here today on the balcony. Khaka bowling to Sciver, who comes forward, struck on the pad, and there is no opportunity for a run.
So, a pickled egg, do you chop it up and put it in a crisp bag and eat it with a spoon?
Well, okay, here's more from Jonathan. He just says a pickled egg shoved inside a bag of crisps. With a few pints, this would keep you going all day on a Sunday. Especially if supplemented by the roast potatoes and prawns that were traditionally placed on the bar and given away freely in London pubs in the East End. Khaka bowling to Sciver, who swivels and pulls that ball violently behind square for 4. Deep in the crease. And that's what makes her such a dangerous player to bowl to, because she can get so far back and make a length delivery a short one and pull it away with such timing. She's on to 61, I should say, and England 256 for 2.
She does it so well. She loves playing off the back foot, does Nat Sciver, and there wasn't even a short ball, but she's gone deep in her crease, crouched down and shoveled the ball around the corner. I don't think there's anybody in world cricket that hits the ball harder than Nat Sciver off the back foot.
That's a really dangerous way that she plays for sides, isn't it? Because it just throws you off your length in the same way as somebody coming down the track can make things awkward if you go deep in the crease.
Yeah, she's just so hard to bowl at. The only time you really feel like you can get her out is at the start of her innings when she goes back to those fuller balls.
Yeah, that Nat Sciver 6 brought up the 100 partnership between these two. The partnership now on to 109.
Nat Sciver, before this innings, averaged 375 in her last 3 games. And she's just adding to that with the 61 she's scored today.
Sensational. Ismail then, start a new over. 42 have been bowled. I'm going to conclude Jonathan's email in a moment, because it is a belter. Dunkley's going to be on strike on 56. England looking to push towards 300 in the sunshine at Bristol. Wind blowing across the ground. Ismail running into bowl her 8th over. Dunkley waiting with that open start, hitting the ball in the air over the fielder at mid-on, and for 6. Just about had the legs to go over the boundary. 6 runs to start the over, and those French cricketers that have come here today are absolutely loving it. 2-6-2 for 2.
A wonderful shot from Sophia Dunkley, just outside the off stump, but it's in her arc, and she knows that, and she plays her shot. It's now time for England to accelerate and get as many runs as they can.
Ismail into Dunkley, who again goes hard at the ball, cutting that ball square for 4.
That is a brilliant shot from Sophia Dunkley. Back of her length, she steps outside the leg stump and slaps it so hard in front of point. There's a deep cover who only had to run 7 or 8 yards to her left-hand side, but she's hit it so hard that it's raced to the boundary and it's beaten that fielder at the deep cover boundary.
6 and 4 to start the over. Dunkley's on 66, England 2-6-6 for 2. As Ismail runs in quickly again, that's left alone by Dunkley. It's shortish, goes over the top of the stumps. What I like about watching Dunkley play is she's such a clever cricketer, because that first 6 over long on almost forced the next delivery, and she was so ready for it. Took that step to the leg side, knew it was going to be pushed a little bit wider, maybe a bit shorter, and took full advantage, manipulating the field. And it's not just good hitting, it's clever batting.
It's what she does so well. Manipulates the field. She just knows that. I mean, she's the only female batter that I've seen.
Ismail bowling short again. Wow, what a shot that is! It's an extraordinary hit behind square on the offside. Whether it is 4 or 6, I don't know. If it is 6, it's one of the most amazing 6s I've seen in the women's game. The power, the timing, it was everything.
Why did I not say what I was about to? I said she is the only female player I've ever seen hit a 6 over backward point, and she's gone and done it the very next ball.
Let's have a look at this replay. It is close. It is 6. What a shot. Goodness me.
Oh, I should have got that in before that delivery.
See, I don't believe that's what you were going to say.
I swear on my life. We were playing at Loughborough and Katie George was bowling left arm seam at her and just bowled a very similar delivery like that, and she's just uppercut it exactly the same up over backward point for 6. I have never seen any other batter in the female game play that shot.
Extraordinary. It's a long boundary, that square on the offside. It's a big old hit. You'll be able to see that clip as part of our iPlayer highlights, available tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. And no doubt on the BBC website as well. Both feet off the ground as she plays it as well. It is sensational.
I'm annoyed she did it then, to be honest.
No, it's you all over, Alex, that. Wise after the event.
Yeah, well, I'm fuming. Why was I not quicker with my words?
They're looking for the ball still. That's why the delay is taking place. Has she got it back now? Well,
no, they've not. Get a spare, I reckon.
I think they have.
Oh, have they?
There's a gentleman in a high-vis shirt, blonde hair.
No, he's definitely still looking for it.
He's still looking. Has Ismail got a new ball in hand? I think she does.
Sarah Bartlett, fourth umpire?
Yes.
With the spare balls.
He used to be a police officer, I believe.
Yes.
Ismail. Running into bowl to Dunkley, who's on 72. This time it's clipped off the pads. There won't be a run there because Sune is waiting at short, fine leg. And there's a ball left to the over. I cannot get over that shot.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. The way she just, as you say, jumps and uppercuts the ball over backward point. I mean, it was a wonderful shot. She could have just done it one ball later.
I know, Alex.
But it's not about me. It's not about what's going on out there.
It's unusual. Here comes Ismail. Ready to bowl again. If England could go at 10s for the remainder of the innings, they'll get up to 3-4-4, which feels a lot. Ismail to Dunkley. Defend. That's a good ball to finish the over. Ismail 8th. How many came off that? Phil, 2-7-2 for 2 is the score.
The 2 6s and the 4, 14. No, 16.
16.
16.
Right
14,
then.
sorry, 14 off the previous over and 10 the over before that, so 40 off the last 3 overs.
Wow. A changing gear, I think it's fair to say. So, to finish Jonathan's email, which feels a while ago, I lived in Deptford for years, and there was an amazing establishment on the high street called The Egg Shop. And they sold chicken. They sold big trays of cheap eggs. Nothing wrong with them all, at all. Just cheap. I used to boil up a whole tray at a time and then pickle them. Each time I got 1 jar left, I'd repeat the process. Good times. I love TMS like it's my family. Keep up the good work. Jonathan, we love you too. Thank you for that. And we've given Alex an education.
Stop eating pickled eggs.
No, that's what I'm going to take you out for dinner for some pickled eggs, Al.
I was speaking to Kate Cross, who's not playing today actually, this morning. She said, you'll have gone mad at me. She had COVID last week. And she had eggs that went out of date in April.
Here comes Nadine de Klerk. Bowling to Sciver, who chases a delivery that's missed and goes through to the gloves of Chetty up to the stumps. Yeah, but
so she rang her mum and dad and said, how do you know if an egg's off? They're like, well, you can smell it. So I was like, brilliant, can't smell them. She got COVID, she can't smell.
No, you float, you see if they float or not.
Anyway, she ate eggs that went off out of date in April. It's July. That's illegal.
Here comes de Klerk. Bowling to Sciver, gives it the big swing but doesn't get quite as much on it as she wanted. Out towards long off for 1, 2, 7, 3 for 2.
See, had she pickled them back in May,
exactly,
no problem.
Would have been fine. But Al, the question is, did they float or not?
I don't know.
Because that's how you test. If you put an egg in water, like just in the saucepan, and if it floats...
Cold or warm water?
No, it doesn't matter. I mean, if it's boiling water, you'll get a boiled egg, so maybe not that. Here comes de Klerk. Boiling to Dunkley. Swings hard at that, doesn't time it up towards mid-off. So what you do, if it rises to the surface, I think it's something in the middle of it has, in the sort of white has changed.
Honestly, it's what the sell-by date's for.
No, it's not.
If it's past that, it's done.
No, what if suddenly it ticks that date, suddenly it becomes kind of radioactive? No.
Straight to the food bank.
2-7-3 for 2. Oh, good shot from Dunkley. Smack back past the bowler. And it goes whizzing through the hands of de Klerk and back towards the boundary. The question is, has she got a finger on that and hurt herself? She's rather wringing that right hand, and that would have really stung because Dunkley gave it everything. 2-7-7 for 2.
And with that shot, Sophia Dunkley goes to her highest international score.
It was a brilliant shot to bring up that stat as well there. Just stands still, stand and deliver from Sophia Dunkley. Spreads her legs and heaves. So sorry. Anyway, she's hit it before.
De Klerk is receiving medical attention on the field.
Sophia Dunkley's highest score in ODIs before today was a 73 not out she made against India in Taunton last summer.
Had a good series, that series.
There you go.
What I meant was she had a strong base, but spread your legs came out. She had a strong base to hit that back past the bowler, and it actually was a drop catch from de Klerk as it clips the end of her fingers.
It's one of those that, had it actually hit more of the hand, it probably wouldn't have been quite as painful. Strangely, it's just because it's that glancing blow. I think it might be the thumb, but that would really hurt. And she is, I think, rather bravely going to continue bowling this over. She's
stroking the ground
and just trying to sort of test the pressure that she can put on that thumb. I think she's okay. That is a sort of one that could easily see a dislocation or
split webbing.
Yeah.
We saw Marie Kelly, that plays for Loughborough and Birmingham Phoenix in the 100, was fielding an extra cover or cover against Deandra Dottin the other day and split her thumb webbing. Had to have it all stitched up. Oof. And Dottin said, well, she said 4, she should have let it go. I mean, Deandra Dottin does hit the ball incredibly hard.
I can see de Klerk's right hand is shining from the magic cooling spray that's been applied to it. She runs in now, and that says quite a lot about how her thumb is, I think, because that is a filthy wide delivery that has actually beaten the keeper, signalled wide, and England pick up an extra run in there as well. So 279 for 2.
It was almost so wide. It was nearly a no ball there from de Klerk. He's bowled 5.4 overs and gone for 42. So she's been expensive today.
And it is one of those, isn't it, where a thumb, you think about this sort of seam position, and the ball comes out with the first 2 fingers, really, as de Klerk is in. Oh, that's a better ball. Hit into the leg side by Sciver. Work to do it long on. It's picked up, and just 1 run will be taken. Good work from Tryon out there. But actually, so much of the control with the ball is from that grip, that sort of underside grip as well.
Yeah, for a seamer, so you have 1 finger either side of the seam and the thumb underneath. And if you've got a sore thumb and you can't grip the ball properly, you know, it's going to just float out and you're not going to be able to bowl the delivery that you're after. You definitely won't be able to bowl any variations.
This is hit into the leg side, nicely struck by Dunkley, and she'll pick up 1 towards deep mid-wicket. And the over comes to an end. So Dunkley on to 77. 6 overs left in the innings. England 2-8 for 1 for 2. Sciver on 63. And at this stage, what are England realistically targeting? 6 overs left, 2-8, 1 for 2.
10 and over from here. I think that's going to be realistic. Thinking earlier, the start that they got off to, you know, you're thinking 350, 380 plus. But it doesn't look like they're going to get 380 plus because they need 100 off 6 overs. That's probably not going to happen. But 60 runs off the last 6 will get them up to 240.
340.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Which will feel like a pretty strong total. And you would have thought a South Africa side without this Lee now, of course.
No Danielle van Niekerk, no Mignon Dupree.
That would feel quite some way out of their reach, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's going to take a special knock from somebody to get them up to the target of 300. I think anything above 300 is 6 runs and over from the off. But what has been interesting for England today is they have had periods where they've only gone at 5 and over, and then they've caught back up and gone at 6 and over again, and the run rate has fluttered ever so slightly, but it just shows once you're in and you're able to capitalise on those bad balls.
Here comes Ismail then. 2 overs left for her. It's a ball on leg stump, worked into the leg side by Dunkley. Marizanne, Kapp will pick up and throw, but not before Sciver gets back to the danger end. 2 runs taken, good running. Dunkley moves to 79. Paul Barnard gets in touch on the email. tms@bbc.co.uk. The Portsmouth fan, Mr. Portsmouth FC, with the bell. John Westwood is his name. Don't know if he likes his pickled eggs, says Paul. I love them, but I do know that John loves his Guinness. Here comes Sciver bowling. It's chipped away, but past the fielder at mid-off. Possibly could have been a dive there. Dunkley moves to 83 with a firm punch aerially. and at about chest height, just to the right of Mlaba.
It's a terrible bit of fielding that from Mlaba. I reckon it's a metre to her right-hand side, and she's just escorted it to the boundary. We saw Marizanne Kapp do it a few times in the test match. I mean, she's been swapped now. She was at mid-off, and with that, well, quite frankly, poor effort, she's now been moved to extra cover. But she's stood in the wrong place here, extra cover. We've got 2 mid-offs, there we go. She's moving her slightly more wide to her left-hand side.
Dunkley's on 83.
Wheels are coming off South Africa, I reckon.
Yeah, hasn't felt in control, has it? Fine leg and short third up inside the circle. Dunkley goes into the leg side, looking for that boundary. Tryon will pick up, though, at deep mid-wicket. And just the one run is taken. Dunkley moves to 84. Sciver will be on strike on 63. She's not actually faced a huge amount of the strike, Nat Sciver. It feels like in the last few overs.
Three of the last 15 balls.
Here comes Ismail. Bowling to Nat Sciver, who's in position looking to help the ball down towards that fine leg boundary, and she doesn't get anything on it, but a wide is signalled by umpire Anna Harris. Sciver with a smile on her face because she was in position early, and I think probably Ismail has changed that angle slightly and feels maybe a bit hard done by to be having wide signalled against her.
Well, she set up to paddle the ball there, Sciver realised it was going down the leg side and went for the paddle sweep. I reckon a bit harsh to call that a wide.
Ismail in again. Sciver once again tries the trick, this time is bowled. She exposed the stumps, and the stumps are rocked back. Ismail gets the reward for endeavour, commitment in the field as well as with the ball, and that Sciver goes for 63. England lose another. It's 289 for 3.
That's the class of Ismail. That one was just straighter. It's gone through the legs of Nat Sciver as she's tried to sweep that into the leg side. It was too full to sweep. She's completely missed it through the legs, and it's actually hit middle stump. You can see what Nat Sciver's trying to do with that fine leg up inside the boundary, try and get the ball past there to keep the boundary rate flowing, keep that run rate up above 6s. She only faced 47 balls for her 63. A brilliant innings for Nat Sciver comes to an end.
So Sciver goes 63 from 47. Now the England captain comes to the middle. She has been waiting quite a while. It's another good partnership. What was that worth between Sciver and Dunkley, Phil?
That partnership at the end worth 142 for the third wicket.
Do you know what I'd have liked to see now? Danny Wyatt.
Yes. Captain's prerogative, though, I suppose.
Yes. I reckon the captain is probably still battling at the fact she's 5, not 3.
Well, indeed.
So
Andrew gets in touch. Pickle juice is a vital ingredient of a dirty martini. I'm going to get you into pickle juice.
you're not, because I take my gherkins off my burgers.
You don't like gherkins?
No,
What's wrong with a gherkin?
they're horrible. I don't like the shape of them. The taste.
289 for 3. This is on the pads. Big appeal for LBW immediately. Knight is looking nervously up towards umpire Anna Harris. But no immediate look like they're going to go upstairs with a referral. What about cucumbers?
Oh, I like a cucumber.
Same vegetable. So you
But it's
can't.
pickled.
No, you can't say I don't like the shape, I don't like the vegetable. You've walked into a trap there, Alex. It's the same thing.
It's pickled though. Okay, I don't like I don't like beetroot because it's like vinegary.
Salt and vinegar crisps.
No, I wouldn't choose them. Actually, smart ass.
Here comes Ismail bowling to Knight. That's another good ball from Shabnim Ismail. End of a really good over that. Yes, there were runs in there, but considering the point in the innings, she's bowled really nicely. Right then, 291 for 3 is the score. Alex, some more from you. And then I'm off to find myself a pickled egg. Danielle is standing by to take up commentary for the final 5 overs.
Pickled egg and a packet of crisps. Well, just seen the replay of Nat Sciver getting out again. And you can see what she was trying to do. Keep the boundaries flowing. Now, that's the job of Sophia Dunkley and Heather Knight. Can they keep going at 10 runs and over? Get England up to around 250, 240. But Nat Sciver was absolutely outstanding again for England. She is in fine, I hate the word form, but she is in fine form.
touch. She's dominant, a cut above. That said, Sophia Dunkley, I'd like to get her breakdown of how she's gone through the gears, because she's sort of gone from second gear to sixth gear in no time at all. Klerk is into her now, and that's flicked away in the air out towards deep mid-wicket. She's hitting the ball really sweetly at the moment. Gets one more, 292 for 3, brings Knight on to strike. Are you at all surprised they might not have tried letting Izzy Wong have a whack?
Oh, you're going Izzy Wong?
Wong for a whack, yeah, a bit of a pinch hit.
Danny Wyatt.
Danny Wyatt, what am I thinking? Yeah, Danny Wyatt.
Danny Wyatt first.
Danny Wyatt first, yes.
But the captain can go at a strike rate of above 100 once she's in.
Yes, they've got 5 overs to get in. She flicks this away out to deep mid-wicket, does Knight, and gets off the mark with that single. 293 for 3. Phil Long.
Sophia Dunkley, 23 off her first 38 balls. And then by the time she got to 76 balls, she had 84.
So, that's
61.
Yes, that's fairly good going.
23 and 61, the split off the 38 balls that made up the 76 balls she'd faced.
She's on strike again. Klerk is into her. She moves around her crease and just dabs it into the onside. They set off for a quick single that she will get home. This has been good bowling from de Klerk in this over. She's just taken the pace off and got it up there in the block hole. But England on 294 for 3. They're in a hugely dominant position here, Alex Hartley.
They are indeed, but South Africa, what they want to do here is they want to try and keep Heather Knight on strike. If I was South Africa to the seamer, I'd bring a mid-wicket in to stop that easy single into the leg side, so the leg side is completely open for Heather Knight.
Klerk is in, right arm over. And she plays and misses at this, and it comes off a bit of Trisha Chetty. Rolls behind her, behind the keeper, and there is no run.
Be the first player miss we've seen for a while.
That's been, isn't it?
Well, apart from Nat Sciver missing hers to getting bowled middle stump, but other than that, you know what I mean?
What a weird innings it's been, though. Started so quickly.
Then slowed down.
Beaumont got a bit stuck. Emma Lamb then got going, and then they got stuck again. Then they really motored. De Klerk in. It's worked her way into the onside. Knight's only going to get a single for this, though, as it rolls up to wide, long on. 295 for 3. Dunkley on strike on 86, 14 short of a century. There are 25 balls left. She faced 12 of them. She'd have to go just over a run a ball to get there.
She could get there.
She really could. De Klerk is into her. Crouched, back raised. She hoiks this on the bounce. 2 bounces up to long on. Means to take a single, keep the strike. 296 for 3, 4 overs to go. Dunkley up to 87, Knight on 2. England eyeing 330. Maybe a touch more if they can. There's plenty of batting to come, but they're not going to see much of the ball, you wouldn't have thought. Reminds it, it's a little bit like, you remember sort of 12, 13 years ago when Charlotte Edwards, Claire Taylor and Sarah Taylor used to bat nearly all the overs, and then poor old Lydia would come in and be expected to sacrifice herself in 3 overs.
Have 2 or 3 overs to just play a reverse sweep, hit the ball as hard as you can. And that's what we'll see from England's lower order, but you can see that we've still got Wyatt, Jones, Ecclestone, Izzy Wong, all can hit the ball, stupidly far. I'd love to be able to hit the ball as far as they can. So England have got a lot of firepower in that batting lineup.
That's 6 from Dunkley over deep backward point. If you haven't seen it, go onto the BBC Sport website and app for the in-play clips. It is quite the shot, and of course you can get the highlights of all of today's play on the iPlayer after close of play. Shabnim Ismail starts a new over. Dunkley gives herself room and then again hoiks up to wide mid-on, long on really, where Wolvaardt does the fielding. One more to Dunkley, 88. She goes to 297 for 3.
You can actually hear on the stump mic when Sophia Dunkley doesn't quite get hold of the ball, it makes a sort of plinking sound off the bat. So if anyone's out there and you can hear Sophia Dunkley when she's facing up, you can hear the difference of when she hits the ball cleanly and when she doesn't.
When she hit those 2 sixes, that was a delicious noise. Ismail in and giving herself room is Knight, but she can't beat short fine leg, who parries it to her left, and they'll just get one more. Knight just trying to change things up. It's quite a thing to get down on one knee and sweep Shabnim Ismail, because she's not a slow bowler.
Yeah, quick bowler is Ismail, and Heather Knight playing the exact same shot that Nat Sciver got out to, but a slower ball from Ismail there, an off cutter into the pitch.
298 for 3. Dunkley on strike on 88. Ismail into her. She's played an almost identical shot to the first ball of the over as she drives up to Wolvaardt at wide, long on along the ground. A cleaner connection on this occasion. She's just a little frustrated with herself, but this is the last Ismail over.
I think Sophia Dunkley is the only batter that I've noticed where I could probably tell from the noise off her bat where it's come off. And I don't know why it is with her bat. Maybe it's hollow. It just sounds different to everybody else's.
Ismail in, giving herself room on the offside thick edge, runs down to the fine deep third boundary for 4. A little bit of fortune there for Heather Knight. The 300 comes up with that. 303 for 3. She just gave herself room outside the leg stump, drove at it. There's no slip in, of course, at this stage. And that went very fine through a sort of third slip area for 4.
Yeah, Heather Knight just stepping right outside leg stump there. The ball actually was probably going to hit middle stump, so Ismail, the bowler, has got extremely unlucky. And as a seam bowler, you hate those. They are the most frustrating runs to concede.
She won't like that. Bouncer is my guess. She's in now. No, she's gone slower ball, gone down the leg side. Sprawling stop by Chetty, and Ismail's a little unfortunate there to be called a wide. Had Heather Knight stayed in exactly that position, it probably have hit a pad. But once an umpire sees the ball go past your legs, it's a wide every time.
Well, I thought the rule was if it was going to hit you where you were stood originally, then it's not a wide.
I mean, that has missed the leg stump by what, 2 inches?
It's not a wide.
It's not a wide.
That is not a wide. It's an off cutter again from Ismail, but it's not a wide.
It's pitched a good foot outside off stump. Here she is again. There's the short ball, and Knight doesn't really get hold of it, but by not getting hold of it, she might pick up 2 for it. Oh, no, she's sent Dunkley back as that went out to square leg, only about 10 yards beyond the circle, the fielding restriction circle. 305 for 3. Knight to 8 from 8. Dunkley 89 off 81, 1 ball left in the 47th.
Probably could have been 2 there from Sophia Dunkley and Heather Knight, but
I think
Heather
Dunkley
Knight
was worked hard by Sciver, wasn't she?
She was indeed. Heather Knight has been involved in 41 run-outs in her career.
Is that right?
Yes.
41?
41. So
that is brilliant.
She was avoiding the 42nd.
Well done. Ismail in. That's been driven straight down the ground. Fielders converge. Wolvardt's going to get to it. A sprawling stop will keep them to 2. Dunkley moves into the 90s with that. She goes to 91. The end of the 47th over. England 7 for 3. 3 overs remain. Ismail is bowled out on her return to the South African side today. 1 for 61 from her 10. So where are they going to go, Alex, for the last 3 overs? De Klerk's. Oh, hang on. As you were, no ball. Oh. And Phil Long, the scorer, is disgusted. It happens so often off the 6th ball of the over. It's wrecked his whole scoring system.
It has. He'll scribble it out.
He's going to sulk now. He is. I don't think.
Shaking his
If
head.
we ask him something now, he'll just refuse to speak.
At the end of the over, you do all your tallies, you work everything out, and then you look up.
Ugh.
And we've got another ball.
Unlucky, Phil.
It's a free hit, though, with Dunkley on 91. Where's Ismail going to go? Block hole? Yes, slow block hole. It's been hoiked out towards deep mid-wicket. Fielders after it. Brilliant. Brilliant. Chloe Tryon to claw that back. Diving full length, just poured it away with her left hand. She says, rather you than me. And England get, 3 bonus runs, the no ball and the 2.
From Chloe Tryon in the deep there, as she's just running around and is able to slap the ball back inside the boundary rope. And Wolvaardt does probably the best bit of fielding we've seen all day from South Africa there.
Like cuffing an errant pickpocket in Victorian London.
I've got a question for Phil.
Oh, yes.
So a no ball in domestic cricket is 2 runs, isn't it?
Correct, someone.
Is it 2 here as well?
No.
It's just 1. So it's nice that cricket keeps these rules simple for us all to follow.
County Championship cricket, it's 2, but in the Vitality Blast for men, it's only 1. It's very confusing. OK, de Klerk starts a new over from the Ashley Down Road end, and Knight just plonks this ball along the ground up to wide long on for a single, which will bring Dunkley on to strike. That's the real source of interest at the back end of this innings now, with 17 balls to go. Can Dunkley bring up her 100? It's been a really great second half to her innings. She got a bit calm to start with, but then has cut loose with some ferocious hitting. It's been great to watch. Can she finish off the job? De Klerk's into her, and she drives into the offside. A good diving half stop. Well, he's going to bring 2, I think, here. This is really tight running. Well, Heather Knight dived home at the non-striker's end. De Klerk collected, knocked off the bails. What's up?
Well, I'm just thinking, is that the 40-second run out?
Is that the 40-second run out? Well, we're going to have a look in a minute.
She thinks she's back. It's whether or not she dived
It's
early
a half-hearted appeal. A direct hit, she would have been out. Oh, she's
back. She's good. She's good.
With the dive, she's in by about a metre, maybe a yard. Well, there's a lot between a metre and a yard.
A few inches.
Yeah, and a few more centimetres. De Klerk into Dunkley, picked up 2 with that. She's on 95, and she's hit this high in the air. Is it going to 1 bounce for? Nearly brought up 100 with a 6. There was a powerful blow, just playing across the line in the air. 1 bounce, it landed about 2 metres inside the sponge, away to our leg side, away to our left, in between square leg and deep mid wicket. So Dunkley on 99. What a moment this would be. What are our ODI 100 statuses here, Phil? This is our first?
Oh, yes.
This will be a first. It's a quick one as well. Flicked away, and she thinks of a single. It's not there. The Knight sends her back. How fast was Emma Lamb's the other day? Because we were talking about fastest maiden hundreds.
Yes, we were.
Emma Lamb had the 4th fastest maiden 100 for England.
This will be the fastest.
Will it be the fast? It'll be faster. So it'll be at least go to 4th. If not,
Sciver was 76.
Sciver was 76, right. She could easily have panicked a bit, because there was a bit in the innings when it wasn't quite happening for her. Chloe Tryon she was just bowling slow and straight, and she was getting a little bit vexed, wasn't she? And then around about, I think, as Phil points out, around about her 36th ball, from that point onwards, she has cut loose in exhilarating, scintillating fashion.
That's right, the first 38 balls she didn't hit a boundary, then she hit back-to-back 4s, and then there was no looking back from there, really.
Well, she's got 2 overs left. Marizanne Kapp's back in the attack to bowl her 9th and final over. So Kapp is not going to be used up, so to speak. Heather Knight, we should point out, went for 9 off 10 off the last ball of the 48th over. Here's Kapp into Dunkley. Dunkley gives herself room and again hoiks out towards deep mid-wicket. Chloe Tryon runs around to field. They're coming back for a second, and Wyatt will get home. Really good running by Wyatt. She's very athletic. She's going to be the perfect person for Dunkley to run with in one way. And just been informed that it's Sophia Dunkley's birthday tomorrow.
It is indeed.
Well,
she's going out for a pizza with Georgia Elwes in the evening.
But she's got to play the next day.
She has.
It's Monday, isn't it? Leicester Grace. Oh no, not
It's
the
a
next
Monday.
day. It's Monday,
Yeah.
so she's got a day off after that. Full toss, swung away towards deep backward square leg. Just the 1 run. She thinks of a second, but she's looking, to be fair, a little bit leg weary now, is Dunkley. She needs to be running not to the danger end, I would suggest. But it'll bring Wyatt on to strike. England 321 for 4.
Danny White here, unbelievably strong through the offside, so Marizanne Kapp cannot bowl the ball outside the off stump, because Danny White will look to go up and over extra cover through the covers. So to bowl at Danny Wyatt here, Marizanne Kapp has to be bowling middle and leg stump, nothing outside the off stump.
And that's not really her natural game, is it?
It's not what she's been bowling throughout this series. She's been hanging the ball outside the off stump.
Wyatt, you imagine, will just give herself a little bit of room here as Kapp is into her. And well, it's short. She goes for the pull, or almost hook actually, because that got up quite high and she misses it through to Chetty. Then she looks straight at umpire Long at square leg, as if to say, is that not a bit high?
I'm only small, as we see it on the replay. No, I think that's a good bouncer.
Yeah,
I think that's a good bouncer.
Might have just hit the very top of the helmet if she'd not, because she did a little crouch, didn't she? Little flex of the knees, little bend of the head.
So Kapp at the top of her mark, 4 in the ring on the offside, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg. Those are the boundary riders. Fine leg and third are up. But a pull from Wyatt out into space, out to deep backward square. I think that'll just be the one. Dunkley's thoroughly uninterested in coming back for a second. 322 for 4.
Danny Wyatt actually had to play that hook shot with both feet off the ground to jump and chase the ball into the leg side.
This is decent bowling here from Kapp, though, because she's got protection square of the wicket and the onside. And then on massive boundaries square of the wicket out there. Well, on both sides of the wicket, really. Kapp in. And now, wonderful little flicky ramp. It's going to bring Dunkley a couple of runs. Runs down fine. Down through a sort of a line from second slip. So, how do we describe that shot? It's a kind of a ramp. She moved across.
She
shows the bat.
She's gone to play it on the leg side, realised it's outside the off stump, so she's adjusted and she's tennis shotted it over her shoulder.
I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A little flick of the wrist up and over the shoulder.
Little flick, showing the bat as a kind of vertical ramp.
She's almost got too much bat on it and it's gone too high up in the air.
It hasn't deflected quite, has it? Maybe a bit of pace off as well. 324 for 4 with that too. She's still on strike. She drives into the offside to extra cover on the edge of the ring, and she will pick up one more run. She'll keep strike at the end of the over, will Dunkley. 325 for 4. Dunkley at 106. Wyatt has 1 over to go, and already you sort of feel England are out of sight here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are. You know, anything above 300 would have been a lot to ask for South Africa with no Lizelle Lee. She's just retired. The captain, Danielle van Niekerk, still coming back from injury, and Mignon Dupree, she's retired as well. She only plays T20 cricket for South Africa. So without those three, it's going to take a brilliant innings from somebody like Wolvaardt, Kapp, or Chloe Tryon.
Yeah, well, they do have those options. They have those players in the side, so they won't have given up hope. They also know they've got to go for it, because it's a points-based series, this. There's no point in just digging in, getting 200. Right, start of the last over. This has been flicked fine to fine leg by Dunkley. She'll get a single. She didn't quite get it as fine as she wanted to get it. Went straight to the field as she moved across her stumps and played the little ramp sweep onto the leg side. 326 for 4, which will bring Wyatt onto strike. This will be a test for de Klerk. She's got 4 in the ring on the offside, and long off, a long on. Fine leg and third up. It's exactly the same field as Marizanne Kapp had. Deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square leg. De Klerk in from the Ashley Down Road end. And Wyatt hoiks at this and misses, and it's going to run away for 4. 4 buys, I fancy. They are buys, signalled by umpire Long. But that's where Trisha Chetty's going to have a little look at herself there. Just get anything on it. It's a bit of a pad. That's what the pads, the shin guards are for here.
I don't think she really knew much about this. Danny Wyatt's gone for the big old heave.
She's just missed it completely.
Chetty's just stood up thinking, just presuming she's going to make contact with it, and she doesn't.
4 more to the total. 330 for 4. 4 balls left. And she comes again. That's driven for 4. That's a wonderful shot from Danny Wyatt. She had to thread that through a tightly patrolled offside field with the point and the cover not much in front of square, and that has raced to the boundary.
Clearing that front leg as well there, Danny Wyatt, to give herself that opportunity to hit the ball through the offside. It was full, it was almost a Yorker. She's managed to hit that out the middle of the bat. Races across the square.
Proper bottom hand as well to guide that in the right place as de Klerk's in again. Full toss, which she rather bunts into the offside, and they've run the first. They should get back for a second comfortably as that goes wide to Shabnim in Ismail's left, up at wide long off. 2 more. 336 for 4.
Did you hear de Klerk on the stump mic then? Oh, girls, come on. And I think that exactly sums up this batting innings, bowling innings for South Africa. Girls, come on.
It does a bit, but I don't know whose fault that was, really. I mean, it was always 2, wasn't it? For the moment it shanked its way past extra cover. Penultimate ball hoiked out towards deep mid-wicket on the bounce. It will be fielded, so Sophia Dunkley will face the last ball of the innings. Wyatt will finish on 8 not out from 6. 337 for 4. 1 ball to come. You know, I wouldn't begrudge Dunkley a red inker here. Just dab it to the offside, take the single. But she won't. She'll have a massive swing.
She won't. She'll go for the boundary. Surely.
Swinging for the hills. Here we go. To Klerk. Last ball of the innings has been smashed high up to deep mid-wicket and taken. Dunkley has to go off the last ball. Just didn't quite get the distance. It's a very long boundary out there. Well taken catch. But that takes nothing away from what has been a superb effort from Sophia Dunkley. A maiden ODI 100, 107 she finishes from 93 balls. England 337 for 4. It's a mammoth total on what is a pretty slow, slightly awkward pitch with very, very wide boundaries, very long boundaries, square of the wicket. But the crowd, to a man, woman, boy and girl, are standing here at Bristol, as are her teammates, all applauding what has been a fabulous knock. England were never really in any trouble in this game, but they could easily have ended up 260, 270 were it not for that knock. And
to get your maiden ODI 100 or your maiden 100 for England is always going to be a special moment, but to do it and get your team into such a strong position, you know, the top 4 for England all scoring 50s, I think that top 4 now for me is a good top 4. Emma Lamb's in unbelievable, say it again, form, coming off the back of a 100 at Northampton to then score another 50 today. Tammy Beaumont scrapped around a little bit and got up there and ended up fighting away to 58 off 81 deliveries. Could she have caught up? I think she was trying to and ended up getting caught at mid-off. But I think it's been a brilliant day all round for England.
well, aside from Heather Knight's 9 off 10, everybody else struck at just over 100. 67 off 65 for Lamb, 107 off 93 for Dunkley. Sciver, so dynamic, 63 off 47. Wyatt, 8 off 6. Tammy Beaumont started really well, just got a little bit bogged down by Chloe Tryon when the pace came off. Let's take a look at bowling figures. Ismail, 10 overs, 1 maiden, the only maiden, 1 for 64. Kapp, none for 60 off 9. Khaka, none for 60 off 8. Klerk, 2 for 65 off 9. Mlaba, none for 42 off 7. And Chloe Tryon, 2 for 34.
Why didn't she bowl more? Why didn't she bowl more? That's the question.
And the key to that whole innings, 142 runs for the 3rd wicket, 127 for the 1st wicket. 2 dominant partnerships that really expose the frailties in South Africa's bowling and fielding lineup. Now, I feel people hovering, and I think it's time for Alex to go and get tea, you lucky thing. Because if the lunch is anything to go by, the tea will be fantastic. And Lauren Winfield-Hill's going to join us after.
And just very quickly before I go for a cuppa, that's England's 7th highest ever women's ODI total, their 2nd highest against South Africa.
Thank you. Well, that puts it into some context, doesn't it? A wonderful effort. Lauren, before we go on to the topic that we're going to discuss in the break. Some quick thoughts. I mean, we talked about England's batting. South Africa in the field, without the leadership of Dane van Niekerk, they look just a little, well, more than a little ragged to me.
Yeah, they look a little bit disconnected, don't they? This sort of, it's, you know, when your team's sort of down and out and got to fight back after that first ODI, which was a bit of a thrashing in the end, wasn't it? Someone's got to stand up. Someone's got to take the bull by the horns and, you know, be the one, and it didn't look like anybody really wanted to do that. I think, yeah, like you said, you have to come out and set the tone early. You really have to have a lot of presence from ball one, and if you don't, on a wicket like this, you know, it's a fantastic wicket, lightning fast outfield. You have to start, you know, you have to start really well. Otherwise, momentum you seem to be clawing back to try and get the game back in your favour, and you know, they just never did that, and it just felt like England, you know, there was ebbs and flows of it. There was times where they did stem, you know, the run rate, but there was nobody that was. It didn't look like anyone was going to inspire them to anything magical in that first half.
It was all too brief, wasn't it? It was like the one moment, one passage that they had control was when Chloe Tryon was bowling, and that was really more because the England batters were just getting a bit fretful about trying to get on with it. You sort of wondered if they might have just continued with that plan, actually.
Well, yeah, in the end, it was they left 3 overs of hers out there, so I think, you know, I do think slower balls and slower bowling on this surface looked a lot more difficult than pace on. You know, we saw, especially with the new ball, it seemed to be runs galore. And although she's not a frontline spinner, you know, she's a slow bowler, and she bowls straight. She tries to bowl straight, and I think, you know, she had quite a simple plan, really, and she had good success for that. But the fact that she didn't bowl out her full allocation, you know, again, was just like a bit of leadership and a bit of. I know the Marizanne Kapps and Ismail and, you know, de Klerk, they've been sort of your frontline attack for a while. But you've got to adapt to what's happening in front of you, and it's, yeah, you might say, well, Chloe Tryon's a bit of a part-time bowler. It doesn't matter. On this surface today, she has been the most effective. So, you know, and we've seen that Marizanne Kapp has been sort of the lead of that bowling attack for a long time, but it wasn't her day today. You know, she didn't look like she was in very good control and rhythm from the sort of the start of the game. So in this situation, in this scenario, on this wicket, Chloe Tryon was the bowler that I think should have bowled 10 overs.
Henry Moran's joined us. He's going to tell us what we're going to talk about.
Well, we're going to talk Lauren Winfield Hill.
Oh.
It's very straightforward. It's a pretty...
It won't take long. I'm pretty boring.
No, stop it. You're certainly not that. Because of all the members of our team this summer, you're, I suppose, the person that we know plenty of in terms of what you've done as a cricketer, but you've joined us as part of the commentary team as well. You were with us last summer, but it's really our first opportunity to have a bit of a sit down and reflect on things, really, because it's been, you know, an England journey that has started at the non-professional era and come on right through to the present day as well, and it's, you know, there has been quite a lot that has happened in that time. And I suppose we start with the peak, because 2017 was the moment of moments, and we'll start here. Because that World Cup semi-final, England against South Africa, you were playing in that game. You were here as part of that side. It was the most remarkable finish when Anya Shrubsole hit those winning runs. What do you remember? What do you remember of that day?
I think that day was a reflection of a lot of that tournament, where it was backs against the wall at times and just finding ways to win. And I think that's what we did really well in that competition. Was there were so many times when you almost had no right to win, but we managed to find a way. And the semi-final and the final, you know, the final especially just epitomised that. And I think, yeah, like that was probably the biggest story of that sort of World Cup journey, really.
Dan was in floods of tears in his commentary box.
I was beating my fist in the ground when whichever wicket it was.
It was Laura Marsh, bowled by Shabnim Ismail.
Oh, gosh. Yes.
You were into... Was that...
Yes.
There's no pickled eggs?
Yes. Nothing would have consoled me if England had lost that game, because, as I mentioned earlier, just the importance of playing that game at Lord's. And it was slipping through the fingers, and then Anya Shrubsole goes and thwacks this ball for 4. It was fantastic. But
yeah, no.
It was... You say... You know, that you got through the difficult moments in the World Cup final. Did you? Because Anya Shrubsole seemed to tell us that, yeah, it was never in doubt. Did you feel like that when you were out there? Because I can tell you, in the commentary box, I didn't feel like that.
No, honestly, it's really funny, because the World Cup final was the only game I wasn't nervous, which sounds really bizarre, because it's like, oh my God, it's a World Cup final. It was a packed house, but it was almost like my mindset on that day was just simply like, just take it all in and just seriously enjoy it. And I think sometimes you forget to do that, and that was like it was just an occasion, wasn't it? It was an event where it was just like, just literally take it all in, and that almost felt like it took the nerves and the complexity of thinking about the game out of it. It was just like, just immerse yourself in what's happening and take it all in. And you're not going to get this day back, and that really that sort of took the pressure off a little bit. And then we were obviously batting first, and I'd usually that's when the nerves and stuff would start to build. But it was like, you know what, just go out there and just have a great time with your mates in front of this packed house at Lords.
See, that's
it sounds so bizarre.
It does to me, and probably to you, Daniel, because it might be why you're an elite international athlete, and Daniel and I are not. Because to me, that sounds like the most sort of counterintuitive thinking.
There's a few other reasons, Henry.
But was there also a sense that actually, a bit like Australia getting to the MCG in 2020, you'd kind of done that part of the job of getting to the final and making that showpiece?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. It sounds a bit cliche, doesn't it? But it was almost like it was written for us. I do think that, losing the first game to India, there's so many games it was like, how on earth, how are we here? How are we in the final? That it did feel like it was just meant to be. And I remember even in that whole, that 18 months build up to it, it was all about this World Cup final, at Lords. And we even trained there long before the World Cup had even started, and it was like, let's just get familiar with this place, because we'll be here. And it was just one of them things where it sounds really cliche, but it felt like it was just meant to be, and that was our story and our journey, and there was no way we weren't going to win that World Cup. And I'd agree with Anya, it was carnage. The crowd was so loud. Obviously you had all the Indian fans that were going nuts because at so many points in that game it looks like it was theirs for the taking, but there was just this air of calmness about what we were doing. Even it was just like there was chaos, and then there was what we were doing, and it was almost like the separation of the two. And everybody was just focused on that next wicket. Just keep going at them.
Do you remember the moment of victory? Because when speaking to Catherine and Anya at Taunton, you can listen to it as a TMS podcast, that chat, but Catherine sort of just curled up in a ball on the ground while everyone else went and embraced Anya. Do you remember what happened?
Yeah, I was at mid-on or mid-off, but I don't feel like I remember that actual moment. It feels like a bit of a blur. I remember once we'd sort of all got together afterwards, I remember walking around the boundary and sort of speaking to all the crowd and stuff, but that actual moment, it's almost like you just freeze and you're like, what has just happened? So yeah, like I say, the goal was to just take it all in, but those in that particular moment, you're just like, what on earth just happened? And then just go crazy and just hug each other and go nuts. Yeah,
and you kept doing that for about the next 10-12 hours.
10-12 days, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess it was the import of the moment. You could tell everybody in commentary boxes all the way in Lords felt exactly the same thing. I think because the spectacle was so extraordinary, because the crowd, obviously the players make it, but the crowd made it that much more important, because it was packed. I mean, that day I just remember speaking to friends whose daughters had come to cricket for the first time, and sons for that matter, and there was just this incredible sense of goodwill, is the best way I could describe it.
Yeah, and I think that was the amazing thing about the final being against India, because the fans, it wasn't one-sided in the crowd. It wasn't solely English fans. It was there was supporters from both sides, and my goodness, the Indian fans were very loud, and that just gave a real occasion and it's such a great atmosphere. And I think we didn't realise the impact of winning that World Cup on home soil in front of a packed house at Lords until the next day. And you've got the headlines, and you've got the kids, and the piece with Anya when she was a young girl, to then doing and it was like, wow, this has sort of changed cricket in this country forever.
And do you think it has?
I think so, yeah, because I think of pre-2017, and I think of where the game's at now, and it was sort of like the catalyst for young girls coming into cricket here. With the catalyst for, you got the Super League, and then we got the 100, and then we got the domestic structures, etc. So it really felt like that was like our trampoline to you know, to go from there, where before we probably hadn't really, there wasn't quite as much of a thirst for women's cricket in this country until after that point.
Well, coverage was a bit more sporadic as well, wasn't it? Because I remember, was it 2000 and... Oh, I'm trying to remember
it was
that.
13 and 14 were the games at Wormsley.
Yes, exactly. But I was thinking about the wonderful Claire Taylor-inspired win at the Oval against Australia, or New Zealand did it in the T20.
2009.
2009, yeah. And I remember being amazed there because there was a proper crowd, and it was an amazing innings from Claire Taylor, and it was a very stiff target. And I wondered if that would be the trampoline, but actually there wasn't regular coverage on TV. The women's tests at Wormsley, I mean, were they even televised?
No.
They weren't.
Well, I remember, and credit to the ECB for managing it, but I remember the only internet that was accessible at Wormsley was via an enormous satellite dish pointing down the valley, and that was the only way you could get. And it is the most beautiful ground in the world, don't get me wrong, but it is a world away from what we see today with huge TV trucks and everything else. And you've
well,
lived that
I
journey.
made my Test debut at Wormsley, and you think now, you know. And I made my ODI debut at Louth.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Louth, it's lovely, but you know the girls debuting today here at a first-class ground with a crowd in, with TV coverage, with radio coverage, it's just a whole different ball game. I think there was a man and a dog at Louth, and a couple of friends and family, and that was it. And it was genuinely just a club ground that was hosting international cricket. So from there to now is phenomenal, really.
How do you think a, say, 15-year-old girl interested in cricket would view professional cricket today as compared to how you did when you were 15 as an opportunity?
Well, I've got a really good example of that. Like one of the Young Diamonds girls, she won't mind me saying it, or hopefully not anyway, Emma Marlowe, like when I was, what is she, 17, 18, if someone said to me, what do you want to do, I wouldn't have said I want to be a professional cricketer. It was like, I love sport. If you love sport, you generally do go to uni, be a PE teacher, or like at the time I wanted to go into the police or something like that. These girls at like 15 to 18, I say, "Oh, you're going to uni? What are you doing?" No, I'm gonna play cricket professionally, and it's like that was never an option for me. Yeah, I'm very grateful that it's materialised in that way, but at that age, it wasn't a definitive pathway goal for teenage girls. Whereas now it's like, well, yeah, like I want to be a professional cricketer. And that the other important piece of that is it doesn't have to be I want to play for England, because you can be a professional cricketer without playing for England now. So I'm not saying that she doesn't want to play for England, but it's like the opportunity for girls to be full-time professional cricketers is a lot wider than the lucky 15 who play for England. You know, you've got hundreds of girls that will hopefully have the opportunity to be full-time professionals in the next sort of 3 to 5 years.
Do you think that means though that they have had very different experiences of what cricket is? Because obviously there are so many advantages that massively outweigh the disadvantages of professionalism. It makes the game sustainable, it attracts more people to come to play, it pays you, it's the just and right thing to happen when men are getting paid to play cricket. But presumably it meant that you had to adapt to a very different scenario, because we started saying in the commentary box, once professional contracts came in, the way we covered the game had a very different scrutiny on it. We were looking at people's fitness, we were looking at whether or not they'd trained hard enough, whether they were dropping catches in the outfield. We were not any longer giving a little bit of leeway.
Yeah.
Things like that happen, and so
you got
pressure.
Tough.
You do a bit.
Yeah.
You do, because you have to, because that's what you're reflecting.
Because expectations change, don't they?
I mean, if everybody's an amateur, then the commentary reflects that, because you have to give a degree of leeway to somebody. If everybody's a professional, then suddenly it's a lot more harsh and unforgiving an environment.
I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember almost the game where everything changed, and that was that test at Canterbury, where it wasn't long after professionalism became the norm for the England women's side. And the game finished, England badly beaten, big collapse.
remember it, yeah. Well, try to erase it, but...
that's what Henry's here for. He likes to bring bad memories.
Yeah, LBW.
Hold on a second. I brought back a lovely memory. We started with the World Cup, and so we'll return to something nice in a minute.
Can we? Yeah, we've got to go positive, negative, positive.
Yeah, they call it sandwich or something. And so that game, I remember interviews after the match. There was almost a degree of whoa from the players, because suddenly it was a media going, hold on a minute, that's not good enough. You've got to be better than that. And those are tough lessons to have when you've had to traverse the two different worlds.
Yeah, it is. And I remember, I do remember that test match and sort of like the backlash of that defeat. And it was so unfamiliar for us because, nobody really cared how we were performing before that, to be quite honest. There wasn't the same coverage, like you said. There was a lot more leeway on performance because it's like, well, these girls are training twice a week. Like, we can't expect the world. And then that point was... it was a big shift and it was a big reality check for us as a group because, we're all human and we don't like to hear, negative stories or feedback about our performance, but it was almost like, okay, this is how it's going to be now and we need to raise our game to match that and to be better. And I think it took a little bit of time after that to sort of see the fruits of that sort of transition into... It's different getting paid to play cricket and being professional, I think. You can get paid to play cricket, but it doesn't mean you're a professional. A professional is how you go about things, how you train, how you prepare, how you eat, sleep, what physical nick is your body in, etc. And I think we were paid cricketers, but we weren't professionals. And it took a little bit of time, and even on the side of that is like your mental game, and actually blocking out some of that and not being like, oh my God, everyone's got really like poor comments about me and everyone's now watching me fail, and dealing with that pressure because it's not something that you've been hugely familiar with. And even if you look at the pathways of women's sport for us to get to England, you generally, if you stood out, you got into these pathways and you got scouted and stuff. And if you look at the boys' pathway at that same time, it was like there was more people got rejected than got picked. So they were used to being under a bit more pressure. It wasn't something that we were hugely familiar with. It was, if you're pretty good and you stand out, you're going to get in, and if you get into the pathways, you're getting more coaching and you've got every chance of going all the way.
I know it's a very difficult question to answer, but do you think to have been your days, I want to be a professional cricketer, and that had been your cricketing experience? Or do you think you need more cottagey home spun environment that there probably still was at the end of the 2000s, then coming into the 2010s and going through the transition? Do you think that was probably the perfect way to do it? Professional cricketer early on?
No, I don't. And lots of people say, they're so days, you've got 17-year-olds getting paid to play cricket and whatnot. I don't regret the pathway that I've had, because I think you can't take it for granted. That you've got to, you sort of had to work hard for your opportunities. I remember even I can't remember. I was preparing for an international tour around Christmas time, and I was living with my parents still at this point, and I couldn't get into Headingley because it was an hour drive and it was over Christmas. So they closed it down, and I remember going into my local indoor sports hall, which is it's like a railway thing converted. It's like a freezing cold old school sports hall, putting pounds into the meter to keep the lights on. And I remember it was like I don't know what it was, like 10. It was like £1 for 10 minutes, so I've got an hour, so I've got me £6 coins, and I'm putting it in, and I want to go for a bit longer, I'll have to get a few more pound coins to put in. And that was with my local coach, and I was preparing for international cricket, but I loved it because it was like raw and like grimy, you know, and not in like an actual sense, but it was like...
It's almost like how a boxer has to come through a system, you know what I mean?
But I love that. Yeah. I love, like, it's almost like the dirty work. That it's not handed to you on a plate, and you've got to work hard. And I think sometimes that ingrains quite a lot of really good qualities that you wouldn't necessarily get now.
What's a better way to become a cricketer? The way at the moment where there's the coaching from the off, or having to learn the tough way? I suppose you get more people coming through now, don't you? Because it takes a special sort of person to
go out and do the work yourself, or source of facility to train in or whatever, versus a coach has organised it for you, or you to do is show up and say, okay, I want to practice my reverse sweeps today. Well, we're going to choose the easy one, aren't we? Like, that's just what we would do. But I'm grateful of that pathway, because I think it teaches you a lot of really good lessons that are probably harder to capture nowadays because things are a little easier.
What about looking forward a little bit, and things like the 100, and your side, the Northern Superchargers, will be in action during the tournament that will have every ball off on the BBC.
Don't you kick off against the holders, the Oval Invincibles? I just wanted to throw that in. My team.
but this
out the Oval, I think. Is that right?
Yeah.
But this is. It's a different world, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, how exciting has the 100 been for the women's game? Because that has been the big success story of the tournament.
Yeah, hugely, and I think it's given males and females a platform where I think the standard of cricket is so high, the quality of the actual product is awesome, in terms of the whole atmosphere and the fireworks going off and the occasion. It feels ramped up. It feels like a bit of a cauldron, you know, and I think it's provided a platform that's genuinely seen as, if you can do well at that level, you are ready for international cricket, or you're pretty close. Whereas I think we've been craving something like that, where you have people will do really well domestically for a long time. Oh, well, but it's domestic, it's county cricket. It's not the same as international cricket. And whereas with something like the 100, and it might even be argued a little bit with the T20 Blast, where it's the T20 Blast or whatever it is. But now you've got players who do well in both of those competitions, and it's seen as genuinely a very strong standard that probably shows good signs that you can handle the next step up.
Well, and this year it's going to be even stronger standard in the women's game, relatively to the men's game, you'd think, because there's going to be a lot of Australians going to be playing. They weren't able to last year with COVID. So you've got the best players in the world. You've not got that many teams. You've got the best players in England and probably the next tier. So, I mean, that is, on paper, actually, it's a stronger competition for women than it is for the men, because obviously for the men it clashes with other short form competitions around the world, Caribbean Premier League, as well as international fixtures that have to take place. So, it's just, is it as big, do you think, as the Women's Big Bash? How does it compare with the Women's Big Bash?
Yeah, I genuinely think it is, and I'm not just like, woo, go England sort of. I think a real good measure of that is we've had players, Laura Harris, Jemima Rodriguez, etc., who have played in both. And the thing that they loved about the 100 was the crowds. So, the kit in the Big Bash is obviously very good, but they don't get the same amount of bums on seats. Whereas the 100, you have both. So, you had a genuine atmosphere at the grounds to play in front of, and you had a really good standard of cricket on display as well. So I think it's going to be better this year than last year, like you said, with the amount of high quality overseas now available. And you look at the good that competition's done. You've got two products of that on display today with Lauren Bell and Izzy Wong. Arguably, that sort of provided them with a platform. On the back of that, Izzy Wong goes and plays in the Big Bash. She wouldn't have gone in the Big Bash if she hadn't have had, people saying, oh, she's born 70 miles an hour in the 100. We'll have a look at her. And then all of a sudden she's playing international cricket because you've caught the eye, and in a competition that is right up there.
Umpires heading out to the middle, but just as a final thought, Lauren, you're into decent form yourself. 93 against Lancashire earlier this month. How's your game at the moment? Yeah,
good. I think for me it's just about playing as much cricket as I can and just trying to enjoy the freedom and it's nice to not be in bubbles and sort of have a bit of balance of life again. Taking my pressure off my cricket a little bit. But yeah, no, it's good. I feel pleased with where my game is, and like I said, it's nice to have a bit of a all-round balance of life with enjoying things and not being locked up in hotel rooms.
Yeah, well, there's certainly has been a challenging couple of years for so many people, and not least those players that have had to. And I know being a cricketer is an immense privilege, as I'm sure you'd agree, but there's been challenges along the way in the last couple of years. Yeah, there has, but hopefully, we're at the other side of that, and you can see even the way the girls have played in that first innings. There's an air of freedom again, isn't there? There's an air of enjoyment and smiles on faces, and everything's just a bit lighter again. Well, England will be feeling that everything's pretty much cosy with the world because they've hit a monster total 338 in the first innings. Our thanks to Lauren Winfield-Hill and to Danielle Norcross. Fed and watered during the interval. Phil Long is back.
Yeah, fed and watered indeed. If South Africa are to win this game today, we're going to see a world record. It'll be the highest ever chase in women's ODI history. The highest score actually in the second innings in a women's ODI was the score that South Africa scored here back in the World Cup back in 2017. They made 305 for 9, and I think if they get anywhere close to that tonight, we'll be pleased and maybe slightly surprised. I agree with you there. Alex Hartley's back with us. How are you, Al?
I'm very well, thank you. I had a cold potato. When I realised food was cold, I came straight back in here and listened to Lauren Winfield-Hill.
Oh, yeah, I think it was the food that was earlier.
Yeah, it was.
Lovely. Here comes Nat Sciver then. Start of the innings. This is worked off the hips by Andrie Steyn down towards fine leg, where Beaumont, the long sleeve shirt, will run round to pick up. And a couple of runs are taken. The score, therefore, 2 without loss. The target 338. You're listening to Test Match Special live from Bristol, where the sun is shining, the floodlights are on, the crowd are gathered in the seats over to our right in particular. Those grey seats well occupied by supporters, and then those balconies as well, bathed in sunshine on the flats at the far end of the ground, from which end Sciver bowls, and it's defended by Steyn. England with 2 slips, and fielders in the deep at deep third and fine leg. Who do we expect to open the bowling with, Nat Sciver?
Lauren Bell, I'm going to go for. I said at the start of the day, Izzy Wong will bowl first change, and Nat Sciver will open the bowling. So I've got one right. It's just seeing who will be on the other end.
Sciver then running in mid on and mid off up, and Steyn is jabbing the bat down on the ball. What we don't want to see here, Alex, is South Africa just trying to bat the overs.
No, but they also have to play themselves in. So you've got to be positive but not reckless. So you've got enough time to play yourself in, but we do want to see them try and chase this down and not just bat the 50 overs.
Yeah, they've got to give it a bit of a go once they're set, surely. And that's a beauty. Beating the outside edge from Nat Sciver, she bowled. Steyn lunging forward, groped rather at that ball, and it whizzed on through to Amy Jones. It's a nice bit of a way shape from Nat Sciver.
I'd much rather see South Africa be bowled out as well, actually going for the chase, than, just crawl up to a decent score.
Steyn has 2. Wolvaardt at the other end. Steyn leans on that, will pick up an easy single into the leg side as we see Charlie Dean running around to collect, and the score moves on to 3 without loss. Target 338 is a big old target.
It's a big old target. There's always lots of runs here at Bristol. I used to enjoy playing here.
Even as a bowler?
Well, I got hit into many a stand by Chloe Tryon in one of the games against South Africa. But also got good memories here of when we beat Australia.
Of course, you bowled Meg Lanning, didn't you?
I did indeed.
It's just tucked away there in your pocket.
Someone else has got it now.
Here comes Sciver bowling, nicely pushed away off the front foot by Wolvaardt, out towards backward point and Danny Wyatt. The over comes to an end, 3 without loss.
It's an interesting field to Wolvaardt with a slip, maybe like a 4th slip, a catching point and another catching point in front of point. So there's like 4 catchers all in that area because Wolvaardt loves to slap the ball through the offside.
We're going to see Lauren Bell from the far end of the ground, from this end of the ground, forgive me, the pavilion end, as expected. Her big trick, if you like, is that ball to hoop away from the left-hander into the right-hander. She's bowling at 2 right-handers here, so it is going to be middle and off that are targeted. And you're going to have to be careful in front of those pads as well, because she does get prodigious movement in.
Yeah, she does. She's brilliant as well with her added height. The Shard is what her nickname is. She gets good bounce through the surface, but she also plays that Anya Shrubsole role. Anya Shrubsole for years and years, that big hooping in swinger. She's capable of doing that as well. So I'm excited to see Lauren Bell here in her ODI debut.
She runs in now. Tall figure, blonde hair, past the umpire. And there's that in swing. It clips the pads on its way down towards fine leg. A single, or a leg bye will be taken, I should say, signalled by umpire Anna Harrod.
Oh, well. No leg bye signalled there, but I didn't think there was any bat involved.
Well, no leg bye's been signalled, but the scoreboard has not said that it's runs off the bat. Oh, no, it has. So there must have been a little tickle of something. And Wolvaardt will face her second ball with a slip and gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Bell running in, and there's that in-swing again, defended cautiously by Wolvaardt.
This is going to be a good battle between Bell and Wolvaardt. Wolvaardt, probably the prettiest cover drive in world cricket, loves to play through the offside, extremely strong and dominant in that offside area. And to play the in-swing bowler through the offside is incredibly tough, so could be a battle worth watching, this one.
Pigeon swoops though over the outfield. In comes Bell again. Slip gets a little bit tighter. This is played off the back foot, back towards the bowler, who collects in her follow through and wanders back towards us. I loved that chat you had with Lauren Bell on No Balls the Cricket podcast.
I haven't listened to it yet.
You never listen to your own work, though.
No, I've got back into the habit of
Imagine
listening.
if Lennon and McCartney had never listened to any Beatles songs.
They
And
might-
I put you creatively up there.
Oh, well, thank you. But they might never have. We'll never know.
Maybe not. In comes Bell. Running into bowl to Wolvaardt. Worked away very fine. There's work to do for the fielder. Sprinting round. I fancy that ball might win the race. It's a big dive and a good bit of work out there in the distance from Emma Lamb. She has prevented what looked to be a certain boundary and instead limits it to 2. That was racing away.
It was. I was going to say up the hill, but I don't think it's actually up the hill. I think I'm just sat high and up away from us towards the flats. And good diving stop from Emma Lamb to her right hand side. Full length dive. It's always one of those where you surprise yourself if you actually stop those ones, because you just throw in the dive to make it look like you're making the effort.
Really good stop.
Or I do anyway.
Yeah, I was going to speak for yourself. Here comes Lauren Bell. Running away from us, very straight approach, full delivery, clipped towards mid-on. She'll feel she's missed out a little bit there, Laura Wolvaardt, because it was a low full toss. Stopped by Charlie Dean. Now, that episode with Lauren Bell, with you and Kate.
Yes, what did we talk about? Please remind me.
She talked about the test match and how to get ready for the test.
Yes.
She watched... Oh, it was a no ball. So I'll have a free hit here. She watched 40 minutes of the men's test.
She doesn't watch cricket either.
She's watched 40 minutes just to get a bit of an idea.
Just to be like, oh, I could probably do that.
Right. So it's a red ball. Here comes Bell again. Free hit. Big swing and a miss. That was a quick delivery from Lauren Bell. And Wolvaardt went hard at it, as is the freedom you have when it's a free hit. But misses. 7 without loss with the ball left of the over.
Yes, so she did. She doesn't watch much cricket. She likes to just play cricket, not watch it. But she did. She watched 40 minutes of the men's test and said, well, all I really need to do here is keep my foot behind the line, and I can probably do that.
Here comes Lauren Bell. Final ball of the over. Again, tailing in towards the top of that off stump. And it's pushed by Wolvaardt, leading forward up towards mid-on. End of the over, 7 without loss. Well, it's this thing, isn't it, when sometimes those of us that are sort of cricket obsessives know, you know, we can start talking about Jack Hobbs, Len Hutton, and you chat to a modern cricketer and they're like, well, that's all well and good. I don't know much about them, but you know, you can't criticise me, because that's like me saying, well, why don't you just play that front foot drive better? You know, you know about the game. I know how to play the game. So, you know, there is, just because you're an international doesn't mean you're necessarily a historian.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think quite a lot of modern day cricketers don't actually know much about the history of the game, especially females, because you grow up playing not knowing that you could be a professional cricketer.
Sciver bowls, defended into the onside by Steyn.
And you just start playing cricket at school or with your brother or your family or whatever, and you don't necessarily, you might not have watched cricket. I mean, I definitely didn't. You know, I only started watching cricket 2005 when it was on free to air TV, and then I reckon there was a period of time where I didn't watch cricket after that either. I'm the Alistair Cook era, is what I always say to people.
In comes Sciver, bowling to Steyn, deep in the crease. Will pick up one into the leg side, and a single is taken. 8 without loss is the score. But there will be people who grow up watching the game now who will say the Heather Knight era, the Lauren Bell era, the Nat Sciver era.
Yes.
And we were talking about the 100 during the break, and for me the most significant moment was not on the pitch last year. It was walking to Lords and seeing a young fan. More in a moment. Here comes Sciver bowling. It's played elegantly with high elbow up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Wolvaardt on strike. A young lad walking to the ground with his mum and dad wearing a Heather Knight shirt. And
brilliant.
Tiny thing, but big thing.
Brilliant. It's brilliant to see, isn't it? I've just met Benedict, the Sky scorer's son, William.
Ah, yes.
He's a massive cricket fan. A huge Alex Hartley fan, which I always find bizarre, but I love it.
Not as bizarre as the rest of us find it. Midway through the over, here comes Sciver. Bowling to Wolvaardt, drives crisply through the offside. There's work to do for Dunkley, who looks like she's treading water as she pursues that ball, but does well to haul it in with just 2 runs having been taken. Out towards deep cover it goes. And Wolvaardt will move to 4. 10 without loss is the score. Speaking of former cricketers, I was following, there was a lively social media event yesterday. Jack Russell,
yes,
former England wicketkeeper, loved in these parts. I think we might be in the Jack Russell suite, actually. No, we're in the Clifton suite, but we're near the Jack Russell suite. He said a message to the powers that be at Twitter saying, why have I not got my blue tick? Here comes Sciver bowling on middle stump, clipped away and beautifully timed. That's a really good shot from Wolvaardt, up through wide, long on, and she picks up a boundary, slightly over pitched possibly, and Wolvaardt is too good a player to miss out on that.
2 full, 2 straight from Nat Sciver there, and yes, Wolvaart's dominant on the offside, but when you get it wrong and the ball's angling down the leg side, she's able just to clip that through mid-wicket, straight back punch where mid-on would be. But I thought that about Jack Russell. He started following me on Twitter, so well, it can't be him, he's not got a blue tick. It's not the real him.
Here comes Sciver bowling to Wolvaardt, looking for a single on the leg side, will not find it. End of the over, and the score 14 without loss, chasing 338. Wolvaardt on 8, Steyn on 5. And for those wondering, a blue tick is basically famous and significant people like, I don't know, Kate Cross will get a blue tick by their name to show that it's the real person.
So you're verified?
Yes.
There's
and
cake in the commentary box.
Cake has arrived. Look at this. This is exciting. Oh, yes. Why not? Thank you very much, Charlotte. Nice bit of lemon drizzle.
Oh yeah, I'll wait until afterwards, thank you, but I'll have the chocolate brownie. Thank you.
And yesterday, Jack Russell said, I want some people to know this is the real me. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Legendary keeper, artist now.
Kept in the floppy, didn't he? Floppy cap.
Yeah. Lauren Bell running away from us. Past umpire Harris, and that's pushed into the onside towards a short mid-wicket from the batter Steyn.
There'll be people out there, you're probably one of them, going, how can you not know who so-and-so is, but you know who Jack Russell is? I'm just one of those people that, you know a few people, don't know a few people.
That's all right. And he messaged, and suddenly there was a massive cricket pile-in. Messaging, Twitter. This man needs to be verified. And within 5 hours...
He's been verified.
It was done. It was done. Here comes Lauren Bell, pushing away into the offside towards Dunkley at short cover. And the thing is, it normally takes a long time for this sort of action to happen, but when...
You'd know.
Yeah, I don't have the blue tick.
You've been trying for a very long time. How many times do you reckon you've applied for yours now?
You can't apply.
Yeah, you can.
You can't.
You've been applying. I know you have.
You can't apply because you need to have authentication. I've not. Why would anyone want to impersonate me?
Well, you've been applying.
That's what you think. Here comes Bell, running in over the wicket. Edged, but flies through a vacant second slip. Could go down to the boundary. More work to do in the distance this time for Izzy Wong. And Steyn gets a little fortunate there because she drove at it. It was just a little wider from Lauren Bell. And the big drive almost finds the reward for England. But there's no one at second slip. And the ball races away for 4. 14 without loss.
It was Sophie Ecclestone that's been at second slip for Nat Sciver. But Lauren Bell, the in-swing bowler, only Heather Knight at slip. And Sophie Ecclestone is somewhere else. Where she is, I'm not quite sure.
Here comes Lauren Bell again, running away from us, past the umpire. This one a little bit straighter, pushed towards Dunkley, who will field. And there is no run. 18 without loss is the score. And Steyn on 9, Wolvaardt on 8. You sense, and we say this every time South Africa play, you sense the top 3 or 4. You have to surely have built a couple of big partnerships by the 30th over. If they're 4 or 5 down, this game's done. By that point, you'd have thought. Bell is in. Fuller this time beats the outside edge with a really good ball.
For me, Wolvaardt, Kapp, Tryon, they are key for South Africa. I guess lucky for South Africa that they're spread out in their batting order. I was really impressed with Klerk and how she went about her batting innings at Northampton. A runner ball, just looked to rotate the strike, which is actually what a lot of the South Africans don't do very well. It's very much ... fort.
Steyn waiting on 9. Bell is in, another good ball, and she looks to the heavens in frustration because that one almost snuck between bat and pad. The over comes to an end. 18 without loss as Danielle has just received a bit of cake outside and he looks absolutely joyous.
Charlotte best not forget that I want one. Giving them all away. It's ice cream weather again today.
I can see that little van in the distance.
Me too. But my thing today with ice cream is I've got a very long drive. I don't want it to make me tired.
Oh, well, you don't want the sugar rush.
Yeah,
and then the crash.
Yeah, so I think
you're playing in Southport tomorrow.
Yes, for Thunder. I have to remember the name then.
Here comes Nat Sciver then. 5th over, there's 2 slips waiting. Wolvaardt drives. Sciver gets something on that ball, takes a little bit of the heat off it, but it might still have the pace for 4, and does. Good shot from Laura Wolvaardt. Commitment to the stroke, and 4 runs, 22 without loss.
That was able to go for 4. Nat Sciver's got a 7-2 field on the offside, so 7 fielders on the offside and only 2 on the leg, and that's a fine leg and a mid-wicket. So although mid-off's gone to run for that, you almost sense a mid-on might have chased that down as it was punched back past the bowler.
Field remains the same. Sciver in. Wolvaardt clipping that ball off the hips down towards the fine leg. Work for Beaumont to do, who covers that ground very quickly indeed and picks up. And Wolvaardt will only get the 1 run. 23 without loss.
She tripped at the non-striker's end. Wolvaardt there. It probably should have been 2, but she almost went over on her ankle. So we can see Izzy Wong on debut, having a good time out there, a smile on her face. I saw her out for breakfast this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
In comes Sciver, bowling a straight ball, easily worked away behind square. Hey. Kids, if you want to be a World Cup winner.
Oh, my England career's long gone.
In comes Sciver, bowling a slightly quicker ball this time, which is punished into the leg side. And it sat up invitingly for Wolvaardt, just a almost forearm smash that into the leg side. And give the ball the treatment out to deep mid-wicket. 28 without loss.
I feel like England here are concentrating on the fact that Wolvaardt's so strong through the offside and almost forgetting she's got a leg side game. You know, when you bowl a bad delivery, she is able to hit the ball into the leg side. That one just too short from Nat Sciver.
Sciver again. It's the one slip waiting now, and Wolvaardt is up on her toes, working the ball into the leg side for at least one. They'll turn for the second and should get back easily enough too. That's good running as Beaumont fields, running across this quick outfield. And South Africa moved to 30 without loss after 4.5 overs. They're going at a good rate here.
Going at a rate that has set them up. Well, they've set up a decent platform so far. They've got to capitalise on that now and keep these partnerships going. So England had 100 partnership before.
Sciver bowls, big swing from Wolvaardt. She'll pick up at least one again into the leg side, and it will just be that single because Beaumont is quick. And the over comes to an end. 31 without loss. After 5, the target is 338. And Daniel Norcross is heading to join us after some more words from Alex Hartley.
So England had a 100 partnership between Beaumont and Lamb before Lamb was dismissed, caught unluckily really at short fine. So South Africa here, they have to have a good platform. They have to have a good partnership. They're 31 for none after 5, but can they double that after 10? And keep, if they're going to try and win this game, can they keep ticking over?
It's been a very encouraging start, hasn't it?
It's been good.
Yeah, we could yet be on for the thriller. But just temper the thought, we haven't seen the slow bowlers yet, and they were the ones that really eked the run rate back when England were batting. Lauren Bell starts a new over, the 6th of the innings, at in-swing shape into the right-hander. She pushes it up to mid-off. Does Wolvaardt? There's no run.
Well, I can't work out why Chloe Tryon only bowled 7 overs when she only went at just above 4s.
I know. I'm struggling with that.
Picked up 2 wickets as well.
Because there were plenty of overs left. It wasn't like she was going to have to bowl those last 3, you know, after the 42nd over. Bell in, tall, rangy right arm over, short, cut, but into the ground, fielded at point, and there's no run. It's Danny Wyatt at point. We discussed this the other day, didn't we? Tammy Beaumont's been ousted from point. Pro tem.
She has indeed when Danny Wyatt's in the squad. Danny Wyatt goes point and Tammy Beaumont does deep third.
Yeah. That seems like it's a very different kind of position, but you know. Bell into Wolvaardt. Wolvaardt gets one that swings in late. She gets a thick inside edge. The ball squirts. Sort of a short, fine leg where Amy Jones runs, takes off the glove, throws at the stumps, misses, but I think Steyn would have been home anyway. Wolvaardt to 20, 32 without loss.
Yeah, it's always harsh as a fielder when you get moved from a position as well, because you know you've been moved because you're not good enough. And it's always that, but it's right for the team, but a bit sad about that.
It's happened to me many times. Bell in, there's a short mid-wicket in as well, as you would expect for the in-swinger, and this ball's defended to that short mid-wicket. Nat Sciver, who does the fielding, and there's no run. This target is a big one, 338 to win, so South Africa are going to have to keep going. They're going to have to make the most of this power play. But it looks like, you might say, well, obviously they're going for it, but Phil Long and I are veterans of the series in 2016 you played against Pakistan in, which has scarred us for life. As Bell is in, that's on the pads. Again, bit of in-swing. Sophie Ecclestone moves to her right to field to get one more. It's a leg bye being signalled. 33 without loss.
They didn't go for a run chase, did they?
They didn't.
I gave them the best opportunity with my debut down at Taunton, because I think I bowled 10 overs for 58 off the top of my head. I think that was my worst ever game for England. And they only scored about 220.
I think it was 163. 164. There was something very weird, but I'll get Phil to check it out for us. Bell in, that's driven beautifully through the covers by Wolvaardt. That's going to run away to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. Lovely, elegant shot. Wolvaardt, she's very, very strong on the offside, and there's just a bit too much length on that ball. She was able to get hold of it. 37 without loss. Boundary off the last ball. 6 overs have gone. Wolvaardt has 24.
I could have gone for a third of those runs then if they only got 150.
I might have misremembered. I
always told people they got 200. Maybe just to make myself feel better.
I thought they got 164, was it 164, 165, 166? That was it.
They went up by 1 run each time.
Well,
It was progress.
it was progress.
I think we calculated that, assuming 3-match series every 2 years, they would get up there in something like 26 years at that rate of progress. Yep.
They'll get there.
Which, that's might yet be about right. You never know. Sciver is going to start a new over from the Ashley Down Road end. Heather Knight is in at slip, but quite a wide slip, almost a second slip. Point, extra cover mid-off on the offside and a deep third. Sciver in. She's deep in the crease as Steyn and pushes out into the offside. It's being pursued by Danny Wyatt. They'll come back for a couple of runs, 39 without loss.
End of the 6th over. Both teams were 30. Seven without loss.
Ooh,
Well,
we're set up.
even Stevens.
Those are great shades,
These,
Yeah.
thank you. They're very old. They're actually discoloured now. They used to. Can you see it's black around the edges? They used to actually be blue.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a bit of Terminator 2. Sciver in, struck on the pad. Ball just rolls back up the wicket. It's probably just angling down the leg side. Sciver fields of her own bowling. There's no run.
Probably why when my car got broken into a week ago tonight, they left my sonnies in the car.
They left the Sunnies. Hey, look, my car was broken into a couple of times many years ago, and I was utterly humiliated because they took everything out of the glove box, everything out of anywhere there was, and took nothing because it was too rubbish. Sciver in, driven firmly. It's going to run away for 4. Wonderful shot, full. She's got that to the right of mid-off, all along the ground as Steyn. As a little bit too full from Sciver, but you've got to put them away, and against the hard new ball, the South African openers are prospering here.
Cross-seam delivery that from Nat Sciver, who's in the slot, and Steyn able to punch the ball back past mid-off for 4. Just the way she timed the ball, she just leant into it, timed it to perfection, past Emma Lamb at mid-off.
Sciver starts up again, 43 without loss. And Steyn goes back into a crease again, pushes back to the square on the offside. Throw comes in, but Wolvaardt's home at the wicketkeeper's end. 44 without loss.
Yeah, talking about those series against Pakistan a few years back. Yeah, England have made 16 scores, 300 and above. 10 of those have been since 2016. And 3 of them were made in December 1997.
3 in December 1997?
Yeah, during the Women's World Cup.
Sciver is in. Wolvaardt defends into the ground and snatches it, grasps it in her right hand and her follow through. And there's no run. She's a good touch here, Wolvaardt. Timing it well. As I say, we haven't seen much pace off yet, have we?
No, we haven't. I was just thinking about Nat Sciver opening the bowling, and is it the right thing for England?
Here is Sciver, short, wide, outside the off stump, crashed away through the boundary by Wolvaardt. It's being pursued by 4 fielders, all needlessly. 4 more. The boundaries are coming thick and fast here. South Africa are fighting back. They're 48 without loss after 7 overs. Wolvaardt has moved briskly on to 28.
It was a wonderful shot through the covers. We know how good she is at threading the ball through all those cover fielders, and she's done that perfectly. Talking about Nat Sciver, I just don't know if England are asking too much of her to bat at 4. She's basically the backbone of the England batting lineup, she has been for a long time, and then go out and open the bowling.
What's the thinking here? Because, Izzy Wong is the paciest of the 3 seamers on show here.
So they're looking forward to the next World Cup. And if you've got Kate Cross in that starting 11, she's been brilliant for England as a first change bowler in white ball cricket, so you don't want to change that.
Yeah.
Is Catherine Brunt going to play in 3 years' time? Probably not.
Lauren Bell starts a new over to Steyn, who drives into the offside but straight to Wyatt at backward point, who then throws at the non-striker's end, but it's backed up and there's no run.
But do you probably want somebody with a bit more experience at one end where you have your youngsters at the other, rather than have Bell and Wong both opening the bowling? I don't know the thought process. I'm just thinking out loud.
So does she bowl with a new ball normally in domestic cricket?
Yeah.
You'd imagine. Bell's in, block hole delivery is dug out by Steyn, but only as far as short square leg, where Sophie Ecclestone is fielding.
Yeah, Nat Sciver in the end the other day ended up taking 4 for 59, but her first 3 overs went for 21, and today her first 4 overs have gone for 32.
Ooh. 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off side, as you'd expect with a predominantly in-swinging bowler like Lauren Bell. She's in now, right arm over the wicket, onto the pads that goes, and straight to Sophie Ecclestone again, who's perfectly positioned square of the wicket on the onside. No run again, 48 without loss score remains. Steyn 16, Wolvaardt 28 from 22. She is a dangerous customer. England will be looking to get rid of her at least. After that, Lara Goodall, slightly slower paced in the middle order, you might imagine. Bell in. That's played off the back foot by Steyn, slightly startled perhaps by the bounce, also by the movement back into her. She can only just push it back up the wicket, and there's no run.
It's what she does so well. The ball, swing the ball in, but also because she bowls from a great height, the ball bounces at awkward length. So what is a good length delivery for somebody like Nat Sciver feels like a back of the length delivery for Lauren Bell.
So the little skip at the start of her approach, and she's in now. Steyn drives into the offside, can't beat Wyatt at point. Is that 5 dots in this over, Phil? Pressure's just starting to build a little. No real danger yet, but you see it sometimes, don't you? Facing a big run chase, there's that sort of sense. Oh, I played out 5 dots. I need to find a big shot here in the power play. Bell into Steyn. Steyn just dabs this shorter ball into the onside, where Nat Sciver runs from mid-wicket to field. That's the end of the over, a maiden over, 48 without loss. Alex Hartley's looking to see who's going to replace her.
I think it's
because
Lauren
she fancies.
Wisfield.
What do you want to be? You fancy the lemon drizzle cake and the chocolate with the raspberries, don't you? I can very much recommend the chocolate with the raspberries.
While Hartley's looking round, let me tell you that the team's again equal after 8 overs, both 48 without loss. And another reminder, though, that in order to win this game, South Africa would have to smash the record for second innings runs to win a women's one-day international.
What is that record?
Well, they've got the highest total at the moment, 305, which was here in that game against England in a losing defeat.
Highest second innings total.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, here we go. Izzy Wong is about to bowl her first ball in women's one-day internationals from the Ashley Down Road end. The slope, Lauren, is sort of right to left as we look, is it? Slope such as there is?
Yeah, slightly, yeah.
It's not so much vertical as horizontal, I guess. As Wong is in, that's short, punched off the back foot, and it's going to run away for 4. First ball. It's being pursued by Danny Wyatt in vain. Just a little bit of width.
Up the hill.
Up the hill. Exactly. Up the hill.
Yeah, just a bit of a loosener there, wasn't it, by Izzy Wong? Short and wide.
Bit of nerves as well, perhaps.
Yeah, she's got to go in straight against Lara Wolvaardt. As well, you've got runs on the board, you've got licence to be really aggressive, but you just can't provide any width for Lara Wolvaardt.
She's quite the player. She moves into the 30s. 32 from 23 she's got as Wong bustles into her. Slip in place. That's flicked away off the pads down to long leg for an easy as you like single. Tammy Beaumont there. Feels unfamiliar seeing Tammy Beaumont at long leg, but 53 without loss.
Yeah, it was a change for it in the World Cup, I think. She started fielding down there. She's good in the ring because she's a good diver, but she's actually really good down at sort of third and fine, because if it does go down there, it generally goes pretty quick. And she scurries across the ground and covers good distance.
Scurries is the word. She is a scurrier. Wong in, this time to Steyn, who covers up a fullish ball and around middle stump and just works it into the onside. There is no run as it goes up to Ecclestone at mid-on. We've got a slip, deep third, a backward point, a cover, extra cover and mid-off. So it's quite a strong offside field. Mid-on. Nat Sciver, I mean, it is mid-wicket, but it's not a straight mid-wicket. It's quite a square mid-wicket. And Tammy Beaumont down at long leg. As Wong runs in to Steyn. That's played off the hip. It's a shortish ball and it's just flicked away again down to Beaumont at fine leg.
who does the fielding. One more to the total, 54 without loss.
Yeah, I would say looking at the field there, Dan, she's not going to pitch much up. With the really sort of wide mid-on and, like you say, the mid-wicket sort of mid-pitch, really. It's a suggestion that she's not really going to try and pitch it up and get driven down the ground. She's going to use half of the pitch, isn't she?
Mid-off's quite wide as well, I guess. As Wong is in, again, back of a length ball, just tucked into the onside, straight to Sciver at that mid-wicket position we're talking about, then throws in slightly wildly, but Amy Jones plucks out of the sky. One ball left in the 9th over. Are England going to go straight to spin at the end of the power play?
Yeah, I think probably from the first innings, like we spoke about Chloe Tryon, not really a frontline spinner, but was the most successful bowler on this pitch today, so won't be surprised if we saw spin early here.
Wong in to complete her first over. That's flicked away to square leg for 4. A very accomplished shot from Wolvaardt, full on the pads. All she had to do was make a crisp connection, which she did, and it sped away down the slope for 4. 58 without loss after 9. South Africa have started really, really well here in pursuit of 338. They've just got to keep going. Wolvaardt 37 from 26, Steyn 17 off 29. So where do you bowl to Laura Wolvaardt?
I think you got to bowl straight and you got to change your pace. She's a candidate for an LBW and a leading edge, so I think if you can go in straight, pace on, and then go in straight with pace off, just get her to play out in front, potentially leading edge, a bit of a caught and bowled, but where you don't want to bowl is sort of 4th, 5th stump, really.
Lauren Bell starts her 5th over and edged, and that's going to go fine past second slip. Don't think it was at catchable height as it went down there. She played it relatively soft hand, slightly angled bat, and deep third runs around to do the fielding. One more to the total, 59 without loss.
I don't think the short ball's a bad ploy to Laura Wolvaardt either, but you've got to really bend your back and you've got to mean it. I think with that first delivery of Izzy Wong's, it wasn't all in full pace and aggression, so I think if they are going to potentially try the short ball, which is a good ploy, you've got to have a bit of venom on it and make sure it's straight.
Bell into Wolvaardt, and that just back of a length, just swinging back in again, just attacking those stumps, attacking that front pad is only defended out to the offside, and there's no run. It's been a good spell so far, done for 14.
It has, and I think this is a really good matchup for Laura Wolvaardt. Bringing the ball back in, as we spoke about, and giving her no arms, no room to work with. And it's still swinging, isn't it? Lauren Bill's still getting a lot of movement out there, which is good. She's bowled 4 overs now, and it's still plenty of movement on offer.
There's a little skip at the start of her run every time as she runs away from us. Worked into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket where Charlie Dean does the fielding. There's no run, 59 without loss. The score remains. I suppose it's kind of perfect for England in the sense that Anya Shrubsole's retirement, you lose an in-swinger, and then you've got a ready-made in-swinger you can come in off the production line.
Yeah, because they're quite rare, aren't they? You think of the amount of bowlers, male and female, that bowl away swing to in-swing.
Bell in, that's just a little bit wider, and it's been thrashed away for 4 by Wolvaardt. That's exactly what Lauren Winfield-Hill was talking about there. Bit of width, and she can free those arms. She places the ball so well, and that's sped away to the boundary once again. 63 without loss.
Yeah, just didn't swing quite as much there from Lauren Bell, so it just sort of went straight on and just provided a little bit of width there, and that's trademark Laura Wolvaardt, isn't it? She, very similar to Emma Lamb, sort of scores quite square through that offside.
Great follow through as well. Bell is into, and that's driven up to mid-off where Beaumont will do the fielding. It went to a bit too quickly for them to even think about a run. 63 without loss. Wolvaardt sped to 41 off 30 without really looking like she's taking a risk.
Well, that's the thing with this surface here at Bristol, isn't it? It's that old classic line, good cricket shots. Good value for good cricket shots. But it is, isn't it? It's been a lot scored along the ground and raced away to the boundary.
Last ball of the power play is slapped away down through backward point for 4. Another great shot. That has been emblematic of a splendid 10 overs for South Africa. Wolvaardt to 45. South Africa at the end of the power play, 67 without loss. They have definitely not given up hope of knocking off this 338. We've had the perfect start if we want a nice tight game. Thoughts from Lauren Winfield-Hill, and then it will be Melissa Story.
Yeah, they made a good start here, South Africa. I think this next phase is going to be really crucial, how they play what's likely to be Sophie Ecclestone potentially bowling first change. And I think, like we saw in the first innings, with the first 10 overs, you got off to a bit of a flyer. But how you sort of manage those next 10 or 15 overs, make sure that you have wickets in hand, but you keep building. You can't afford to have overs where you fall behind the rate.
And South Africa couldn't have wished for a better start. They're actually 9 ahead of where England were at the end of the power play. And like England, not lost any wickets yet. England were 58 without loss, and South Africa here 67 without loss at the end of the power play.
Incredibly informative stuff from you two. I've just been watching Daniel Norcross struggle to get off a high chair, and you've been saying fantastically good and knowledgeable points. Izzy Wong to continue. Bowls, and that's punched off the back foot into the covers by Steyn. Takes a single. She moves on to 19, and I wonder her highest score in this multi-format series so far, Andrie Steyn. She hasn't had the easiest of times.
But no, she hasn't, and I think England have bowled pretty well to her. And she's got obvious strengths where that back foot drive's a big strength of hers. And you've almost got to be over length to bowl to her, because she almost plays like a good length ball off the back foot.
Wong storms in, bowls, push to point. Danny Wyatt fields there by Wolvaardt, no run. Is that a result of the bouncier pitches in South Africa, maybe, that she's just accustomed to that back foot play?
Yeah, I reckon so. You're used to the ball coming through, aren't you? In South Africa, you get good bounce, good pace, good carry. And you can hang back a little bit, where in England, especially with the ball moving, and bowlers pitching it up, trying to make it swing, you sort of can't sit on the back foot as much.
Wong 180s at the top of her mark, storms in, bowls, driven by Wolvaardt to Danny Wyatt at point again, and she's finding the middle of the bat here. 45 not out, essentially one shot away from a half century. Not that I'm sure we're about to see Wolvaardt smash it out of the park. It's not really her style, but this has been an elegant innings so far.
Yeah, she's timed the ball really nicely, hasn't she, from the get-go here?
Those shots outside the off stump as well. We can see Sophie Ecclestone warming up as Wong in, shorter ball pulled down to deep square leg. Just a single taken again, 69 for none, and the perfect start for South Africa. I think the introduction of Sophie Ecclestone may be a bit of an important move here from Heather Knight. But I was going to ask you about the bowling options for England, and with South Africa off to a comfortable start, 69 for none, do you think Heather Knight got her bowlers correct as Wong in, edged but into the ground? Heather Knight fields at first slip. A good bit of work there. That was a sharp edge, but Steyn just dropping her hands on it and guiding it down to the floor. No run. So opening with Sciver and Bell, would you have been inclined to open with Wong and just say bowl as fast as you can, let's get a wicket?
I think given that the run's on the board, yes, because you've got a bit of a cushion, haven't you? You know, Izzy Wong's a kind of bowler where she can easily get 2 or 3 for, and she can be quite expensive given the nature of how she bowls and the pace she bowls.
Izzy Wong, final ball of her second over, another short ball and left alone, called wide by the umpire. It was a very short ball there in which Steyn almost jumped up to play, then decided last minute maybe not, and Amy Jones behind the stumps there took that one high up. Watching that replay, about a foot over the head of Steyn, just to show how fast Wong's bowling. So as you mentioned, that the safety cushion of that total perhaps accommodated to bring on England's 2 youngsters on early. Wong in, and a thick edge down to third. Lauren Bell fields. Not a single taken, and the score moves on to 71 for none. First over completed out of the power play. So
it's one of those things, isn't it, where if you give her a short burst, and she can take you 1 for 2 for 3 for in a short space of time and change the game. She's that sort of bowler. Or she might be expensive, but if you give her a short burst and she's expensive, you've almost got the safety net of knowing that you've scored a lot of runs. And if it doesn't work out, okay, well, we'll go to our plan B. But I think, yeah, it would have been nice to see Izzy Wong bowl with the new ball as well, a bit harder, an extra bit of pace.
And it links into that rigidity we talked about earlier with Heaven Knight being sent out perhaps before Danny Wyatt in those final few overs, and England perhaps not choosing to alter that batting lineup, but actually looking at the teams who are doing fantastic in the women's format with Australia, you'll often see them chopping and changing their bowling plans, their batting orders, and even their team selection from game to game, just to do more matchups between players. And you wonder whether you'd ever see England going, today we're opening with spin, we're going to have Sophie Ecclestone against this person, because they're not as comfortable against spin. It's a question for the England women's future, but it is Sophie Ecclestone bowling from the pavilion end. That's a straighter ball, tickled down to fine leg. It's running fast along this outfield, and it just taps into the boundary cushions.
Inside edge for 4 through fine leg off the spinner. It's pretty quick.
Steyn moves on to 24. Good score from her so far. South Africa 75 for no wicket, and that was a fantastic ball from Sophie Ecclestone, just a faint edge. And Steyn will count herself lucky that didn't go onto the stumps. Sophie Ecclestone already making things happen. Her first delivery of this game. She bowls, and that's flatter outside the off stump, pushed off the back foot by Steyn to Beaumont on the boundary. Another single taken. And do you think at this, I mean, we were speaking about how Chloe Tryon works so well on this pitch. We do have the spin options of England's of Dean and Ecclestone, but do you think we'll be seeing a bit of Emma Lamb, maybe Heaven Knight, after this delivery from Ecclestone, which is pushed off the back foot again by Wolvaardt, out to Beaumont, replica of the last ball, 78 for none.
I think it'll just depend on, they'll obviously give Charlie Dean a go ahead of Emma Lamb and Heather Knight, and I think it depends on how that plays out, really, how difficult it is for them to score against spin.
Ecclestone Yorker length delivery dug out by Steyn. The ball runs along to that vacant square leg region. They get through for a single, but there's a few hands on heads. Sophie Ecclestone appealing quite loudly out there in the middle. Must have thought there'd been a bit of pad first, and Heather Knight, we can see on the screen, just saying as if that was quite close, but it's quite obvious. Bottom of the bat onto pad. She bowls again, defended by Wolvaardt for no run. He's on 47, and all it will take is one drive through the offside to lead her to that half century. She's not had the easiest tour so far. A lot of pressure on young shoulders at the top of the order. She's looked great so far today. Ecclestone in, driven straight by Wolvaardt, and fielded by Dean at mid-on, completes Ecclestone's first over, 7 runs off it, and South Africa 78 for none off 12, and of course chasing that target of 338. Still a long way to go, Lauren Winfield Hill. And I mean, in this situation, put yourself in the shoes of Heather Knight. What are you going to be doing just to find this first wicket?
Chopping and changing, I think. I wouldn't give them too long at any bowler. Right on cue here with bringing Charlie Dean on.
This is what we pay the big bucks for you for.
I wouldn't let them settle against one pace or one particular bowler. I'd also look to just be a little unconventional with fields at times. Like you've got a luxury of having big runs on the board. You're trying to create a false shot, aren't you? You're trying to get a Wolvaardt to not give her drive, make her go to a paddle or a sweep, which is not a strength. Even if you have 2 points to her and you bring one across from the leg side, and just try and make somebody do something against what their natural sort of strength is.
Charlie Dean then is the bowling change, who's in, and is that an inside edge? Steyn looking to cut that one and dropped by Amy Jones behind the stumps. A few hands on heads. Looking at that replay. Still waiting on that replay at least. Here it comes. It was a flighted delivery from Dean, caught the edge of Steyn's bat, and a difficult but achievable chance for Amy Jones, as that one's a low full toss. Driven out to cover, and a single taken. Moves the score on to 79 for none. So Steyn given a life on 27. And a dismissal Amy Jones might want to watch again. I mean, those ones are always tough.
Yeah, they're difficult, those ones. But she's an exceptional keeper. She'd be hoping to take the dismissal like that.
Charlie Dean in again to Wolvaardt, who's pushing that straight on the onside, straight to mid-wicket. No run. I mean, looking across the Charlotte Edwards Cup, Amy Jones, most dismissals out of all the keepers in that competition, 12 dismissals. Charlie Dean in, straighter, flatter, and defended back to her by Wolvaardt. Now, I hope these are the right stats, otherwise I'll look like quite a fool. It's not really my territory. I probably should be asking Phil, who I'm sure can get us up some information on the different keepers standing out across the women's game. Dean in, and that's a variation through to Amy Jones behind the stumps. Wolvaardt looking to play that signature shot on the offside. Are you looking for your own name? Try and see how many dismissals you got.
I'm sad I'm down the bottom. But I only played one game, to be fair.
There we go. And you're second to last as Dean bowls, driven in the gap by Wolvaardt. A diving stop from Ecclestone at mid-off. The ball goes through her, and it's just slowing up before the boundary. It won't go for 4. But South Africa do get through for 3 runs. Moves the score into 82 for none. And Wolvaardt moves to her half-century. 50 of 41 delivery. She's absolutely raced along in this power play, made the most of those 2 fielders out the ring, and since those fielders have dropped, she's really just manipulated the field well. An important innings for South Africa in chasing this mammoth total, and just feeling a bit of confidence.
Yeah, I think how they manage this next 10 overs is going to be really crucial. It's like I said, they got off to a flyer, but can you keep with that run rate with the field spread and 4 out? And I think, you know, the way that they manage it against these 2 spinners here is going to be really crucial in terms of how this game then pans out. Because if they can keep their intent, keep going at 6s and 7s and scoring off as many balls as they can.
Ecclestone bowls, tucked off the hip by Wolvaardt for no run.
They keep that momentum going, don't they? And there's no sort of stutter. We saw that a little bit with England when it was sort of about 15 to 20 overs. There was a bit of a stutter and it slowed down a little bit.
Period after the wicket of Emma Lamb as Ecclestone bowls full, driven to point. No run again. She's just finding her line here, Ecclestone, mixing up her pace. As you mentioned, they're going to be looking to block out that option for Wolvaardt on the offside, and they've got protection in the deep. Ecclestone bowls straighter and inside edge into pad from Wolvaardt. 3 dots in a row, 82 for none.
I think the other thing that is interesting as well here is there's no slip for Sophie Ecclestone.
It feels oddly defensive for a team who has 337 on the board, and their 7th highest total, I think, in ODIs, as Ecclestone bowls. Attempted sweep and an appeal from Ecclestone. Looked as if it was going down. Lauren Woodford here was signalling the going down. I'm going to trust your judgment.
Yeah, I also think Laura Wolvaardt, she's not she's a sweeper on line, so I think generally her judgment's pretty good with the ball drifting down, choosing to sweep.
Ecclestone in again and pushing this ball through the covers. Glides to Tammy Beaumont. Doing good work out there in front of the temporary standing, which has been put up there for the England men's game against South Africa, I think 27th of July. It's all empty at the moment, and the crowd all assembled to our right, basking in the sun. It's late evening sun in Bristol. Ecclestone in, Yorker length delivery, dug out by Steyn, and no run taken. 83 for none off 14. Current run rate 5.9, required run rate 7.
Let me tell you a bit more about Laura Wolvaardt's 50. It's the 31st time she's passed 50 in ODIs. She's gone on and made 300s. It's her 6th 50 against England. Her highest score at the moment against England is 77.
So we're going to be on highest score watch. It's my favourite. As long as don't jinx anything, you've got to always be ready to touch wood. I had a shocker the other day. Said as someone was on 99 when it's going to be a great 100. Next ball, edge through to the keeper. Never allowed to speak again.
Yeah.
It's a real thing, it really is. I have significant scientific evidence to prove its existence. As Charlie Dean continues, bowling to Wolvaardt, who's advancing down the wicket, gets a thick edge, just racing along this outfield, down to third, and an effort from Danny Wyatt there in the end. It's to no avail. Another boundary for South Africa. 87 for none now, and suddenly the pressure just transferring onto England a lot more now. If they reach this 100 partnership undefeated, we know it's a good batting pitch, we know it's a fast outfield. England just need to bring in the options as Dean in, lofted down the ground, and the catch is taken. Caught by Wong at mid-on off the bowling of Dean. Wolvaardt just looking to use her feet, came down the track, and that was a hoik to mid-on. The commentator's curse strikes again, and South Africa 87 for 1.
I thought it was there, to be honest. It seemed like it was the right option for Laura Wolvaardt there. Is it a bit high? Is there a slight slope here towards?
There is. I mean,
whether she's trying to get elevation up the hill, she just sort of got the bottom half of her bat, didn't she? But I think it was there really to go over mid-on.
Well, we both did a synchronised shot recreation there to suggest that maybe it was the right shot. We both felt as if it was, but whether it hit too high on the bat there, and maybe she just didn't put enough behind it. A bit in two minds at the crease, whether should I just try and hit it for a dot along the ground or should I try and loft it over. And in fact, in the end, it was that perfect catching height for Izzy Wong.
Yeah, and it's just showing the pitch is a little bit slow and holding at times when you bowl those slow balls and the spinners come on. We saw in the first innings, Nat Sciver played unbelievably, but there was times where she looked like she was trying to go down the ground to hit the sight screen and actually dragged it to mid-on a little bit. Just again, that bottom hand coming through and almost just suggesting that the pitch is a little bit slow for the spinners. Doesn't quite come onto the bat as well, and again that showing just sort of dragging it to mid-on there.
Well, it has reminded me of a game here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. It was a game between Western Storm and another team who avails me, but it was a similar kind of wicket where in the first it didn't seem awful to bat on. It was a bit of rotation of the strike, but I think the team chasing must have lost 5 wickets or something for a very small amount of runs because the pitch just got sticky, so sticky. Oh no, don't say you were in this one.
No, it wasn't. Stars, maybe the star. It was Alice Davison-Richards ended up sort of digging them out of a bit of a hole, and the Stars got over the line, but they lost 5 for wickets 20 runs or something.
And it is very, very.
And ended up being 8 down or something. I think that's the game.
Yes, I think it was.
I certainly remember watching that, and it was a chase, and they lost
it was televised. So there we go.
A big cluster of wickets at once.
And it just looked impossible to bat on at times. And hopefully, I think something Ayabonga Khaka did really well in the first innings was straight away into her second over, she started taking pace off the ball. England's hopefully noticed that, picked up on it, and we've seen the variations which Izzy Wong can bring into the game. Nat Sciver will be so key for England as we get to the latter stages of the game. I just wonder whether they may use Lauren Bell in a bit of a middle overs more role. She
can bowl her change-ups back of the hands in the middle overs, definitely. Nat Sciver does that as well. That does that really well as well. I think she's almost more effective when she bowls her variations, Nat Sciver.
It's watching that replay of the wicket and Izzy Wong and Charlie Dean embracing in one of the biggest hugs you'll ever see on a cricket field. She practically swept her up, and those two close as anything in the changing room off the pitch and helping each other get the wickets. Charlie Dean will be feeling good to get that first wicket under her belt. It's a bit of a delay there.
86 without loss.
As a wise man once said, good game, good game.
Good game, good game.
I just fancy that, though that breakthrough was significant, they're good at position here, South Africa. This is pushed up towards Charlie Dean at mid-off, and Goodall just easing her way into her innings.
Yeah, we've mentioned the kind of big names in the South African team. I think in order to get anywhere near this, they need contributions from the rest of the top order.
Ecclestone over the wicket to the left-handed Goodall, played back towards Sophie Ecclestone. Can't quite field, but no damage done as Bell picks up.
Yeah, Andre Steyn in the Test match, 8 and 3 and 14 in the first ODI. Goodall 10 and 26 in the Test match and 5 in the first ODI. So big scores required for those two, I think.
Yeah, and like we were saying just previously, it's how they play these spinners, isn't it? Outside of the power play, it's sort of that next block of 10's really crucial in terms of maintaining that momentum and not falling behind the rate. You can't afford to take too long to get going here. And I think these two are two batters that you can definitely get dots on.
Yeah. Ecclestone bowling to Goodall, who plays a nice paddle round the corner down towards fine leg. A chase for Wong, who I don't think will catch it. And the ball eventually does crash into the boundary down there in the distance. And Goodall off the mark with a nicely, delicately played paddle down towards fine leg for 4.
Yeah, it's good from Lara Goodall. Going down, just helping it on its way around the corner there. And I think, like I was saying in the England A game last week, it was she sort of scratched around for a bit and then all of a sudden brought out sweeps, reverse sweeps, and had a real surge of intent. So I think if she can play like that today and put the bowlers under pressure.
This is hit into the ground, and Ecclestone will be able to prevent the single. 92 for 1 is the score. 16 overs gone. Is that goodbye to... Oh, it's been so brief.
It's so brief.
So brief. Laura Winfield Hill. Toodaloo for now. We'll hear plenty more from Lauren as we go through the day and throughout the summer. As we welcome Georgia Elwis back alongside us. Georgia, who's going to be part of the Birmingham Phoenix side.
Hello, I am.
Yes, in the 100.
Can't wait. It's not long now, is it?
Not long at all.
3 weeks.
3 weeks or so. Your captain is Amy Jones?
No, I think we're going back to Sophie Devine this year now.
Right.
Because she's coming over this year, so we've got her back, which will be fantastic.
Here comes Charlie Dean then, into bowl to Andrie Steyn, who comes forward, whacks the ball back towards Dean, and it evades the dive of the England off-spinner. 92 for 1 the score remains. Steyn has 28 from 42. Could do with maybe just upping that rate a bit. The target's 338. Charlie Dean in the sunglasses, bowling. It skews off a leading edge towards extra cover.
Have you got a team?
No, neutral.
Neutral, okay.
Always. Phoenix.
That's the spirit.
Well, not the spirit. In comes Dean bowling. And there's an LBW shot that looks pretty good, and the umpire's finger goes up immediately. Steyn looking to play aggressively, sweeping that ball. She missed. Dean was up in celebration immediately, and the England fielders almost gathered round her before the finger had gone up. Has she reviewed it? I think so.
Wish that finger went up quickly as well, didn't it? I think that was... That was probably one of the quickest decisions I've ever seen. She looked pretty in front to me, but I'm a terrible umpire, so...
We're also at the wrong end.
We'll wait for the Hawkeye.
I'm good once I've seen Hawkeye. That's...
Well, I don't think she would have hit it because she didn't review it straight away.
Here we go. First view we have is it's full. She sweeps. I think that looks pretty out to me.
Yeah, that does look pretty out to me as well.
Huge grin and shout from Amy Jones as she saw the ball cannoning into that front pad. And unless the ball suddenly decides to take a little bit of a detour after it's hit that pad, it's surely going to go on to at least be clipping. Here we go. Ball tracking tells us 1 red light, 2 red lights, and umpire's call. It's it's only just, but the decision will be out. Have they been told yet out there in the middle? Now they have. They didn't know. And so it is a second week. It looked absolutely stone dead, but Lara Goodall and Andrie Steyn have to look rather regretfully up towards that big Steyn. And the big screen tells us that Steyn has to go. 92 for 2 is the score. Steyn gone for 28. It's a second wicket for Charlie Dean. And the score 92 for 2.
Yeah, we were talking, weren't we, about the start that South Africa had off air, and I thought that spin would play a big part in this game. Looks to have been a wicket where it's easier to play the pace, and the quick bowlers of Lauren Bell and Izzy Wong looked to be coming onto the bat of the South Africans quite nicely. Wolvaardt looked in great touch, didn't she? But now that the two spinners, England's spin twins, have come into the game, picked up those 2 wickets, and the run rate's slowed down quite considerably over the last few overs, so wonder if we might see a bit of Heather Knight today as well, or Emma Lamb. A few overs of spin for England today. I think that'll be crucial.
Sune Lees, the South Africa captain, who I think it's fair to say played a slightly gentle innings in the last game. 7 from 28. Here comes Charlie Dean, right arm over to the right-hander, who's sweeping. And that's an aggressive stroke first up towards Beaumont at backward square leg for 1. And the score moves to 93 for 2.
Yeah, she played some important knocks. She's one of those batters that, she goes about her business, and then all of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard and she's on 40 and you think, how's she got there? It doesn't look like you don't feel like she's hitting too many boundaries against you. She sort of goes about her work, but that was a bit uncharacteristically slow from her last game.
Round the wicket comes Dean to the left-handed Goodall. He's playing the ball gently down towards fine leg, and Heather Knight is the only fielder within range and has to make the long chase from slip. The ball is slowing up, desperately trying to hold it in, is the England captain, and I think the ball, by a matter of millimetres, has won the race.
Oh dear, that is one of those horrible ones, isn't it? You're going to have to check that. She was up with it all the way. She wasn't getting anywhere, was she? Put in a dive. Don't know whether it's in vain or not. I think they're going to have a little check.
She runs in a very positive fashion with high knees, and I'm not sure output necessarily reflects input. Big dive. Has she managed to save that?
I don't think she has.
I don't think she probably has. No, I think she's touching that rope.
Oh dear.
There's an awful lot of energy put into the running without necessarily the speed.
Yeah, I can't talk. I'm not fast at all, but
it's a bit like a car in first gear.
Yeah, a lot of revving.
A lot of revving. Why am I not getting any quicker?
97 for 2. Sorry, Heather. Here comes Charlie Dean. Round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Goodall, who plays with a straight bat up towards mid-on, and Sophie Ecclestone. And is that the end of the over? There's a little bit of confusion. Yes, it is. Umpire Nigel Long at the far end hands Charlie Dean her cap, and the end of a successful over that saw the end of Andrie Steyn, who played a big sweep shot miss, and it looked very out, and the end was just about out. I know it is a binary thing, really, but it was one of those that, in the end.
I thought it was more out than it was. More out than it was, is that a thing?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
More turn than I thought there would be.
The French cricket team in the Berets are having a belting day.
Is that who it is, the French cricket team?
It's actually the team from the city of Nantes in...
Oh, fantastic.
In France, but the French captain is with them.
Oh, brilliant.
So there are some members of the French national side, and they are having a grand old day. I think they may have swapped Breton cider for West Country cider today.
Lovely.
Perhaps. Here comes Sophie Ecclestone. And Sune Lees will be on strike, actually ahead South Africa of where England were in terms of runs. They're on 97. England are on 96 without loss at this stage. Lees punches the ball with the toe end of the bat towards Charlie Dean at mid-on. But England, at that stage, had an unbroken opening stand, whereas this is a fresh partnership for South Africa. Lees leaning on the ball, pushing it towards backward point.
Yeah, as I was walking around the boundary earlier, I bumped into Lizelle Lee.
Oh, she's still here.
She's still here, and she was recounting the fond memories that South Africa have of playing at this ground from the World Cup.
Ecclestone in. The ball to Sune Lees, forward in defence, very cautiously.
She was saying in that run fest of a game that we've been speaking about, that even though England scored upwards of 300, the South Africans matched it quite comfortably, so she was saying that they'll still feel confident.
Lees pushes the ball into space. That's a nice looking shot to deep cover, and there'll be 1 run taken.
And sometimes you get that feel, don't you, about a ground? You just turn up to a ground and think, I play well here.
I've never ever had that feeling in my whole life.
Haven't you?
No. Based on quite a wide number of examples. In comes Ecclestone bowling, and playing in front of the pad is Goodall, working the ball into the leg side. Knight will run round to field. 98 for 2.
Again, I have to take my word for it, but sometimes you do turn up to a ground and you just know that it's a good ground for you, and you play well there and you feel comfortable and all that sort of stuff. And I just wonder if that's what the South African batting lineup feels when they come here.
In comes Ecclestone, final ball the over, a little bit quicker and flatter, and there's a misfield from Emma Lamb waiting at backward point, but Lees has not set off, and so Lara Goodall was almost level with her. She had to turn on her heel and get back, And the over comes to an end. 18 gone, 99 for 2. Now Rachel Roberts using social media at BBC TMS to get in touch. Says, why does the England wicketkeeper Amy Jones not have any pads on? Well, Georgia, you're her teammate both at the Birmingham Phoenix and with England, and you know the answer.
Yeah, she does have pads on, but she wears them underneath her trousers. So she's got some hockey shin pads, I think they are, and so they fit under the trousers, and she just finds them more comfortable. She can move around in them a lot more, and I think she's done that for a fair few years now. Charlie
Dean around the wicket. There's a late attempt at a cut from Goodall, but she can't get anything on it. Goes through to Jones.
We'll have to ask the wicket-keeper in our commentary team to verify that they are making more mobile, etc.
Goodall waits, and this is played into the ground, and there's a really good stop from Charlie Dean. The crowd think it might be a catch, but it's on the bounce. It's spectacular, whatever it is.
Yeah, she's great off her own bowling, isn't she? She's always diving around. She's always got those dirty trousers from diving about.
Dean bowling to Goodall, who plays a lovely ramp over the keeper down towards the fine leg boundary. A delicate shot once again, and Lauren Bell sprinting for all she's worth to haul that ball in, and will do so just in front of the ground staff who are waiting down below us. Thankfully had a quiet day, and that is 3 runs taken. It is indeed 102 for 2, 100 up for South Africa. Lovely shot.
Yeah, she's played with the field nicely there. I think it's brought about a little change. No deep square. Oh no, it's because it's the right-hander on strikes. Confuse me.
Here comes Charlie Dean, bowling to Lees, pushing the ball with good timing towards Knight at extra cover.
No matter how much cricket you play, it's always so annoying when you've got a left-hander and the right-hander in at the same time.
Yeah, can you not just bat the same hand? Here comes Dean. This is dug out towards backward point. Well, it's something England are very considerate of, by virtue of not having a single left-hander in,
that is
I think,
very
any
true.
of their squads.
Very, very true.
And so, you know, really doing their bit for the energy levels of opposing opponents. 102 for 2. Here comes Charlie Dean to finish the over. Lees defends into the offside. 102 for 2 after 19, chasing 338.
Yeah, it's a strange quirk of English cricket, isn't it, that there's no left-handers in this side. There haven't been really since Lydia Greenway. I think Phil gave us a great stat at Northants about that, didn't you?
Yeah, since Lydia Greenway retired 6 years ago, there's only been 3 innings of a left-hander in England women's colours, and they're all by Tash Farrant.
Is Lindsay Smith not left-hander?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if she's batted for England. I think she's played T20 cricket, hasn't she? And she may not have got that opportunity.
Right then, here comes Izzy Wong. I'm glad we're going to see a bit of Izzy Wong again. She's bowled 2 overs. She's gone at 7 so far. She's going to have a go from the pavilion end down below us to bowl to the left-handed Goodall. And you accept there will be a degree of expense with Izzy Wong, but with that you get that added threat from the pace. She runs in now, bowls short, helped down the leg side, or not, missed by Goodall, and wide is signalled.
Yeah, it's almost a perfect game for Izzy Wong to be bowling in, isn't it? 300 odd on the board. She can come in and bowl short, sharp spells, really ruffle those South African batters. Looks like she's started with a short ball there. I wonder if that signals the intent that this is going to be a spell where she's not going to pitch many balls up.
Permanently smiling, it seems to me, is Izzy Wong. She's running away from us now, and that's a length ball which is chipped up, and it hits the splice of the bat. Could have gone anywhere, but dropped short of Lauren Bell at mid-on. And just that extra pace, if not necessarily causing that shot, it's the threat of it as much as anything that forces those mistakes.
Yeah, it is. You know, especially as that first ball was short, I think Goodall would have been thinking, maybe I need to set myself back here. Fuller balls come, and then she's not really committed to it, and it's just spooned up.
Here comes Wong around the wicket now to Goodall, who's deep in the crease and pushing the ball towards Sciver at mid-wicket. There's no run.
I like this change of approach from Wong. I think Lara Goodall is very strong with the ball going across her, so for her to now come around the wicket, bring the ball back in, keep the stumps in play as much as she can as well, gives that added threat.
Wong it is, once more. He's coming past the umpire, around the wicket. There's his edge, and had there been a first slip it would have been an easy catch. As it is, It flies down to the deep third boundary. No chance for the fielder. Ecclestone in the distance, and it is a genuine edge, that from Goodall. One that yields 4 runs, but it is a victory of sorts for Izzy Wong. 107 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's that change of angle as well. Goodall felt like she had to play at the delivery. I don't know whether the ball was just shaped away slightly. I don't think so. I think she's just found the outside edge, and yeah, you're right. First slip, that would have been a nicely pouched.
Wong again, round the wicket. This is hit in the air. Should be an easy catch at mid-on. And is. Izzy Wong strikes. It's a first one-day international wicket. On debut, Izzy Wong strikes. And how fitting it is, fellow debutant Lauren Bell waiting to take the catch. It was up there for a while, but safe hands. An easy catch at mid-on. But when you've got time to think about it, it can add a degree of difficulty. And there is the wicketing that we're hoping for, because Goodall can be dangerous when she gets going, but has departed for 16. 107 for 3.
Yeah, probably not the way Izzy Wong would have dreamt about getting her first ODI wicket. I'm sure she'd have wanted to see stumps clattering and all sorts like that, but the excitement that she showed when she got that, she jumped up in the air, she raced over to Lauren Bell, gave her a big hug, and it's nice to see all the England players just doing the traditional head rub of the debutante. When they get their first wicket, they try and mess up your hair, but you can't mess up Izzy Wong's hair, can you?
Well, no, it's sort of closely cropped. There's not an awful lot you can do, really. But she looks delighted, as well she might be, because it is her first ODI wicket. She picked up wickets in that test match, and she's sharing a laugh and a joke down below us with Lauren Bell, who had to wait just a little while with hands raised in front of her for that ball to drop. But drop it did, and Izzy Wong could turn and celebrate with a big roar of delight. And you can see already just there's a little bit of a swagger in the step as she gets ready to bowl the next ball.
She just loves cricket, doesn't she? She just oozes confidence. She's got this flair about her game. She's exciting, she's fast, she's just everything about her. She loves being around the team. She loves playing cricket. She's been out there in the field and taking wickets and being that one that causes those breakthroughs, and I think that's such a fantastic quality to have.
Marizanne Kapp is the new batter. And there's a slip in place as Wong is in and bowls a short ball, which is cut away aerially. It's not that far on the bounce from the fielder at deep wide third. Kapp up and running immediately. Scored 150 in the test match at Taunton and faced Izzy Wong plenty in that innings.
I think it's so nice. Izzy Wong would have grown up knowing that, probably having Marizanne Kapp as one of her heroes and somebody that she looks up to, and now she's charging in, bowling her, bowls her a bumper first ball.
Have some of that. In comes Wong over the wicket. Defending is Sune Lee. End of the over, a successful one. 20 gone, 108 for 3. They're chasing 338 South Africa. And Izzy Wong takes her cap from umpire Anna Harris. And once again, big smile on the face, having taken her first one-day international wicket. Danielle Norcross is standing by after some more from Georgia Elvis.
Yeah, so fantastic to see Izzy Wong in their first ODI wicket. As Henry said, really nice for her that it was Lauren Bell that took the catch, made the test debuts together, and now they're making the ODI debuts together, and you feel like there'll be a partnership that England will have for many years to come. You know that Izzy Wong can get that new ball out of Nat Sciver's hand in a few years' time. I'm sure she'd be desperate for it.
Give it here. Right, Charlie Dean's going to continue. 108 for 3. South Africa just losing wickets in the opportune moments. First ball driven into the offside, straight to short extra cover where Heather Knight does the fielding. There is no run. The required run rate moving up to around 7 3/4 now. Feel long.
I'll come back to have this ball. They get through these overs so quickly.
They really do.
Yep.
Dean in. That's tucked into the onside, straight, well, not straight, slightly to the right of mid-wicket, and as a result they can get through for a run, which will bring Sune at least back onto strike. 109 for 3.
I think it was the three of us that won before when we were saying the strange way the England innings slowed right down. Between overs 20 and 30, they only scored 38 runs.
Right, well this is
here now.
We're here, right now, as Fat Boy Slim would have said. Tossed up, wide of the off stump, left alone. No signal from the umpire, much to Lisa's surprise. It's a little shake of the head. 2 off 11. She got 7 off 28 in the last game.
Dean in again. It's gone for the big hit. It's gone high in the air. It's gone over mid-off. It's going to bounce once, twice, and then swerve towards the boundary sponge, but has then been brilliantly hauled back in by a combination, ultimately, of Izzy Wong with the throw and Sophie Ecclestone with the chase. And she's just limping ever so slightly because she put in quite a bit of an effort there. We're going to have a little while where they're going to check to see if Ecclestone did actually haul that back in.
Oh,
she did.
She did.
Brilliantly. And she's not a short woman, isn't Sophie Ecclestone? Got a long way to get down, and then her body had to clatter into the ground as Dean is in, and Luus turns one to the onside for no run. So he picked up a couple there. Ecclestone saving 2. But Sune just feels to me like she's going to be playing a big shot or two. Here's a key moment. She's gone for the big shot. She's got a top edge, and she's out. Caught at short fine leg, sweeping at Charlie Dean, and South Africa are imploding here. The skipper, Sune gone for 4. She had a tough time of it at Northampton the other day, and again she's just got stuck in the mire. Couldn't get any fluency into her batting at all. Looking for the big shot, plays a sweep, top edge, and the simplest of catches to Lauren Bell.
Well, you called it, didn't you? Fantastic. Yeah, you felt like it was coming. Somebody that likes to play that sweep shot, but I think she was just through on the shot too early and she got the toe of the bat. And that's it. Is that the 3rd catch we've seen at short fine today? It's been quite a few, hasn't there?
Yeah.
It's quite strange.
What
but
does that tell us, do you think? Just sticking in the pitch a bit, through the shot a bit early?
Yeah. I mean, we saw deduce that the pitch is quite slow, but I mean, that is a real strange stat to have that many caught at a short fine leg.
Fine, yeah,
very strange.
Yeah, well, it's the slow bowlers doing it again, just as happened in England's innings, actually. And Chloe Tryon, who was that slow bowler, is striding out to the wicket. And you do really feel, we say this many times, but you know, with South Africa way behind in the game now at 111 for 4, that if they're going to mount a serious challenge, it's going to be this partnership that does it, Tryon and Kapp.
Yeah, and Tryon played beautifully the first ODI at Northants. She played a really mature innings, didn't she? We know that she hits fireworks and she's big sixes, loves to hit boundaries, but actually the way she played up at Northants was really mature, and I think South Africa are going to need that from her. I think at least now they can absorb a bit of pressure, just knock the ball around and build a partnership again and see where they can get to from here.
So Izzy Wong is going to start the 22nd over with really 2 fresh batters at the crease in Kapp and Tryon. Slip is in place. First ball is pulled out through mid-wicket. There'll be at least a couple here. Probably will just be a couple as Dunkley runs to her left to field and flings in a throw on the bounce to Amy Jones. 2 more to the total, 113 for 4.
Charlie Dean now 5 overs, 3 for 19.
Ooh, not bad, Professor. So I went down and sampled the atmosphere in the crowd. You get a lovely view actually in this stand here, just below us by the sight screen. Wong in, cut mercilessly out towards the boundary for 4. Great shot from Kapp. So she's going to counter-attack. They don't have any option really, South Africa. They're so far behind in the game. We look at Duckworth Lewis, which is not because there's any danger of rain, but to give you an idea of where the teams are standing. They're 69 runs behind the 182 Duckworth Lewis par, and that was short, and it wasn't that wide, but Kapp timed that to perfection through backward point for 4. Wong in, pace off perhaps, we'll see. Oh, a drive, thick inside edge, rolls backward square on the onside, there's no run. Does Wong have a lot of tricks in her bag?
Yeah, she's got an off cutter, which I think we will see, and then she's got one out the back of the hand as well, which is actually very difficult to pick. I think that was just the wobble seamed, just saw it jag back, didn't we? But for someone so young, she's got a lot of great things in her armoury.
She runs away from us, 3 in the ring on the offside and a slip short, and that's dabbed down to deep third. Just had to ride the bounce there, did Kapp. Gets a single, moves to 9, which will bring Tryon onto strike. She really did bat beautifully the other day at Northampton. It was a delight to watch. Took a little bit of time at the start of her innings and then exploded. There was one massive 6 that hit the top of the stand and bounced out of the ground. She's a destructive player, but
everybody needs a bit of time to get in, and the target is pretty mammoth. Well, it's world record breakingly mammoth as Wong is in to Tryon. Tryon defends to the offside of the front foot. She's got an unusual defensive technique, and she suddenly goes a bit leg-sidey. It's a little jab.
Yeah, the run rate now up to 7.75. The rate required, that is.
Rate required.
If this was me, and this might sound a bit silly, but if I was batting out there now, I wouldn't even look at the scoreboard. I'd just think, right, let's go for the next 5 overs. Let's just see, play each ball, play with intent, see where we can get to, and then just reassess then.
Wong in to try on bat raised, and now she just guides a short ball, just lets it glide off her bat down to deep third for a single. 119 for 4. That's the end of the over, end of the 22nd over. Kapp has 9, Tryon has 1. You fancy that whatever happens in the next 10 or 15 overs will either be these two building an explosive partnership or wickets tumbling. So, eyes peeled, Georgia Elvis.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got Charlie Dean on. Sophie Ecclestone still got a lot of overs to bowl. Let's see Lauren Bell come back into the attack as well. I think Heather Knight will rotate her seamers in short, sharp spells. And England very much on top here. You know, this South African batting order is prone to a collapse.
Yes, we saw that a bit, didn't we? Last 5 wickets went for 13, wasn't it, Phil, I think? At Northampton. Charlie Dean continues those impressive figures of 3 for 19 from 5. She's going to be bowling to Tryon.
Yep, 205 for 5 to 218 all out.
Dean in. Tryon drives into the ground and straight back to Dean.
And what was the first fall of wicket today here, Phil, please?
Oh, yes.
87.
Okay.
So, 32 for 4 since then. Dean in again, Tryon drives, but through extra cover, which must be, it's normally Heather Knight there. And she doesn't pick up a 4 for it, but she does get 1. Just a little error there from the England captain. Ball pushed at her quite firmly, but straight at her at short extra cover. She had a long barrier, but with a more like Tower Bridge when you open it.
Big swing by Kapp out towards deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce for 4. Right. So this is how Kapp's going to play it then. He's going to need to counter-attack. And intent is shown there.
Yeah, brilliant shot. See, very dismissive shot, wasn't it? She's always going to be hitting that ball there, regardless of where it pitched. But because Kapp got some treatment herself today, I think she'll be going out there thinking, right, hang on, I'm going to have you.
Dean's into again. She's gone after it again, but she can only drive it on the bounce back to Dean, who fields. And there's no run. Really low on that shot. That was really impressive about it for me. It's right down on one knee. Her head didn't jerk back or anything. Dean into Kapp. And Kapp drives again, but only Ecclestone at mid-off, and she's allowed that to go through her feet. And they'll pick up 2 extra runs. That's 3 runs in this over that have just been hit straight at fielders along the ground, and somehow they've not saved them.
There were some incredible groans there from the crowd, weren't there?
Well, they're quite right, actually. I mean, it's not a good look. It's not intentional, of course, but 2 more to the total. Dean in, Kapp drives, and Knight fields with both hands. End of the over, 126 for 4, 23 overs gone. Kapp 15, Tryon 2. Have you ever wanted the ground to swallow you up as the ball just went straight through your hands?
Oh, all the time. All the time. I mean, not that it happened a lot, no, I'm joking. It really depends who's bowling as well. You know, if you've got Catherine Brunt bowling that you just do not want to drop anything, you don't want to miss anything, just stop it at all costs.
You're making me nervous just thinking about that.
You can imagine, can't you? Yes.
Yeah, well, I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm now imagining it.
Does Catherine Brunt give you the silent treatment, or do you know?
No, you get the hairdryer. Oh, yeah, you get the hairdryer treatment. Yeah. Stay away.
Stay away. Wong running away from us. Starts a new over. Into Tryon. Tryon has gone for a big pull. He's got a thick top edge, and it's 1 bounce 4. Has it gone all the way for 6? 1 bounce 4. A bit of fortune in that shot. It was short. It was banged in. She was a bit late on the shot.
The top edge flies over the keeper down to the boundary for 4.
Well, we said Wong might be expensive, mightn't she? But she's got the wicket of Goodall. And I think that's just what we're going to get with these short, sharp spells of Izzy Wong. They want her to be attacking and they want her to be aggressive. She's going to dig the ball in. That could have gone anywhere, really, couldn't it? And just unfortunately for Izzy Wong, it flew to the boundary.
If she was a little bit less late, it might have gone straight up in the air to the keeper. Short again, pull again. This time misses and flies through. It's Amy Jones behind the stumps. And that's the 1 for the over. It's a rare spectacle to see that in women's cricket so much.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We've seen it from Ismail in the first innings today and Wong in this innings too. Quick bowlers at either ends of their career. It's just really nice to see both of them out on the pitch doing their thing and having the same plans and executing as well as they are.
It's quite the effort on this pitch to get it up that high. Wong's in again. It's punched to backward point this time by Tryon, giving herself a little bit of room outside leg stump as she is wont to do, but can't beat the fielder, Danny Wyatt, and there's no run. 130 for 4.
Yeah, Izzy Wong's definitely going back of her length here, isn't she, to Tryon? She's not going to want to pitch anything up in her half.
Also just see the effect of the sun now. The sun's getting so low that when Lauren Bell threw the ball at her, it was like, ooh. She's in now. That's cut into the offside, but straight to the fielder. Tammy Beaumont. Was a packed offside field here. This is good captaincy from Heather Knight. She can have more fielders out, but at the moment she's just got... Well, now, that's that. Why do I bother? So she just sent Tammy Beaumont out to sweep now with 2 balls left in the overs. It's a deep backward square, a long leg, deep third and a deep extra cover. 3 in the ring on the offside and a mid on. And there's 1